I shall be crowned king. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 876 is very serious. As the sun rose and everything came back to life, the golden dawn once again swept across the clear sky, illuminating the land of Strawtown. A farcical battle had just come to an end when Anson finally found his pocket watch. On the siege lines east of the town, Storm Legion and marksman soldiers, who had fought all day and night, collapsed in the trenches, exhausted. Their faces, covered in mud and blood, spoke volumes of their weariness. They lay sprawled together, too exhausted to even return to camp to rest. All of this was thanks to Bor 11, who thought he had seized an opportunity to break through the encirclement while the Judgment Knights attacked Anson Bach, and the Storm Legion likely had no time to react. Bor 11, almost without any preparation, forcibly organized an attack on the siege lines, fleeing for his life while avoiding combat as much as possible. An unprepared army attempting a breakout, while prioritizing avoiding combat and fleeing at all costs, sounds utterly absurd. However, strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely without room for maneuver. After all, the Bor Legion still had over 10,000 men, while the Storm Legion on the position, including the ranged troops, numbered less than 10,000, having arrived at the battlefield on a rapid march and fought for an entire afternoon, suffering severe exhaustion. In contrast, the Bor Legion only suffered losses to its main force, with nearly half of its troops still in considerable physical condition. Coupled with abandoning excess baggage and traveling light, a forced breakout shouldn't be particularly difficult, right? Bor 11 decided to take the gamble. But unfortunately, he overlooked, or rather, had to pretend to overlook, several issues. First, it was nighttime. A breakout would inevitably limit the amount of light they could create. How would the various units, unaware of the situation and unprepared, coordinate their movements in the dark? Second, while the Storm Legion was indeed severely exhausted, they still held the position. Even with fewer men, couldn't they utilize the cover and the various trenches and traps on the position to delay the breakout force? Okay, even if all these problems are solved and the troops successfully break through the encirclement, such a chaotic operation will inevitably result in a large number of personnel being scattered. How will he regroup these lost soldiers? How will he deal with the enemy's subsequent pursuit and encirclement? Can a disorganized and unsupplied army really hold out for several days to advance to the slave port without collapsing on the spot? In the end, the answer is that all these problems, unsurprisingly, came true. Under the pitch-black night, tens of thousands of jihadist legions were utterly uncoordinated, fighting independently in battalions, their movements disjointed. Some units fled recklessly, falling into the trenches they had dug themselves over 3 days. Others charged too fast, mistaking the vanguard for the enemy, and ended up fighting each other prematurely. Still others, believing the encirclement was on the east and west lines, wisely fled north, becoming lost in the mountains and primeval forests of the New World. But regardless, Bor 11 had indeed successfully broken through, literally achieving his planned objective. However, besides a few relatives, less than 1,000 soldiers remained with him. The once mighty Legion commander had been reduced to a mere regimental commander. The remaining troops either got separated during the breakout, were annihilated by the Storm Legion, got lost, or simply chose to disband, abandoning their jihadist identity, vanishing without a trace. Even so, Bor 11, as the Legion commander, did not lose faith. Although 99% of the troops were temporarily missing, the only possible escape route was his current location, and the only way back to the slave port to regroup was also his current position. He only needed to keep advancing, and the army would regroup under his command. In a sense, he was indeed right. The Holy War Legion soldiers, who had traveled thousands of miles from the Old World to the New World, knew nothing about the desolate New World, and when faced with danger, most of them would instinctively gravitate towards familiar areas, organizations, and people. As long as this was utilized, even if the army truly collapsed, it could be rebuilt at an extremely fast pace. So, in the following days, Bor 11, with only 1,000 men left, fearfully evaded the pursuit of the Storm Legion while simultaneously gathering his army on the run, reorganizing these scattered and ineffective soldiers, constantly encouraging them to advance towards the slave port, and believing that once they reached the slave port, everything would be alright. As for whether things would truly improve, how to recover the lost supplies and logistics, and whether the supply and reinforcement fleets could arrive in time, those were not his immediate concerns. The most crucial issue is whether he could reach the slave port alive. After experiencing an unimaginable setback, Borlevens had become incredibly pragmatic, even in his ideals. In contrast, the Storm Legion was far less optimistic. They had suffered a completely unexpected blow, and most importantly, the enemy, whose escape seemed almost impossible, had successfully broken through their encirclement. Their morale, which had been on the verge of victory, plummeted instantly. Especially since the enemy's total strength exceeded 20,000, while the Storm Legion, including its reinforcements, numbered only slightly over 10,000. Losing the opportunity to encircle and annihilate the enemy meant more than just losing a seemingly easy victory, it would directly reverse the balance of power again. Once the enemy recovered, the Storm Legion would be unable to maintain its foothold in Strawtown, and the loss of 5 eastern colonies would be imminent. Moreover, even the Storm Legion itself is not fully assembled. The 2nd Infantry Regiment, used as bait and forced to march east, has completely lost contact, in addition to nearly half of the Ranger Corps. If they retreat now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Having just endured a fierce battle and been forced into night raid, the Storm Legion is severely exhausted. Even though everyone understands the gravity of the situation, they cannot immediately organize a pursuit. They need at least a day to rest. The fastest journey from Strawtown to Slave Harbor would take at least 5 days. 5 days? 5 days is enough time for many things to happen. The Storm Legion has always maintained 2 main characteristics: cowardice, greed, and a penchant for profit. This has formed a unique tradition within the Legion. They will never proactively propose participating in battles they know are dangerous. But as long as the commander-in-chief can provide a plan guaranteeing success and subsequent profits, the Legion will go through fire and water without hesitation. But this time, Anson did not proactively propose any solutions, nor did he publicly address the failure of the ambush. Instead, a group of exhausted officers eagerly presented their pursuit plan. Pursue. We must pursue. And the sooner the better. Now is the best time. In a makeshift meeting tent erected amidst the ruins of Strawtown, Leo, the unharmed commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment, slammed his military cap on the long table as if eagerly awaiting a meal. If the commander-in-chief is willing to grant our regiment this honor, I am willing to forego all the spoils of war captured in this battle, including any captured afterward. Faced with such a passionate and tearful declaration of war, the attitude of the Storm Legion, from top to bottom, was quite dismissive. Ahem. Well, while I admire Lieutenant Colonel Leo's courage and determination, the mission to pursue the remnants of the Bora E Legion is probably no longer relevant to you. After a few light coughs, Norton Crossell, commander of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, politely interrupted. I'm doing this for your and your men's sake. Please don't misunderstand. Leo's face darkened instantly. What do you mean? Nothing. Norton immediately raised his hands, his expression utterly innocent. I simply feel you're not suited for this mission. Although the Ring of Order protected you, preventing you from suffering even a scratch, the 4th Infantry Regiment underwent a long march. During the night raid, you captured the command post and suffered the strongest attack. Moreover, your casualties were considerable, second only to the 5th Infantry Regiment. Under these circumstances, don't you think taking a short rest is the truly wise choice? That's right. The 5th Infantry Regiment suffered the heaviest casualties in the entire army, but that doesn't mean we've lost our fighting capacity. Just as Leo was stammering, speechless, Julian, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly blushed, stood up with his hands on the table, and looked excitedly at everyone. On the contrary, the experience of defeat has greatly boosted the morale of our entire regiment. We swear to avenge our defeat and redeem our honor with the head of Borlevens. I hereby declare on behalf of the entire regiment that we can forego all the spoils of war, and anyone who wants the war merits can take them, but the 5th Infantry Regiment is absolutely no less powerful than any Clovis. No, it is a strong army of any army in the world, and we will prove it with our own hands. Seeing Julian's slightly trembling appearance, the once lively meeting suddenly fell silent. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Norton and Leo exchanged a glance. Norton coughed twice more and reached out to support the other's arm. Julian, don't be so impulsive. Everyone is still discussing it, we haven't finalized a decision on who should do it. I'm not joking, really not. Julian turned around abruptly. I'm announcing this decision very seriously, we are too, Leo quickly chimed in. Of course, we all understand that you are definitely the most desired and qualified candidate among us, but being qualified doesn't mean being the most suitable, do you understand, eh? That's right, Norton immediately interjected. Just like Lieutenant Colonel Leo, who has also made outstanding contributions, he is qualified, but that doesn't mean he's suitable. I'm not suitable. Leo glanced at him. Very inappropriate, Norton nodded solemnly. I've already made the reasons very clear. Right now, the only unit in the entire Storm Legion that is still physically fit, has suffered few losses, and can immediately organize a pursuit operation as our 3rd Infantry Regiment. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Only the Commander-in-Chief can truly decide the attack roster. After saying that, he turned and nodded slightly to Anson, indicating that he completely obeyed the Commander-in-Chief's final decision. Led by the 3rd Infantry Regiment commander, all the officers silently looked at Anson, who remained silent, anxiously awaiting the result. This unusual scene even surprised the junior clerk responsible for taking meeting minutes. In his memory, a similar situation had never occurred before. Carl, who had also remained silent, rolled his eyes. He couldn't help it, he knew his colleagues all too well. Apart from Julian, the honest man contemplating a glorious death, every single officer present was eyeing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the chance to single-handedly kill or capture an imperial nobleman and commander. In any case, Bora 11 was currently at his weakest point, and if they couldn't seize this opportunity with the full force of the Legion, such a good chance would be hard to come by again. Were there any benefits to doing so? Of course. Unlike the Empire, Clovis didn't have hereditary noble titles, it was a profession. While high-ranking officers were still monopolized by powerful families, competition among the middle and lower ranks was fierce, especially in this era of frequent warfare, with battles constantly raging. Every achievement was a significant addition to one's resume. Anson's rise to prominence was due to the victory at the Battle of Rimingham, coupled with the fact that he hadn't publicly revealed his capture of Louis Bernard and the killing of Kroger Bernard. Otherwise, how could he have so easily passed the Army's review and secured angel investment from the France family? The officers generally shared this sentiment. Such a feat would naturally elevate their status within the Storm Legion, and it would make finding a job much easier after leaving. Of course, there were also those with ulterior motives, some with grudges against the 11th family seeking revenge, young heirs eager to prove themselves, and headhunters curious about the ransom the 11th family would pay. Everyone had their own agenda. Even Anson, harboring his own ulterior motives, remained silent about his unusually enthusiastic subordinates. He was particularly curious about how important Bora 11's life or death was in the eyes of the Knights of Judgment. If they could use this opportunity to lure out the Knights of Judgment lurking in the eastern colonies, and then eliminate Bora 11 at the slave port, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Not only would they annihilate an entire Holy War Legion, but they would also completely shatter the pillars supporting the papacy's influence and power in the New World, seizing control of the war. Chapter 877 To Leave or Not to Leave? Slave Harbor, the 2nd Infantry Regiment's position. As the fierce Battle of Strawtown entered its second half, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukishky, entrusted with the important task of leading the siege against the Bora E Legion, remained squatting outside Slave Harbor, digging trenches shovel by shovel, handful by handful. According to intelligence obtained by Norton Crossell, the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander's family was within the Bora E Legion. To avoid the tragedy of fratricide, and because a rapidly advancing vanguard was indeed needed to divert the enemy's attention, the task was half coaxed and half tricked into Alexei's hands. If he could reach Slave Harbor unscathed, allowing the Bora E Legion to launch a preemptive strike on the pit of Strawtown, the mission would be accomplished. Alexei, however, was unaware of this deception. He believed the slave port was a trap deliberately set by the enemy, a way to exploit the New World Legion's lack of a fleet and trap them. As a result, he dared not enter the city and, following Anson's orders, built fortifications on the outskirts, requesting the assistance of the liberals within the city, providing manpower and resources. The people of the slave port were naturally unwilling to agree. They hoped the Clovis army would escort them to the Confederacy's safer rear. However, They also knew that if they refused, the Clovis would be no less merciful than the Empire. After weighing the pros and cons, they reluctantly agreed. Although much had already been evacuated, leaving little in the slave port, it was more than enough to temporarily supply a force of over 1,000 men. Alexei took the remaining supplies of the Borai Legion, as well as potatoes and salted fish from the local fishermen. Meanwhile, the 2nd Infantry Regiment, while repairing fortifications, also had to grit its teeth and send out a quarter of its forces to gather reinforcements from the scattered and defeated ranged troops of the Borai Legion, and to collect weapons and supplies left on the battlefield. After all, the entire infantry regiment only had a little over 1,000 men. Although Alexei had always been very confident in himself, a 1-to-20 ratio meant that the Borai Legion would have to think twice before using him as a punching bag. Fortunately, the ranged troops that Anson brought in this battle were mostly veteran ranged soldiers who had trained for more than 5 months and were already used to military life. Even when defeated, they would instinctively seek out their comrades and act collectively, and would actively move towards the regimental flag. In just 3 or 4 days, Alexei successfully gathered more than 1,000 ranged troops, and there were also scattered native warriors who had received news and intelligence coming to this side. Including the militia that the Free Faction in the slave port had actively gathered, they finally managed to assemble more than 3,000 men, equivalent to half an infantry division, which was almost the same as when Anson first started out in Hantu. But he was still unsure whether this small force could withstand the counterattack of the Borai Legion. He could only continue urging his soldiers to build fortifications, while he himself wielded a shovel to dig trenches. The entire regiment had no idea when the enemy would appear or how many trenches needed to be dug. They just dug as much as they could while there was still time. Thanks to Alexei's almost frantic efforts, a well-structured defensive position capable of providing shelter and protection for 6,000 to 8,000 men was beginning to take shape. Considering the long front line and the possibility that heavy artillery couldn't be transported, and also the need to guard against enemy shelling, Alexei simply abandoned the artillery fortifications and instead built numerous small fortresses that could be held by 1 or 2 platoons, connected by trenches to form a staggered defensive network. The downside was that construction would take a long time, but the advantage was that it could not only protect the slave port but also defend against attacks from that direction. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the group worked anxiously, racing against time, digging for nearly a week, but they didn't even see a glimpse of the jihadist fleet, let alone the enemy. Alexei was stunned. If the slave port was truly a trap deliberately set by the Borai Legion, the enemy should have appeared long ago. But if not, where had they gone? Not only him, but the soldiers who had been working continuously for several days, and the fishermen of the slave port also began to complain, wondering if there was something wrong with the plan. If the enemy never came, what was the point of them frantically digging trenches here? Faced with everyone's questions and complaints, Alexei could only force himself to remain calm and say that everything was in his plan, that the enemy was marching with difficulty under the wise command of Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, buying them time to build their positions, that the enemy could appear at any moment, and that every bit of defense they added now would increase everyone's chances of survival. The soldiers and civilians who questioned the plan, instead of being grateful for the dedication and sacrifice of the Legion, actually refused to believe the Commander-in-Chief's plan. They were utterly unreasonable, showing no regard for their own lives, nor for the lives of anyone else, nor even for the sacrifices of their comrades who fought so hard and were unafraid to die. Alexei's earnest persuasion was a combination of reason and emotion, using his personal reputation to shield Anson Bach from the flaws in his plan, though he was unaware that he had been betrayed from the start. Unfortunately, despite the commander's concise and sincere words, every sentence correct, fair, objective, complete, three-dimensional, comprehensive, and dialectical, the soldiers and civilians remained unmoved, completely regarding these wise words as harmful gas emitted from his body. Ultimately, you don't really know if the enemy will even show up, right? A liberal congressman complained. Then tell me, if the enemy never shows up, what's the point of all this time and effort we've spent building fortifications around the slave port? This week of digging trenches has already damaged a lot of tools, especially ironware. And then there's the food and fuel. You're demanding that all the soldiers, the animal handlers, the rangers, and the laborers have at least a kilogram of potatoes and meat with every meal. The daily food consumption is measured in tons. The congressman became increasingly distressed. He was one of the few plantation owners still in the slave port, and he had provided most of the supplies for the 2nd Infantry Regiment during this period, so he naturally had the right to complain in public. The problem isn't if, but what if. Alexei impatiently slammed his hand on the table, leaving a long trail of ash from his cigarette. The officer's supplies were long gone, and he was now smoking New World specialty cigarettes, which not only had stubborn ash but also tasted like fuse. As for the food being consumed too quickly, a sufficient diet is essential for heavy physical labor. You wouldn't want your soldiers, who are protecting you, to be so hungry they don't even have the strength to pick up their weapons when the enemy comes knocking, would you? I'm not stingy with the food. The counselor suddenly stood up, his expression turning quite grim. I just don't want it to be wasted. It could have served as supplies during the retreat, but it's all been thrown into these mudpits. Mudpits. Alexei paused, then swept his suddenly icy gaze over without looking up. You call these fortifications that could protect our lives, prevent us from facing the enemy's powerful firepower, and have the potential to hold off an enemy several times our size. Mudpits. Did I hear that right? The 2nd Infantry Regiment commander's voice was very calm, but at that moment, everyone inside the fortress could feel a raging fire beginning to burn in the cold air. The congressman, under scrutiny, instinctively took a half step back, but managed to stand firm, refusing to bow his head. This is just a metaphor. I'm not trying to slander your, or the efforts of all the soldiers over the past few days. I'm just worried that they might be meaningless, the congressman stammered, cold sweat soaking his collar. But none of the people present laughed. Instead, they all silently continued to look at the commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment. Clearly, although no one spoke, they all shared the same thought. Feeling the pressure, Alexei maintained his indifferent expression, looking at his chief of staff and several company commanders. And you, do you also think that continuing to build fortifications here is a pure waste of time? As soon as he finished speaking, the officers immediately showed troubled expressions. Given the current situation of the 2nd Infantry Regiment, retreating as soon as possible was the best decision. After all, they didn't know when the enemy would appear, and their forces were scarce. Even if the enemy did come, having lost contact with the main force, they would most likely not be able to escape, and the probability of being annihilated was quite high. But such words could not be spoken aloud. Desertion was one aspect, but more importantly, no one wanted to take these burdens from the slave port with them during the retreat. The risk was too great. Having worked together for so long, Alexei could naturally guess what these people were thinking, and he was also in a difficult position. At this point, he had actually had thoughts like, am I mistaken, or even is it possible that the commander-in-chief is lying to me, but he dared not say them aloud. Moreover, these days had indeed been extremely difficult. After 4 days of forced march without rest, they had to immediately begin building fortifications and gathering deserters. Their daily food consisted only of potatoes, barley, incredibly smelly pickled fish, and tooth-crushing salted meat. There was no beer, only salty and bitter river water. Even the Clovis army soldiers, known for their hard work and endurance, were eating such food while doing heavy physical labor for more than 10 hours a day, getting up earlier than chickens and going to bed later than dogs. It was simply impossible not to complain. If the enemy were to appear soon, everyone could grit their teeth and persevere in a life-or-death situation. But as they waited and waited, and the enemy never appeared, their patience and strength quickly ran out. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, Alexei's endurance for this kind of life was also nearly exhausted. Only the indigenous warriors of the shooting army could still endure such a life. All the fertile land had fallen into the hands of the colonists, and the indigenous people, driven to the mountains further north, lived lives that had almost degenerated to the level of animals. They had very few metal utensils, and what they had left was the result of the colonists' ruthless exploitation of them on farms and in mines. Even in the dead of winter, they had to eat dried goods almost naked. Forget about having meat to eat, even eating potatoes every day would be heaven for them. Very well, I understand everyone's thoughts, Alexei, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, said coldly. How about this? 4 days, we'll continue to hold out for another 4 days, and use this time to begin preparing supplies. If the enemy appears after 4 days, we'll continue to defend the slave port and await reinforcements. If not, it means the enemy is likely besieging Straw Town. We'll directly follow the enemy's marching route and assist the Straw Town garrison in a pincer attack on the Empire's Holy War Legion. This was practically Alexei's bottom line. After all, if the Boreal Legion was indeed besieging Straw Town, Their continued presence would be a waste of time. It would be better to return as soon as possible to rejoin the main force. The 4-day decision wasn't made on a whim. It takes at least 5 days to get from Strawtown to the slave port. If the enemy didn't appear within 4 days, it meant the Battle of Strawtown wasn't over. A siege usually lasts 10 days, even a month. By then, the enemy's supplies would be running low, and he could return just in time to participate in the final battle. But even this seemingly reasonable compromise was unacceptable to everyone. 4 days. Why not now? The counselor shouted. The supplies at the slave port can only last for less than a month. If we don't set off soon, there might not be enough time to evacuate everyone to safety. Although he shouted loudly, he was actually just bolstering his courage, constantly afraid that the Clovis officer opposite him would kill him to establish his authority. A liberal counselor who refused to cooperate and provide supplies had already been beaten to a pulp and labeled a loyalist. A colonist from the North Sea colony was certainly not a loyalist to the empire, but in front of a Clovis officer who valued his authority and his soldiers who made a living by killing, logic was not invulnerable. Alexei's face turned cold, and he wanted to shoot him dead on the spot, but then he realized that many people present had the same thought, and his impulsive words might provoke the wrath of everyone, including his own soldiers. Just as he was struggling with this thought, the ash from his cigarette finally fell from the corner of his mouth, landing by sheer coincidence on the back of his hand. A searing pain shot through his extremities like an electric current, sending a jolt of pain through his mind. He instinctively cried out, boom! A deafening artillery barrage exploded overhead, the rammed earth fortress having its top ripped off by a single shell. Earth, rocks, and gravel cascaded down like a waterfall, splattering onto the terrified faces of the crowd. Alexei, clutching his right hand and trying to stand, was grabbed by his chief of staff and shoved to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Amidst a chaotic scene, like ants on a hot plate, several urgent shouts rang out, "Enemy fire! Get to the trenches and take cover!" The shouting chief of staff seemed to have forgotten that he was holding a living person. Using the momentum, he pulled Alexei down to his knees, then precisely slammed his head against the edge of a table. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, a head-sized chip appeared on the oak table. The first shot of the defense of the slave port was fired while Alexei was unconscious. Chapter 878 It's flying. Where did this infidel army come from? Didn't we successfully break out of Strawtown? How did we run into them again? 2 kilometers from the slave harbor position, on the main road, a night levant, standing beside a smoking 8-pound cannon and holding a monocular telescope, looked on in astonishment. He turned to his squire beside him. Could it be that we got lost and wandered into another infidel town? That's impossible. The squire looked even more surprised than him, scratching his head in bewilderment. We definitely returned along our original marching route. Otherwise we wouldn't have found this 8-pound cannon that we lost earlier. And look at the beach in the distance, and the surrounding terrain, the roads. It's definitely Slave Harbor. As for the infidel army, maybe those damned fishermen from Slave Harbor in disguise. Knight Levin scoffed disdainfully, his gaze quickly sweeping across the area filled with a 13-star ring flag. Such a dense network of trenches, so many sturdy small fortresses, such a well-organized and layered defensive structure. What other army besides Clovis's cowardly band of idiots could have accomplished this? But that wasn't the point. The point was that the slave port had clearly been reoccupied by the heretics. Where were he and his army, who had just broken through and marched for days through the mountains, going to rest? Knight Levin turned to look behind him. Over 1,000 soldiers, tattered and listless, as if just dug out of the mud, weakly carried their rifles, forming 2 columns and 6 squares. Their blue and white uniforms had long been blended into the natural camouflage of the earth and mountains. Lacking supplies, the soldiers had marched on foot for 3 or 4 days, practically starving. Barely clothed, even standing still, their bodies swayed involuntarily, their rifles, each a meter tall, creating a scene reminiscent of waves rippling through a field of wheat. The consequences of such an army attacking the seemingly heavily fortified Clovis positions, with their unknown strength, were all too obvious. Knight Levin suddenly felt dizzy. He had originally planned to rendezvous with Borlevins before retreating to the slave port. However, whether the Legion commander's breakout was too slow, or their success was too great, they waited almost a whole day without any supplies, forced to march and wait, and ended up being the first army to reach the slave port. So, should they camp here and wait for the Legion commander or allies to arrive before launching a joint attack? Knight Levens gave up after hesitating for less than a second. His army had been marching on foot for 4 days on empty stomachs, and had only managed to avoid collapse by being dangled in the carrot of slavery port. Now that they were almost there, telling them they had to wait a little longer would probably have led to an immediate mutiny. Therefore, an attack is necessary, even if the strength of the Clovis people is unknown. An attack must be launched hastily and unprepared, but the method of attack needs to be slightly changed. Having made up his mind, Knight Leven turned around, coughed lightly twice, looked at the soldiers with blank expressions and green eyes, and drew his scabbard-less sword with passionate fervor, pointing it behind him. "Gentlemen, the slave port is now within reach. What stands in our way is only a group of defeated heretics and their cowardly, despicable fishermen. These people not only show no gratitude for the glory and mercy of the Holy War Army, but have also brazenly seized the land we have reclaimed, continuing to poison the Holy Land illuminated by the Ring of Order. Their crimes are truly heinous. In the name of the Ring of Order, I implore you to temporarily endure the fatigue of your long journey and join me in punishing these heretics who trample on the mercy of the Holy War Army. Conquer the slave port, and I will explain everything to the Legion commander. All the spoils of war will be yours." Hearing their commander's sudden act of kindness, the soldiers, whose legs were trembling from hunger, cheered excitedly. They glared fiercely at the slave-hunting port position opposite them, as if the people hiding inside were not heretical soldiers, but rather juicy roasted pork knuckles, fried sausages, and crispy fried fish. The heavy smell of gunpowder in the air smelled even better than freshly baked white bread with butter. Taking advantage of the soldiers' excited gesticulation, Knight Leven quietly pulled aside his squire captain. "After the battle begins, if the attack falters, have the artillery aimed directly at our flags and fire." "Ah, my lord, what? The most important thing now is to recapture Slave Harbor as quickly as possible. Casualties are completely unimportant." Knight Leven looked irritated. "I don't know why the fleet hasn't arrived yet, but do you think I don't know how much supplies are left in Slave Harbor? There's not enough for 20,000 troops. If we don't seize this opportunity during the siege, we won't get any later. Besides, the Legion commander's fate is currently unknown. What if the forces following us aren't allies but enemies? If we don't quickly take Slave Harbor and have the fleet escort us away, are we going to wait to be surrounded again by enemy pursuing forces?" "All right, I understand." With another deep roar from the 8-pound infantry gun, the nearly starving 1,000-plus jihadists deployed in line, launching a formal attack on the 2nd Infantry Regiment's position. Beneath the charred rubble, the unprepared Slave Harbor defenders were in complete disarray, soldiers and laborers scrambling for cover and bewildered. The shouts of the few officers who managed to maintain some semblance of composure were utterly futile. In fact, the 2nd Infantry Regiment had been prepared for this unexpected situation, deploying nearly a company of skirmishers around the perimeter for reconnaissance and early warning, but today was an exception. The sudden strike by the Slave Harbor liberals had Alexei worried about potential trouble. Not wanting to slow down the construction work, he ordered the troops to continue digging trenches, withdrawing the skirmisher company as a last resort. As he predicted, the freemen of Slave Harbor, desperate to escape, mutinied on the spot. But before they could act, the remnants of the Borae Legion, fleeing for their lives, opened fire first. The skirmisher company, rendered useless, could only protect their unconscious commander while moving to other fortresses. Alexei positioned the Slave Harbor militia on the outermost edge of the defensive line, not because he intended to use them as cannon fodder, but simply because it would make fortification easier. The inexperienced militia could only do the simplest tasks. Once they dug the crooked trenches around the perimeter, the Storm Legion and the Marksman Legion would build them into actual fortifications, greatly improving efficiency. Faced with the sudden return of the jihadist army, already terrified by the recent shelling, they were horrified to find they only had shovels and wooden spades. Alexei had indeed issued them weapons, but these men found them inconvenient for work and had piled them up behind the lines, not carrying them at all. After about 2 minutes of deliberation, the group decisively dropped their tools and fled, without even notifying their allies. When the starving, dizzy, and disoriented jihadist soldiers cautiously reached the first line of defense, they found themselves in complete isolation, and continued their advance with utter bewilderment. But the problem wasn't over. The terrified, fleeing militia blocked the trench passages, preventing the painstakingly assembled ranged troops from entering their positions. They could only watch helplessly as the jihadist army swaggered over and captured the line. Meanwhile, the fleeing soldiers, spreading like a virus, further disrupted the rear lines. Alexei's defensive position, painstakingly built over several days, was on the verge of collapse in less than 10 minutes. The Knight of Levant, who had been trembling with fear and ready to order a retreat, was so excited by the turn of events that he brandished his sword and personally led the charge. When Alexei, still in a deep coma, finally opened his eyes after being splashed with cold water, repeatedly slapped, and subjected to a series of wake-up calls by the Chief of General Affairs, the scene before him was one of utter depravity. So, why am I always the unluckiest one? Alexei was on the verge of tears, remembering the last time he was this unlucky. It seemed that every time Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach placed high hopes on him and entrusted him with important tasks, the outcome was always roughly the same. My lord, stop complaining. Can't you hurry up and try to salvage the situation? The Chief of General Affairs, completely oblivious to the fact that he was the culprit behind the commander's coma, seemed even more anxious than Alexei himself. The militia at the slave port is wiped out, and we've lost half the position. The musketeers are trapped in the trenches and can't get out. The only people we can contact immediately, besides the skirmishers, are Marcus's infantry company, which adds up to only 400 men. 400. What about the other side? I don't know, but the vanguard that has already broken into the position already numbers 1,000. Very good, then we'll take out those 1,000 first. Enduring the throbbing pain in his forehead, Alexei immediately made a decision: order the musketeers to climb out of the trenches and launch a bayonet charge directly at the vanguard on the other side. Marcus's company and the skirmishers, come with me and see if we can attack the position from the flank. Just 400 men. 400 men is enough. If the 1,000 men on the other side are really just a vanguard, any more would just be giving them military credit. Alexei gave a desperate smile. Go contact the other infantry company commanders and have them assemble and stand by. Tell them that unless the position is about to fall, no one is allowed to fire. And no one is allowed to reveal their position, so that the enemy doesn't find out that we really only have 2,000 or 3,000 men. Faced with a chaotic battlefield, Alexei had to be as careful as possible, because whether they could hold the slave port before reinforcements arrived really depended on the strength of these 1,000-odd men. Alexei deftly loaded his revolver, then turned with a flourish. Soldiers, follow me. Scattered gunfire echoed around the perimeter of the position. The jihadist soldiers, having easily captured the outer defenses, strode confidently forward, heads held high, pursuing the militia who had been routed since the start of the battle, pulling triggers like hunters hunting hares. If only they could stand a little straighter and walk less unsteadily, thought the smug Knight Levant, standing in the fortress his men had just conquered. Although the army's victory is glorious, he thought, their unsteady stances, like some kind of mollusk, are rather unsightly, hardly befitting a victorious army, but there was no way around it. These guys, who had walked for days on empty stomachs, couldn't be expected to do much. Forget about fighting, just being able to stand up and fire a couple of blank shots at the enemy would be a favor to the Emperor and the Ring of Order. The enemy in the distance was still retreating like startled rabbits, afraid of falling behind and becoming the unfortunate victims of stray bullets or being trampled by their own men. The Holy War soldiers only needed to advance in large strides to achieve victory. As for the Clovis he suspected, he hadn't even seen a trace of them yet. The previously terrified Knight Levant finally breathed a sigh of relief. All his worries were unnecessary. How could the enemy in Straw Town possibly be faster than him, reaching the slave port first and setting up their positions? He had been overthinking things. Sensing he might have seen something, he instinctively looked up. A familiar yet unfamiliar grace suddenly came into view. The smile that had just appeared on his face widened as his gaze focused, growing wider and wider until a heart-wrenching roar echoed across the wilderness outside the slave port. Agug. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the jihad soldiers huddled together, finding no room to retreat or maneuver in the trenches. Terrified, they faced the ferocious axes of the marksman soldiers. Limbs and dark red blood began to fly through the trenches, amidst screams of agony. Fortunately, despite the unexpected attack and their exhaustion from hunger, the jihad soldiers, facing death, displayed their fighting spirit and did not crumble at the first contact like the slave port militia, managing to hold off the marksman's assault. Meanwhile, the Knight of Levant, still reeling from the shock inside the fortress, suddenly heard his 8-pounder infantry cannon explode behind him. Watching the afterimage of the cannonball trace a graceful arc across the sky, and vaguely recalling the idiotic order he had given, if the attack fails, have the artillery fire directly at our own flags. Knight Levin's face once again contorted with terror. No, boom, a violent explosion rang out. Alexei, who had just circled around to the flank of the Holy War Army and hadn't yet had a chance to attack, stared in astonishment at the fire erupting in the center of the battlefield, and at the figure flying through the flames. Dressed remarkably like an imperial knight. Knight, you're flying. You're flying? On June 28, 102 of the saintly calendar, Levant, while commanding operations at the slave harbor position, was unfortunately killed instantly by friendly fire. Over 1,000 soldiers collapsed on the spot and were taken prisoner by Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukovsky. The Battle of Slave Harbor had only just begun. Chapter 879 has been found. East of Slave Harbor lies the village of Withered Forest. This place was once a colony of the Kingdom of Nakshar, one of the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea. For nearly a century, every year dozens or even hundreds of criminals, bankrupt merchants, and nobles stripped of their titles were loaded into the cargo holds of ocean-going merchant ships and transported here via Slave Harbor, forced to cut timber in the icy wilderness to atone for their sins. The reason for choosing this location wasn't because of its dense forests, but simply because the increasingly prosperous Slave Harbor forced the Kingdom of Nakshar to find a suitable good place for exiling criminals without the risk of escape. The village of Withered Forest, surrounded by snow, with its barren land deep inland, was that perfect place. Over the course of a century, countless prisoners died here from disease, cold, hunger, and exhaustion. The remaining, more resilient or perhaps fortunate, gradually transformed this place from a small logging camp into a small village of thousands, enclosed by wooden fences and rammed earth. They made their living by supplying high-quality timber to slave ships at the slave port, and later joined the Free Confederation, becoming one of the 13 colonies nominally on par with the slave port. Of course, all of this is history. Heavy hooves pounded the colony's wooden fences, and the piercing sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility deep within the icy land. Even though most residents had evacuated, the last few hundred immigrants who refused to leave their homeland ultimately could not escape the flames of war. Thick smoke blotted out the sky, igniting fields and houses. Amidst the flowing blood in the inferno lay grotesque corpses, their faces contorted, clutching pitchforks and homemade guns. Outside the burning town, a bustling scene unfolded, with thousands of holy warriors, their faces still bearing the marks of their recent rampage, standing in neat ranks, their blood-stained cheeks beaming with lingering smiles, as they gazed at their commander. Mounted on a newly captured warhorse, Bar Levin's expression was far less excited than his soldiers. A deep frown hung beneath his brow as he stared gravely toward Slave Harbor. After successfully breaking out of Straw Town, he hadn't immediately retreated to Slave Harbor as he had previously stated, but instead had taken a slightly detour, attacking the village of Drywood, located northeast of Slave Harbor, via a side road. Even ordinary knights of Levin knew that the supplies at the slave port were far from sufficient to support the Holy War Army, which had just suffered a crushing defeat and desperately needed rest. Bar Levin was certainly aware of this as well. In order to obtain the necessary supplies and to slightly boost the morale of the routed soldiers, he directly ordered the massacre of the entire colony and the surrounding small settlements, plundering supplies to the best of his ability. However, the final result was far from satisfactory. The remote village of Drywood was even more barren than the slave port. Even after killing, burning, and looting everything, the supplies obtained were only enough for the current army of over 8,000 men for 3 or 4 days. With other routed soldiers constantly arriving from afar to join them, this meager supply would likely not last even a day or two. Even Drywood, which was extremely close to the slave port, was impoverished beyond measure. The remaining towns of Ice Creek and Saltstone were even less likely to break even. But what weighed heavily on Barney's mind wasn't just the supply issue. The fleeing soldiers who came to rendezvous from the rear reported that Eco 11 died at the slave port, more than 1,000 soldiers were captured, and less than 400 escaped. Holding the intelligence he had just received, the young knight, who had just been promoted to adjutant, reported in a deep voice, in addition, in the past 2 days, nearly 3,000 to 4,000 troops have arrived at the slave port, either attempting to attack but being defeated, or being detected and warned before they even got close. The number of infantry troops stationed there is unknown, but judging from their ability to defeat Eco 11 in one battle, they should be no less than 2,000. But definitely no more than 5,000. It's impossible for the infidel navy to transport an army of 5,000 to such a far place as the slave port without our people noticing. Therefore, it can be basically concluded that the troops stationed there are mostly those who escaped when we previously harassed the main force of the New World Legion, allowing them to seize control of the slave port in the chaos and even take the opportunity to build fortifications. Closing the file, the knight paused slightly before looking up at bar 11. It's troublesome, but not enough to make you, Commander, too worried. Pavel, you're absolutely right. Barry's brow furrowed slightly. The real trouble isn't those mere 2,000 or 3,000 remnants, but our fleet. The sudden fall of the slave port was fundamentally due to the delayed arrival of the fleet responsible for transporting reinforcements and supplies. This was the true sign of danger. Unlike Arthur Herod, who received sponsorship, the Levant family, originating from the south, didn't own their own ships. The fleet transporting the legion was entirely provided by the papacy, partly the imperial Grand Fleet, and the rest merchant ships seeking commissions, not entirely loyal to Born Levant. Excluding low-probability events like being sunk by infidels, their delayed arrival only meant two things: either they were forcibly detained by other holy war forces, or they were bribed by some unscrupulous individuals. It's all about making money, so what difference does it make whose money they were making? Bar Levant was worried about both possibilities. Not only were some ulterior motives, like Ludwig Franz, bribing his fleet at exorbitant prices, but the papacy's high command was also considering abandoning his side. After all, his actions at Black Reef Harbor had indeed provoked widespread anger, and the papacy needed other legions to continue fighting, so they couldn't show excessive favoritism. Ludwig Franz, who had been bribing and courting allies while eliminating dissidents, certainly wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass, and would try every means to make things difficult for him. If he could win the Battle of Strawtown, Bar Levant wouldn't be afraid of these minor actions from the other side, but if he didn't receive reinforcements soon, he truly risked being trapped and annihilated by the Storm Legion at Slave Harbor. Now that things have come to this, we must regain control of the slave port as soon as possible. This is not just about replenishing supplies and securing a stable forward base, but also about giving the High Command some explanation. Bar Levant was determined. We must make the papacy realize that the cost and difficulty of attacking from the west to wipe out the heretics are too high. Instead, an attack from the east would only require a small force to force the enemy to strategically retreat to Istragan Fjord. The so-called Free Confederation would only consist of the Clovis colonies. Then, by organizing the remaining loyalists in the colonies to establish a new Free Confederation, we can divide and disintegrate the heretics. Yes, sir, the knight nodded slightly. Then I will immediately notify the officers and invite them to a military conference. No, we don't have that time, Bar Levant interrupted directly. You take my orders now and lead the main force of the Holy War Army to take the slave port? Me? The knight looked surprised. Why? Because besides this small slave port, we also have to face the pursuit of the Storm Legion. If they know that I am the one besieging the slave port, those greedy guys who crave war merit and ransom will definitely pounce on us like madmen, tearing our already weakened state to shreds. Bar 11 sighed. I will lead the cavalry to continue harassing the remaining colonies, partly to search for supplies, and partly to draw the enemy's attention to the Legion so that we can capture the slave port as soon as possible. Indeed, if the Legion's supply situation is not improved, it will be difficult to hold out until the fleet arrives. If their fleet does arrive, the knight's face was still full of surprise. But, why me? Because, looking at the questioning and slightly wary eyes beside him, Bar 11 hesitated for nearly half a minute before letting out a heavy sigh under the other's gaze. Fine, let's be frank, Bar said, his face grim. You should know very well that our Holy War Legion is mainly organized by the Levant family, and almost all of our elite forces are from the Levant family. In the Battle of Strawtown, the Legion's main force suffered heavy losses, and most of the few thousand men who can still be mustered are not from the Levant family. If I were here, things might be alright, but if someone else were in charge, it would definitely cause discontent. In this situation, we need someone in the Legion who is not from the Levant faction but has sufficient strength and prestige to maintain the Legion's existence, and right now, the only knight in the Legion who is not from the Levant family and possesses both prestige and ability is you. Lord Pavel Dukaski, that's why I made you my adjutant, to give orders on my behalf. Bar Levant's expression grew even more serious. I'm not discussing this with you, but it's not exactly an order either. You should understand what I mean. Pavel pressed his lips together, both afraid that immediately agreeing would reveal his true intentions, and desperately unwilling to refuse the opportunity. He knew, of course, that the other party only saw him as a temporary tool, but also a tool that could temporarily make him the commander of the Holy War Legion. Looking at the other's conflicted expression, Bar-Levant flashed a smug look. He knew very well how important this opportunity was to the Dukeski family. Pavel himself might not have had this intention, but his position wouldn't allow him to maintain his so-called dignity. After a moment of silence, the young knight slowly lowered his head, trembling as he placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed humbly to the Legion commander. "Yes, sir. Today it's Drywood Village, tomorrow it's Ice Creek Town, the day after tomorrow it's Saltstone City. Does Bora-11 have 4 legs? If he can run so fast, why doesn't he hurry up and escape from the slave port? Why is he still wandering around in this damned, impoverished place? Is he addicted to playing hide-and-seek with us?" In the temporary camp of the 4th Infantry Regiment, a panting Leo slumped in a chair, his feet propped up on the table, looking utterly exhausted. "It's been 3 days already. I originally thought we could finish the battle in 4 days, but now it looks like it might take a month or 2. 1 or 2 months is an exaggeration. Even if the enemy can, our supplies can't last that long." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Julian, the commander of the 5th Infantry Regiment, who was almost soaked in sweat, shook his head weakly. "Speaking of which, why didn't we go all out to attack the main force of the Bora Legion at the slave port from the beginning, instead of chasing after Bora-11, because none of you were willing to give up such a great achievement as killing or capturing Bora-11 alive?" And Anson Bach surprisingly agreed, carrying a half-empty water bottle. Carl Bain, already limping from exhaustion, also entered the tent, looking at the two men with annoyance. 3 main infantry regiments, nearly 4,000 men, were playing hide-and-seek with their prey all over the mountains and plains, and all we got was to collect the corpses of those unfortunate colonists. If Anson Bach and Alexei knew what we were like, they'd probably laugh their teeth out, gazing at the half-full pot of water in his hand. The 2 men, too exhausted to move, simultaneously brightened, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at their good colleague and senior. The chief of the general staff rolled his eyes, gestured to the 2, and they immediately understood. Leo fumbled around in his inner pocket and pulled out the last half-pack of cigarettes, while Julian skillfully lit a match. The 2 regimental commanders, serving Carl Bain as he puffed away, solemnly received the remaining half-pot of water as if it were a sacred object. The cold water and the aroma of the expensive cigarettes filled their throats, and all 3 showed expressions of relief. "Speaking of which, we still don't seem to have any news about Alexei." Julian, who had finally regained some energy, suddenly spoke up after licking the water from the corner of his mouth. "Shouldn't he have reunited with the commander-in-chief by now that his mission is complete? I'm not sure. That guy has never been very lucky. Maybe he got lost like he did during the Battle of Black Reef Harbor." Leo shrugged, his face full of the composure of a lucky guy with incredible luck. "Right now, I'm only concerned about where that bastard Bora-11 can run to. I got word this morning that he was in Saltstone City, and by the afternoon he was gone. He's escaped from the encirclement time and time again. Even for someone with a talent for insight for bloodlines, that's too exaggerated." Carl Bain, smoking a cigarette, observed the 2 of them with a detached and absent-minded look. Anson hadn't made any plans for this pursuit, leaving it entirely to his commanders. Based on his understanding of Anson, this situation could only mean one thing. Anson Bach wasn't concerned with whether he could capture the target, but rather with the things and people that would inevitably be exposed during the capture process. Could it be related to the silver beam of light from that night? A moment of silence fell over the tent until Norton Crossell rushed in, shouting impatiently, "Found it! Found it, oh!" The 3 exhausted men's eyes lit up immediately. "Bora-11, no." Norton's expression grew increasingly uneasy. "It's Alexei. Chapter 880 has been found." Compared to Norton Crossell's slightly over-the-top excitement, the 3 men in the tent, exchanging bewildered glances, were, to put it mildly, completely unmoved. In fact, they were even a little disappointed. They had been chasing after the big fish, Bora-11, for nearly 4 days, and still hadn't found him. Of course, there were various expected difficulties, but it was impossible not to feel resentment and disappointment. In fact, these feelings made up a large part of their emotions. They were desperately seeking some good news to alleviate their anxiety. Clearly, at this juncture, news that the missing comrade has finally been found was definitely not good news. "Ahem. We finally found them," Seeing the slightly awkward atmosphere, and wanting to smooth things over and avoid embarrassing his colleagues, Carl coughed twice after also revealing his disappointment, forcing a smile as he looked at Norton, who was so exhausted he could barely stand. After being missing for so many days, we've finally made contact. That's really good news, you two, what do you say? The chief of staff chimed in, while giving the two men slumped in their chairs meaningful glances. The two, under the intense urging, could only force a smile after a moment of hesitation, though it looked more like a grimace. Yes, it's great that we found them so quickly. How is Lieutenant Colonel Alexei now? Is he injured? What's the situation with the unit's casualties? The losses shouldn't be too great, right? Although he was trying his best to appear concerned for his comrade, his forced posture was utterly fake, as if he had learned it while visiting relatives at home. That's not how it is. Norton's expression grew even more anxious. I just received intelligence from the commander-in-chief that Alexei is currently at the slave port. The slave port? Isn't that perfect? The chief of staff, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, paused for a moment, then couldn't help but smirk. The main force of the Boreal Legion is converging on the slave port, and Anson, the commander-in-chief, is also leading the remaining ranged corps and supply train toward the slave port. It's perfect for him to hurry and join them. Good, his words trailed off. As if sensing something amiss, Carl Bain's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the two men who were equally shaken, then at the anxious Norton, and forcefully swallowed. He wouldn't be. Alexei Yudukishki? He's in the slave port? The anxious Norton repeated. That idiot. He really did follow the commander-in-chief's orders, leading the 2nd Infantry Regiment to build positions outside the town, blocking the retreating Boreal Legion. What? He dared to block them with just a regiment? Is he insane? The two men froze in shock, their previously relaxed and cheerful mood instantly vanishing. The commander-in-chief is currently speeding up the march, but there's too much baggage and a large number of artillery pieces that can't be abandoned. The enemy's total strength exceeds 10,000, and even if a mere 2,000 artillery corps arrives in time, it will be of no use. Norton took the water bottle from the two men, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and wiped the sweat from his mouth. To defeat the 10,000 Boreal Legion at Slave Harbor, at least 3,000 more men are needed. Which means only one regiment can continue to be responsible for pursuing Boreal 11th. I've already ordered my regiment to assemble and stand by. Who'll go? Who'll stay? Boom, boom, boom. Heavy roars accompanied by bursts of explosions echoed over Black Reef Harbor, which was shrouded in smoke. Round after round of scattered, loose, and far from uniform shells slammed into the 2nd Infantry Regiment's position like thrown-out garbage. 3-pounder cannons, 8-pounder cannons, 6-pounder cavalry guns, 12-pounder cannons, mortars, most of them missed their mark, leaving only plumes of smoke and craters of varying sizes on the ground, but some landed on the edge of the trenches, or crashed heavily against the rammed earth and sandbag walls of the fortress, scattering gravel and pebbles like raindrops onto the Storm Legion soldiers, forcing them to cower in their bunkers. Although the enemy only had a dozen or so cannons of varying weights and models, it was still terrifying firepower for the Slave Harbor garrison, whose total strength was only a little over 3,000, with just over 2,000 capable of fighting. The Army's only captured 8-pounder cannon had become a mere decoration to intimidate the enemy because it had run out of ammunition. Even their role as extras in creating atmosphere on the battlefield was prematurely ended because they were discovered by the opposing audience. Stepping on the blast marks of their own artillery fire, thousands of jihadist soldiers formed their usual dense square formations and began to slowly advance towards their positions. The defenders, their paper tiger facade exposed, had no choice but to engage. Over 1,000 line infantrymen from the 2nd Infantry Regiment quickly moved into position and began firing freely at the enemy. Alexei had originally planned to use his 2nd Infantry Regiment as a last resort, avoiding combat unless absolutely necessary. However, he soon realized he had oversimplified the situation. After the initial retreat and regrouping, the remaining militia at the slave port were the dregs of the treasonous, literally worthless rotten fish. Expecting them to fight was easier than him fighting 1,000 men. If the New World Legion's militia were the atmosphere-building force on the battlefield, only capable of putting on a show of feigned killing during the initial exchange of fire, then these militiamen were practically just a long shot, misleading the enemy about their strength during the initial engagement, much like scarecrows deceiving crows. Let alone placing them on the front lines as cannon fodder to hinder the enemy's advance. Alexei wouldn't be entirely at ease even letting them fire long-range volleys. Who could guarantee that these scum wouldn't panic and fire directly at their own men's backs? Thick smoke billowed from the dark muzzles of their guns as the slowly advancing jihadist soldiers fell one after another, yet they didn't return fire. Instead, they quickened their pace, stepping over the corpses of their comrades and the mud-stained flags as they continued forward. To use a small force to hold off the retreating Boer Legion, which outnumbered them several times over, Alexei had invested heavily in the construction of their positions. Each small fortress was surrounded by extensive trenches and low walls, effectively slowing the enemy's advance and forcing them to stop, greatly increasing the soldiers' chances of hitting their targets. In addition, the Storm Legion had equipped almost every soldier with a Leopold rifle, whose rate of fire was roughly twice that of a regular muzzle-loading rifle, barely managing to close the gap in infantry firepower between the two sides. However, the manpower shortage was much harder to overcome. After a brief skirmish, the depleted 2nd Infantry Regiment had to withdraw from the outer defenses, concentrating its forces in the inner trenches and small fortresses. The jihadist soldiers who had captured the positions had to split up to defend them while continuing their advance. Inside the defensive lines, the cramped trenches and small fortresses that could only accommodate half a platoon, 20 or 30 men, the side paths, the palisade walls, all sorts of defensive structures began to maximize the jihadist army's numerical advantage. Even if a company attacked a fortress at the same time, 2 or 3 soldiers could hold the entire trench, forcing the enemy to retreat. Even so, the jihadist army continued their relentless assault, even if it meant leaving behind enough corpses to block the trenches. Watching the enemy advance over the bones of their comrades, the Storm Legion soldiers guarding the fortresses could only silently fix their rifles to bayonets, draw their prepared shotguns, and rush in for hand-to-hand combat. Bloody and brutal hand-to-hand combat unfolded one after another in the trenches, in the fortresses, in the mud pits and foxholes. The screams of flesh being torn apart by bayonets and torsos pierced by lead bullets mingled with the roar of exploding powder kegs and grenades, and the filthy soil, covered with flowing blood, turned into a dangerous swamp. Even so, the Boer Legion failed to break through the 2nd Infantry Regiment's defenses. The soldiers of both sides were like two torrents, completely merging and mixing together. Such combat skills and morale, indeed the Clovis, those deserters really weren't lying, Pavel Dukaski muttered to himself, observing the battlefield through binoculars from the Boer Legion's artillery position. Although the thick smoke obscured most of the battlefield, he still managed to locate the most intense and deadlocked position based on his past experience, recognizing at a glance that the opposing side was not colonial thugs, but the standard Clovis Royal Army. Of course, what he didn't know was that if the Storm Legion heard this, they would laugh their heads off. For at least 70% of the time, this army had absolutely no connection to the regular Royal Army. They were cannon fodder conscripts thrown onto the battlefield to die filling trenches. But these very Clovis, born of cannon fodder, were now stubbornly blocking the Boer Legion's retreat route, building a barely sturdy defensive line in the easily attacked but difficult to defend Slaveport. Not only had it not collapsed at the first touch, but it had even withstood repeated attacks from the routed troops for days. In the eyes of the Imperial Army, accustomed to extravagant spending, this so-called defensive line was incredibly rudimentary. With concentrated artillery bombardment, its collapse was only a matter of time. They didn't even need to attack. The Slaveport was surrounded by vast plains. They could easily send cavalry to flank it, occupy the port, and then simultaneously attack or besiege it from both sides. Within 3 days, it would inevitably run out of ammunition and food, forced to either commit suicide or surrender. There would be no third option. The problem lies in the fact that the Boer Legion, having just successfully broken through, has almost no artillery or cavalry left, relying solely on its infantry, whom it previously despised and used as cannon fodder. Moreover, the party most lacking in time is itself. Putting down his monocular binoculars, Pavel sighed softly and looked up at his adjutant. Any news regarding the whereabouts of the infidel army? Not yet, the adjutant replied loudly, his demeanor devoid of any humility or deference, chin held high. Since the departure of the second route, Commander Boer 11th has not sent us a single messenger. We only know that approximately 5,000 Clovis are currently rescuing colonies captured by the commander and are temporarily unable to attend to the slave port. As for the enemy in Straw Town, perhaps due to battlefield cleanup, their advance towards Slaveport is extremely slow. It will likely take at least 4 to 5 days to arrive. Are you sure? in the name of the 11th family, I am absolutely telling the truth." As if deeply insulted, the adjutant, merely questioned by Pavel, instantly flushed red, glaring at him and growling, "If you don't trust my judgment, please dismiss me immediately and replace me with an adjutant you'll be more comfortable with." "That's not what I meant." "Never mind," Pavel sighed helplessly, turning his head back to the battlefield, avoiding the adjutant's proud and smug gaze. The adjutant was nominally an adjutant, but in reality, he was the Legion commander's supervisor. He would have done the same in that situation. Even the most trusted commander wouldn't unconditionally relinquish command of the main force, especially the 11th family's private army. Even if Bohr were willing, his relatives wouldn't. Although he knew he had willingly accepted this unfortunate assignment, Pavel couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, lamenting why he was the unlucky one. However, there are some advantages as well. With a legion in his hands, Pavel could send the 11th family's private soldiers, especially the knights, to charge into battle, preserving the strength of the Dukaski family. He could use Levin's blood to reclaim the slave port and save the Holy War Legion's glory. With a cruel smile, Pavel, without turning his head, asked in a deep voice, "How is the Assault Legion's preparation? Can it be deployed immediately?" "Ready any time," the adjutant, oblivious to the question, immediately replied, still brimming with pride, "as long as you, acting Legion commander, give the order, they will crush the Clovis on the other side into mincemeat as quickly as possible." "Very good, then let's begin." Pavel nodded slightly, his expression quite pleased. The Dukaski family's infantry have completely entangled the enemy's front. Now, as long as the Assault Legion launches an attack from the flank, with their strength, defeating the enemy before tonight shouldn't be a problem. Of course, the adjutant snorted lightly, and without going to take his leave, turned and left without looking back, rushing hurriedly to the position to relay orders. Because he was walking so fast, he completely failed to notice that Pavel had been staring at his back the entire time. 10 minutes later, a young man inconspicuously dressed in a priest's robe quietly approached Pavel from behind and bowed respectfully. "Sir, everything is ready," Pavel sighed, looking at the newcomer with an extremely complicated expression. "I won't ask how you did it. Anyway, the price was agreed upon from the beginning, 2,000 heads of the 11th family, in exchange for the survival of our Dukaski family." This chapter was originally titled "Who Goes? Who Stays?" My hand made a mistake. Chapter 881 Big Business. 2,011 heads in exchange for the Dukaski family's survival? Although the price had been agreed upon beforehand, the figure still trembled slightly the moment the other party actually uttered the words, shocked by the other party's decisiveness. "What, do you think I'm cold-blooded?" Turning to look at the other, Pavel's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. "You were entrusted with an important mission by the commander, yet from the very beginning you were plotting to betray your comrades for survival, even going so far as to portray these dirty deeds as acts of heroism. In your heart, you must be cursing me as a shameless, chivalrous, and despicable villain, right?" No, absolutely not, I swear." The latter, who had suddenly looked up, immediately clarified, "On the contrary, what you just said makes you seem even more noble in my eyes." "Oh, how so?" "Despicable, selfish, filthy. In my limited life, I've seen hundreds, even thousands, of such people, but very few can honestly face all of this and acknowledge it all, bearing sins, protecting your family. Only someone like you deserves the name of a knight." As he spoke, the man lowered his head even further, seemingly genuinely moved and deeply impressed by Pavel's dedication. Pavel Dukaski, still sneering, raised his binoculars again, observing the battlefield not far away. As the battle officially entered the hand-to-hand combat phase, the smoke billowing between the trenches and fortresses began to dissipate, revealing the true movements of both armies. The unstoppable Boreal Legion had advanced to the second line of defense, clearing trench after trench, squeezing the living space of the slave port defenders. The Storm Legion, equally determined, used small fortresses to create crossfire and encirclements, constantly defeating the Boreal Legion's vanguard, launching multiple counterattacks, clearing paths with shotguns and grenades, forcing the Jihad army to refrain from large-scale frontal assaults and resorting to small skirmishes. Even if the assault team besieging the fortress was routed, the outnumbered defenders would struggle to regain control of the trenches. A successful counterattack would necessitate a rapid withdrawal to avoid being surrounded. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate, repeatedly trading blows around the trenches. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the battle was likely to continue into the night without any significant change, ending with the Boreal Legion temporarily withdrawing. If Pavel, expressionless, glanced to the right flank of the battlefield. In the distance, a plume of yellowish-gray smoke could be seen rising, creeping towards the defenders' rear. Even before the smoke rose, violent tremors had already begun to occur on the battlefield. What's going on? The counselor, hiding in the command post, clutched his rifle tightly, stammering as if terrified. How did they suddenly appear from here? Could it be that the people in front are already? Shut up, Alexei roared irritably, picking up his rifle from the ground. The surrounding Storm Legion soldiers also rose, silently awaiting their commander's orders. No explanation was needed. Their experience told them the moment they heard the noise, the enemy had dispatched a small, elite force, bypassing the front lines, attempting a flanking attack to turn the tide. How they had managed such a rapid maneuver without cavalry, or how they had successfully evaded reconnaissance, was no longer important. The crucial thing was to stop the enemy, and quickly. All ranged troops, load your rifles. Assemble at the designated location in 5 minutes and follow me to engage, Alexei commanded his officers in a deep voice. The skirmishers will remain at the command post to ensure the militia doesn't panic. If the situation becomes critical, provide immediate support to the front lines. After days of fierce fighting, Alexei and his entire garrison knew the terrain around the slave port like the back of their hand. The enemy's attempt to flank them was entirely within his expectations. He only needed to give the order, and the soldiers would know where to assemble and how to repel the enemy. Remember, hold on and we'll get reinforcements. Understood? The thunderous shouts caused the panicked senator to fall from his chair, staring blankly at the confident Alexei as he stepped out of the trench. Soon, squads of heavily armed ranged troops appeared behind him, jogging closely behind the commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment. A thick cloud of smoke, accompanied by violent tremors, surged towards the position like a tidal wave. When the smoke cleared, 4 cavalry cannons appeared before the firing collar. Everyone, get down! Urgent shouts rang out as several bursts of fire erupted on the ground. Countless rubble and debris raged in the heat, and firing corps soldiers who couldn't dodge were engulfed in flames, their limbs and flesh scattered throughout the trenches. Alexei, with no time to think, could only lie prone in his bunker. The explosions and the screams of his soldiers echoed incessantly in his ears, and the violently shaking ground felt like a heavy hammer striking a drum, tormenting his very bones. Who could have imagined that the enemy, lacking firepower and unable to even launch a frontal assault, would still use 4 cavalry cannons as a last resort for a breakout? With rapid, uninterrupted explosions, over 1,000 Levant troops, concealed behind the cavalry guns, began advancing towards their positions, pushing empty supply wagons in front as cover. If Alexei still had a single, functional cannon, these shield wagons would be perfect targets. With luck, a single 12-pound shell could cripple a company of 100 or so men. However, the enemy's audacity in doing so clearly indicated they were certain he was out of ammunition. Facing an enemy seemingly certain of victory, Alexei, both furious and anxious, was contorted with rage. He could only wait for the enemy to advance to within about 100 meters before immediately issuing the order for a bayonet charge. He knew this would cause even greater casualties, but he couldn't afford the risk of allowing the enemy into the position, without stopping the line of fire before the enemy could act, obstructing the cavalry guns' firing range and preventing them from making any rash moves. The vulnerable rear and the cowardly slave-hunting port militia wouldn't withstand more than a few rounds of shelling. Yawa. However, they soon discovered that the group of native slave warriors before them seemed somewhat different from the ones they had encountered in Straw Town. Bang! A thunderous, synchronized roar rang out, followed by cries of agony from the dense formation of the Holy War Army. A Holy War soldier, bayonet in hand and kneeling on one knee, stood frozen in disbelief. Half his cheek stained red with the blood of his comrades, staring intently at the direction obscured by smoke. As the smoke cleared, 2 rows of guns, one in front of the other, stood in perfect formation, their dark muzzles still smoking. Those natives, those beast slaves used as slave warriors, could actually form a neat line formation and fire in unison according to orders. As if witnessing the most unbelievable thing in his life, the Holy War soldier stood frozen for a few seconds. Only when he heard the panicked cries of his comrades and the reprimands of his superiors did he hurriedly stand up, finding everyone else just as shocked and unable to remain calm. But the opposing marksman was different. Fire in ranks, Second volley, all hands on deck. At the front of the dense line of soldiers, Alexei slowly raised his right-hand sword. Golden red flames, like some kind of liquid, spread from the tightly gripped hilt to the tip, appearing from afar like an incredibly dazzling lighthouse. Then, he brought it down. Fire, bang, a deafening volley of gunfire ripped through the air once more, sweeping like thunder across the tightly packed holy warriors opposite him. To reduce the workload, Alexei didn't have the rangers stand and fire according to the Clovis system. Instead, the front ranks crouched, while the rear ranks remained standing, firing and reloading in a repetitive motion, a simplified version of volley fire. Even this simple operation was thanks to the simplicity of the marksman's weapons. Just lay the gun out, insert the paper cartridge into the barrel, and lock it to fire. Crouching or even lying on the ground didn't affect the operation. The only problem was the extremely poor sealing of the bolt, which meant that a lot of smoke would spray directly onto the soldier's face and there was a risk of the barrel exploding, resulting in very low effective range and accuracy. But all of this was negligible compared to the ease of operation and the amazing rate of fire. Accuracy and distance didn't matter. Whoever could fire the third lead bullet before the enemy fired the first shot would win the battle. That was Alexei's current thought. The miscalculated jihadist army quickly deployed and exchanged fire with the marksman, but having endured half a day of gunfire, they couldn't maintain their composure when pulling the trigger, and the accuracy of each shot was greatly reduced. As the initial advantage gained before the battle gradually disappeared, the infantrymen fell one after another amidst the hail of bullets and artillery fire from the opposite side. But the native warriors, like emotionless machines, continued the cycle of reloading, firing, and throwing their ammunition at the enemy. Finally, unable to withstand the casualties, the jihad launched a bayonet charge. Alexei, expressionless, raised his flaming longsword once more, and the infantrymen behind him turned sharply, gripping their still-hot rifle barrels, revealing their cold axe blades in preparation for the attack. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30. Clang, the sound of clashing blades rang out in the air as gleaming bayonets pierced the chests of the infantrymen. But the jihad linemen showed no joy, for the blood-soaked beastmen did not stop in agony. Instead, they grinned maliciously, raising their two-handed battle axes and gently tapping them on the head. And this was not an isolated incident. One after another, the ranged soldiers relentlessly brandished their axes, charging through the jihadists' bayonets, determined to break through the ranks. Amidst the chilling sounds of clashing and tearing, skulls were smashed, bones broken, flesh ripped apart, chests ripped open. Perhaps bayonets were more effective, perhaps the ranged soldiers were at a disadvantage in terms of casualties, but as they saw their comrades fall, their bodies mangled, even the elite 11th Private Army began to waver. As darkness fell, the Bari Legion, unable to break through the ranged soldiers' blockade, was forced to abandon its attack and retreat to the first line of defense, which had already been captured. Alexei, already short-handed, did not organize a pursuit, silently withdrawing to his position, leaving only a small number of elite soldiers to clean up the battlefield, collect the bodies of his fallen comrades, and, most importantly, the weapons and ammunition. Just when Alexei thought today's battle would end abruptly like the previous skirmishes, the line infantry company commander, Marcus, suddenly approached him, claiming to have captured a man who had come to surrender. Surrender? The 2nd Infantry Regiment commander sized up the figure before him with a strange expression. The man, head bowed, timid, and wearing a fawning smile, practically tarnished his black priest's long-distance running gear. He seemed strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. But one thing was certain, you haven't been to White Whale Harbor before, have you? Your memory is good, sir. You guessed it so quickly. The man smiled obsequiously. Let me introduce myself. My name is Callan Jack, an ordinary, very ordinary trainee priest of the Ring of Order. As you can see, I'm not some unlucky soul who ran away from the opposing Holy War Army to surrender. That was just a false identity I used to approach you. If you had to say what I do, I'm probably a middleman for a big deal, right, Alexei? An agent, you can think of it that way, except I'm not only on the other side, I can also be your agent. The trainee priest bowed respectfully. My purpose here is to help you to arrange an excellent deal, a big deal, that can be a win-win situation. Chapter 882 Making a Huge Profit. A cold night shrouded the land, thick with the smoke of battle. Moonlight poured down, casting long silhouettes of the burning embers. From afar, It looked as if demons had stealthily arrived under the cover of darkness, feasting and devouring the souls of the fallen. If David were here, he might actually have such thoughts, and then paint a masterpiece like The Devil of Slave Harbor, which would definitely not fetch a good price, just a self-indulgent masterpiece. Standing cautiously in a corner of the fortress, Jack began to worry about his younger brother, who never gave him a moment's peace. Not letting him leave White Whale Harbor before the Holy War broke out was a mistake, but letting him go back alone, he worried that he might starve to death in some inconspicuous ditch in Clovis. Sigh, if he had known it would turn out like this, he should have tried to stop him from learning to paint in the first place. Wouldn't it have been better if he had just become an ordinary priest? His daily routine involved promoting the doctrines of the Ring of Order, luring the wealthy to deposit money, and soliciting investment through microloans for the poor in the outer city. He worked 5 days a week with 2 days off, starting at 10 a.m. and finishing at 4 p.m. It was a million times better than being an artist. The low salary and difficulty in getting promoted were indeed problems. Even someone as talented as himself had been working for so many years and was still a novice priest. The old priest in the church refused to give him a chance to become a full-fledged priest. The hard-earned performance improvement was attributed to his incompetent illegitimate son. It was so corrupt, so incredibly corrupt. Inwardly ranting about the church's corrupt inner workings, Karin, a member of the Truth Society, an informant for the Inquisition, a full-time reporter for the France family, a notorious contraband dealer, and a novice priest, Jacques, munched on roasted potatoes and salted fish. His ravenous eating left the Storm Legion soldiers around him dumbfounded, as if they had discovered a strange new species in human skin, but whose true form was an elephant. Many people wore puzzled expressions. The 2nd Infantry Regiment had marched hastily to the slave port, receiving almost no supplies along the way, and then immediately plunged into the life-threatening heavy physical labor of digging trenches, building fortifications, and holding off the enemy. Even so, they didn't find these bland roasted potatoes and foul-smelling pickled fish to be delicacies. After eating 5 potatoes, 3 pickled fish, and a cup of water, Jack finally stopped swallowing, comfortably wiping his mouth with his sleeve, his meaningful expression suggesting he was still savoring the aftertaste of the food. 2,000 heads, a big deal. Alexa, who had been waiting for almost half an hour, finally spoke up when the other party seemed to finally show a satisfied expression. Can I understand it this way? The commander of the opposing jihadist legion wants to exchange these 2,000 heads for us to let the rest of the jihadist army pass. You can understand it that way. The apprentice priest, who had finally had a full meal, let out a satisfied burp. He hadn't eaten normal human food for almost 10 days since leaving White Whale Harbor and heading east. However, this is just his asking price. If you're not satisfied, you can bargain, as long as it's within a reasonable range. Oh, Alexei was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. I've never seen an agent like you actively asking for a bargain. That's because, besides him, I'm also your agent. Jack also smiled. This is an unusual deal. It can only be achieved under the premise of a win-win situation for both parties, and it's also my duty to take care of each other's interests. And what about you yourself? What are you after? My interests, or rather, the interests of those behind me, aren't in this deal itself, but in the consequences of its success. So if I wanted to know who's behind you, you probably wouldn't tell me, right? I would. But I strongly advise against it. Why? Because I'd definitely lie. Even if I didn't, you'd think I was lying. Even if you believed me, it wouldn't help you at all. It would only affect your resolve in this deal. What makes you so sure? Yes, you're right. I can't be sure what you're thinking. So, Jack paused, then a playful smile appeared on his face. What I just said, in your eyes, was it true or false? Alexei's expression immediately darkened. He didn't know the other man's intentions, but he really disliked him, and he slowly recalled that the other man seemed to have some unclear relationship with Anson Bach. Since the commander-in-chief could tolerate his existence, it meant he wasn't an enemy of the Storm Legion, right? After adjusting his mindset slightly, Alexei took out a cigarette case from his pocket and lit one. If that's the case, why should I believe you're not lying to me? That's a good question, sir. Imitating a certain unscrupulous novelist, the novice priest chuckled. It's simple. I can tell you some important information. For example, the current commander of the Jihad army is not Boer-Levant. Nonsense, Alexei sneered. If it were Boer-Levant, he would trade his own family's heads for the lives of the rest of the Jihad army. Even a fool could guess that. Guessing is one thing, but it's officially certified, Kalinjak said righteously. And with this information as a guarantee, you have much more room to maneuver and negotiate. I can also reveal another piece of information to you, although the other side knows very well that the person blocking their way is not Anson Bach, the commander-in-chief of the Storm Legion. They have no idea which commander it is, because as long as it's not the commander-in-chief, it doesn't matter to them who it is. Right, Alexei pursed his lips, but he understood what the other meant. So, you won't tell me the true identity of the opposing Legion commander, Lord Alexei Yudukishki? You are indeed a truly intelligent man, the apprentice priest nodded seriously. Maintaining a distance and trying not to know too much about each other is beneficial to both sides, and a smart man like you would definitely understand that this choice would be more advantageous to you. That was true. Compared to the Holy War Army, the New World Legion, which was at a disadvantage, could not afford to risk exposing its intelligence. Alexei's face darkened, and he looked at the apprentice priest in front of him with complicated eyes. More importantly, this deal is definitely more profitable for you than for the other side. The core of the Bora Legion is the 11th family. Once the core is destroyed, even if Bora 11th escapes alive, the entire Legion will find it difficult to organize effective combat power again. The best outcome will be to maintain the status quo, or more likely, to be divided up by other Legion commanders, leaving behind an empty title so that the papacy won't lose face and the 11th family won't be completely disgraced. Moreover, with Major General Ludwig Franz involved, Bora 11's fate will probably not be very dignified. Putting aside the conflict between the two in Yangfan City, Franz and the 11th family didn't have a good relationship to begin with. With such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even if the Bora Legion commander unfortunately dies due to some accident, it's not worth making a fuss, so this guy even knows about Major General Ludwig Franz. Alexei's lips twitched, increasingly feeling that things were probably not as simple as they seemed. At first glance, it seemed to be in his favor. Lord Anson Bach's reinforcements were uncertain when they would arrive, while the nearly 10,000 Bora Legion was eager to capture the slave port and retreat. The subsequent battle would inevitably become increasingly urgent as the enemy's time became limited and supplies dwindled. If he could negotiate terms with the enemy now, even letting them leave wouldn't seem like a loss. However, making a decision on his own and deliberately letting the enemy go would be an absolute violation of military orders, and could even disrupt the commander-in-chief's plan, causing the annihilation of the Holy War Army to fail because of him. So, what to choose? The image of Norton Crossell popped into Alexei's mind. This seemingly honest guy was 1,000 times more cunning than the average person, and a member of the Truth Society, possessing a wealth of information that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. The Truth Society? Why was this guy so indecisive? Why hesitate about such a windfall? It seemed like a huge win for him. Are you really planning to fight to the death with them? Whether you can win or not is another matter. Are you planning to cut off your own relative's lifeline? Karinjak thought to himself, his face expressionless. If it weren't for the Truth Society and his own life, he wouldn't be willing to help Anson Bach with this favor. Is that all you have to say? Alexei scoffed, his gaze disdainful. Judging from your tone, it seems you're convinced we can't stop the Bora Legion, and the slave port is destined to fall. If that's the case, please accept my sincerest apologies, for that is absolutely not my true intention in facilitating this deal, the apprentice priest immediately interrupted. On the contrary, I am absolutely on your side, no, more accurately, on the side of the New World, that's right. If we want this war to have a dignified ending, the New World must defeat the papacy, and do so honorably, so that everyone can see it clearly, a fair and square defeat. With almost every sentence, Karinjak raised his voice. But the disparity in strength between the two sides is also an undeniable fact, one that no one can deny. Therefore, there is only one way to defeat the papacy, and that's what Anson Bach, Ludwig Franz, Louis Bernard, all those fighting for the independence of the New World are striving to do, completely isolate the papacy. The entire Holy War Army may seem vast, but in reality, very few are truly loyal to the papacy, or even forced or willing to fight for its interests. The rest were all coerced or joined for personal gain, a fact you should be well aware of. Only by bringing them all to the New World side can we have a chance of victory. Taking a deep breath, the novice priest seemed completely immersed in a sense of justice for saving humanity, his eyes even glistening with a slight glint. As a priest serving the Ring of Order, a Clovis, I fully understand your reluctance to let the enemy leave, Such an act is tantamount to shame for a soldier. But for ultimate victory, for the freedom and independence of the entire new world, sometimes, we must sacrifice some pointless pride. This too is part of the war, but not against the enemy, but against ourselves, and that proud heart. His impassioned words echoed within the cold fortress and trenches, causing even the soldiers huddled outside to turn and look in their direction. Alexei was silent for a few seconds, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he were seriously considering the trade-offs between pride and dignity, freedom and independence. The novice priest, brimming with pride at his own impromptu speaking skills, couldn't help but let a slight smile creep onto his lips. Nonsense, huh? It was Kalinjak whose smile instantly froze, staring incredulously at the sneer of Alexei. I don't know where you heard those remarks, but you seem to have misunderstood one thing. This is a business deal. The 2nd Infantry Regiment commander shook his head, his expression disdainful. Since it's a business deal, there have to be gains and losses, and there has to be sincerity. I don't care about others, but the Storm Legion must be the one to profit, and make a huge profit, to make a huge profit, and the other party has to be sincere. Suppressing the urge to twitch his lips, Kalinjak forced a smile. Then, may I ask what the other party needs to do to show sincerity? What? The Borii Legion also wants to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Levin family's private army, and will be the main force. Pavel was shocked. The Clovis on the other side really said that. They know absolutely nothing about the Borii Legion's situation. Do they think it's easy to do this? Absolutely true. The apprentice priest, panting as he ran back, nodded, forcing himself to smooth things over. They said they simply can't believe our suggestion is genuine, so if you don't take action yourself, they'll just think it's a trap set by the Holy War Army, a trap. They think sending over 2011 private soldiers to their deaths is a trap? Me. Pavel's face contorted violently. What kind of dark, shameless scoundrel could even conjure up such a possibility? But, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, they were pure enemies. Such a windfall would certainly raise suspicion in most people. Forced to bow to the pressure of survival, Pavel nodded slightly and sighed helplessly. All right, let me think about it, but I still have to ask. This should be their only request, right? Well, with the apprentice priest's extremely embarrassed expression, Pavel, his face contorted, froze on the spot. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883 The Demise of Levant. Slave Harbor, Dawn. The rumble of artillery fire shattered the pre-dawn silence, igniting a long string of golden-red sparks across the land, which began to tremble slightly. Illuminated by the explosions, the main force of the Borii Legion, led by Levant, regrouped and launched an assault on the slave harbor positions, riding the craters of the barrage of artillery fire. The sound of thousands of boots striking the ground echoed like a harbinger of thunder. Their daytime raid had failed due to a misjudgment of the firing corps, but Pavel, far from blaming them, magnanimously acknowledged his responsibility and encouraged them to try again, launching another raid at dawn when the enemy was weakest and least capable of fighting, thus opening up the situation for the Legion. Dawn was indeed an excellent time for a surprise attack. Most men were still resting, and even if they woke up immediately to engage in battle, fatigue combined with lack of food and weakened physical strength would significantly reduce their fighting capacity and willpower. The problem was that while the enemy was in this situation, the Borii Legion itself was in the same predicament, and due to lack of supplies and logistics, they were unable to rest properly, were starving and thirsty, and were camping in the open, undoubtedly suffering even more than the enemy. Normally, such a brilliant impromptu decision would have been met with ruthless rejection from officers to soldiers, but having just suffered a crushing defeat and urgently needing to break through and capture the slave port, even without preparation, they gritted their teeth and agreed. The 2,000-plus private soldiers of the Levant family set off tremblingly, infiltrating the slave port garrison's positions. They had expected fierce resistance, at least several volleys of gunfire, but instead found only a mere 100 or 200 defenders, completely unprepared. After easily defeating, or rather driving out, the opposing garrison in a single charge, the army commander, seeing that he had occupied a large area of ground, hesitated to immediately order a pursuit. Instead, He cautiously reported the situation to the rear, suggesting it might be an enemy trap. Such a cowardly thought was immediately met with severe criticism from Pavel, who also greatly praised the bravery of the Levant privates and declared that he would immediately order reinforcements and launch a full-scale offensive against the infidel defenders. With their superior's assurance, even the Levant knights, despite their doubts, dared not delay and continued to command their troops in the attack. The opponents who had been so formidable during the day now seemed as fragile as paper. Every line crumbled at the slightest touch. Rifles, banners, hats, shoes, all sorts of supplies were scattered everywhere, a literal and utter rout. In less than 15 minutes, the second line of defense, which had been impossible to breach throughout the entire day, was broken through, and the third line was only a step away. Behind it lay the defenders' command post and supply camp. The defenders, having lost all their lines, would either scatter or be forced to retreat to the indefensible slave port. If that happened, the slave port would be in the hands of the Bari Legion. Now, not only others, but even the Levant knights themselves felt they had struck gold, especially since Pavel had indeed begun a full mobilization. If the victory that was already within their grasp were to be snatched away by an army outside the Levant faction, what would become of them? So the previously hesitant Levant private soldiers immediately intensified their offensive, even splitting their forces into multiple routes, simultaneously attacking the third line of defense from 4 directions before fully capturing the second. For a time, the roar of gunfire and the sounds of soldiers charging echoed repeatedly across the dark battlefield. The caught-off-guard slave port defenders, despite their desperate resistance, could not conceal the fact that their defenses were already crumbling. It seemed that if the Levant family exerted just a little more effort, they could tear the entire position apart. 2 trenches on the right flank have been under heavy attack. The enemy force is around 1,000 men, and 1 outer fortress has already fallen. The central position has just repelled an enemy raid. The enemy seems to be preparing to cross the trenches for a surprise attack, but they were spotted by our skirmishers while passing the palisade. A fierce battle is underway, and the situation is slightly unfavorable for us. Enemy artillery hit one of our trench bunkers, fortunately without causing any casualties, but the trench passage is blocked by earth and rocks and cannot be used normally. It needs to be cleared as soon as possible. The 2nd Infantry Battalion has repelled the enemy assault. Company Commander Marcos requests a counter-offensive order to recapture part of the occupied second line of defense and create a salient to prevent the enemy from quickly completing their regrouping and counter-offensive. Please approve this order as soon as possible. The slave port militia camp has been attacked by the enemy. A company has been completely wiped out, suffering heavy losses. A counselor has sent someone to inquire about the situation. Is the position about to fall? Should we retreat to the town as soon as possible? Amidst the chaotic shouts, intelligence reports reached Alexei Yudukovsky's ears accurately. The man who usually loved to personally lead the charge now sat calmly in the rear, a slight smile unconsciously playing on his lips. Judging from the information, the main force attacking from the opposite side was the Levant family's private army. This meant that, at least for now, the traitorous commander of the Bari Legion was still keeping his promise. Even if he later reneged, he had ways to surround, defeat, or even annihilate the enemy. Without the Levant private army, which they considered their main force, the Bari Legion's fighting strength would be greatly reduced, perhaps even turning into a disorganized mess. If Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach's intelligence was correct, the core of the Bari Legion was indeed the Levant family. The remaining cobbled-together troops had no cohesion whatsoever, and it wouldn't be surprising if they betrayed him on the spot and scattered like birds and beasts. This is a common problem for most imperial armies. Apart from the armies personally organized by Emperor Herald, the armies cobbled together by various noble families are often based on a particular family, supplemented by a few vassals, small units sponsored by allies, and a group of higher technical troops, such as artillery, and are practically ready to be sent to their deaths on the battlefield, or rather, to fight for the honor of the knights. While their armies are powerful, their discipline is poor, and they are reluctant to engage in cross-border warfare, at most lasting only 2 or 3 months before clamoring for withdrawal. This is why Clovis's army is inferior to the Empire's in combat power and has fewer troops. They often suffer heavy losses after conquering small territories, but once they retreat within the borders, they are no longer surrounded by the Empire's superior forces, and can even occasionally muster troops for counter-offensives. Alexei is acutely aware of the shortcomings of the imperial army, especially the private armies of nobles. Karin Jacques is right, there's no need to kill all 20,000 men. Just annihilating the portion directly under the Levin family's control will render the entire legion ineffective. But it was precisely because that strangely behaving priest seemed to know all this that Alexei felt he had to be even more cautious. The specific approach was to make the other side show more sincerity, such as watching their men die in vain. Marcus reports intelligence. A group of enemies has been spotted on the left flank of the position, bypassing the trenches and directly crossing the defensive line to rapidly approach the position. The breathless chief of general affairs rushed into the command post, slumped over the table, and glared at Alexei, who still wore a smile. They're about a company in size, and judging by their equipment, they're not 11 families elite, then there's no need to be polite. Have them organize an ambush on the spot, using the position to annihilate this infantry company completely, leaving no survivors. Alexei, a cigarette dangling from his lips, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the artillery positions of the Borai Legion. Move quickly, don't give the Levin main force any opportunity. Understood. The chief of general affairs nodded in agreement but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he suspiciously looked at the leisurely regimental commander. Have you been through something lately? Why do you ask? Nothing, it's just that you seem a little different from usual. The chief of general affairs shook his head, so calm and composed. It's really not like you. How could that be? It's probably just your imagination. Alexei exhaled a deep puff of smoke, his expression calm and composed, confident, always keeping everything within your expectations. I've always regarded our commander-in-chief Anson Bach as my role model, striving to emulate him. What you see is probably the result of my recent learning. At this moment, Alexei, facing the glares of his subordinates, slowly stood up, as if he could see his own towering figure and countless admiring gazes looking towards him. Meanwhile, just as the slave port garrison on the main battlefield was suffering repeated defeats, and the Holy War Army was about to achieve victory, the Borai Legion, which was in a very favorable situation, fell into endless chaos. Since the entire raid was Pavel Dukasky's impromptu idea, the Legion was completely unprepared. While the elite Levin private soldiers managed to maintain discipline and quickly assemble, the rest of the troops struggled to do so. Even with dwindling supplies, the Levin private soldiers, relying on their status, still enjoyed most of the provisions, leaving the rest to sleep in the wilderness. Sharing a few pieces of oatmeal and potatoes bought at exorbitant prices from logistics, boiling them into unsalted porridge, or simply eating dry food because they lacked fuel. Soldiers, starving and seeing stars, were forcibly dragged from their beds and forced into emergency assembly by their officers. Maintaining discipline was a pipe dream, and indeed it was. Half an hour after the order was given, less than 1,000 men had assembled, and they were all disheveled, some missing boots, others forgetting their guns, and some not even having a pair of trousers. They looked almost like refugees begging along the roadside. Even this army, which could barely manage to borrow the emperor's power, and was practically the only remaining elite in the entire legion. After a half-minute of silence, Pavel finally ordered them to set off, hoping that even filling trenches would provide some reinforcement to Levin's private army at the front. But after that, he didn't send out a single soldier. Even though the Legion's soldiers continued to dawdle and completely disobey orders, he had no intention of urging them on. My lord, please order reinforcements immediately. The adjutant, Levin, couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward, saying, if this continues, once the enemy reacts, our main force will easily be divided and surrounded by a numerically superior enemy. Even if we win, the casualties will likely be heavy. I understand that, of course, but you've seen the situation. Pavel sighed helplessly. Supplies are running low. We can only ensure the main force's supply first. The soldiers have been fighting on empty stomachs for 2 days. Even if they can join the battle, how much of a role can they play when they're exhausted? By the way, how's the 1,000 reinforcements we sent? Is there any news to report? It's too dark, I really can't see clearly from here. This, Adjutant Levin stammered, avoiding Pavel's gaze. He had just received intelligence that the 1,000 men seemed to have been wiped out. Of course, he couldn't say that now, otherwise, how could he let the remaining unfortunate souls die for the Levin family? Sigh. Even if you hadn't said anything, I probably already had a feeling. Preparing so hastily without any plan, deploying them directly on the battlefield, what other possibility is there but easy annihilation by the enemy? Pavel sighed. Even if we immediately send the remaining few thousand soldiers into battle, The number of those killed by friendly fire will probably far exceed the number killed by the enemy, but, of course, I understand your predicament. Without the main force, the combat effectiveness of the Borny Legion cannot be guaranteed at all. Raising his hand to interrupt Lieutenant Levant, Pavel emphasized slightly, the Legion has only one last batch of shells left. I have ordered the artillery to fire at the enemy's third line of defense with full force in 10 minutes. On the one hand, it will buy some time. On the other hand, if we can disrupt the enemy's formation, it might give the main force a chance to break through and take the slave port in one fell swoop. I see, Lieutenant Levant suddenly understood, no longer lingering on the matter, turning back to look at the battlefield and waiting for the impending barrage. To be honest, if he could avoid sharing the credit for retaking the slave port with those scum, he, as a member of the Levant family, would naturally be happy to do so. After all, it's common knowledge that the core of this legion is the Levant family, and the rest are just supporting characters. Why should they share the honor won by their own people's blood and sweat? Thinking of this, a contemptuous sneer appeared in his eyes, a faint dark red tinge spilling from the corner of his upturned lips. As if sensing something unbelievable, the adjutant lowered his gaze, staring intently at the blade protruding from his chest, the mirror-like blade even reflecting his utterly shocked face. He trembled slightly, wanting to turn his head to look at the face of the person behind him, but instead felt a cold metal block pressed against the back of his head, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. More accurately, it was the sound of a hammer being broken open. Bang! A shot blew the adjutant's neck apart. Pavel, his face covered in brain matter, turned to the artillery commander who had been standing beside him the whole time and said expressionlessly, 5 minutes later, fire a volley at the Levant privates on the second line of defense until all the shells are used up. Chapter 884 Surrender. Yes, the Clovis on the other side did demand that the Borny Legion also participate in the annihilation of Levant's private army, but they didn't explicitly state that it had to be soldiers fighting face-to-face with rifles, bayonets, or even barehanded to kill their former comrades. Blowing them all up with artillery would also comply with the agreement. More importantly, even if the other side insisted he mobilize soldiers, where would he find an army capable of defeating Levant's private army? He simply didn't have the capability. Pavel Dukaski had a certain prestige within the Borny Legion, but that was solely due to Dukaski's history and influence within the Empire, especially in the south, not because he actually commanded a large army. A military commander with both power and prestige would actually deter Borny Levant from entrusting him with the position of interim legion commander. On the contrary, Pavel brought a very small army, just over 500 men, and almost none of them were the core elite of the Dukaski family. In fact, this was the majority of the entire Holy War army. Apart from a few legion commanders, even the heirs of famous noble families brought no more than 1,000 troops. Everyone was just trying to fool the papacy and Emperor Herod. What did the faith in the Ring of Order, the glory of the Empire, have to do with those of us who had our own fiefdoms or even territories? Slaughtering colonies wouldn't make more wheat grow in the fields. Iron ore, coal, and logs needed to be sold to factories to make money. If we killed all the colonists, were we supposed to organize our own people to mine and log? Preserving ourselves to the maximum extent possible, and at most extending a helping hand to a few noble families with whom we had close ties or who had some use, was the only thing Pavel Dukaski needed to do. As for the Wind Knight Grand Duke Levant's family, we weren't familiar with them, really, we weren't familiar with them at all. After completely wiping out Levant's private army and surrendering all their weapons, and then tricking a few unfortunate heirs of wealthy families into becoming prisoners of the Clovis, Pavel could lead the remaining remnants to retreat to Sail City, temporarily withdrawing from this damned holy war. All the blame would fall on the doomed commander, Borny Levant. As for unforeseen circumstances such as the fleet failing to arrive in time, or the Clovis changing their minds, he no longer thought about them. Those things were long beyond his control, and he couldn't think of a better option than to accept his fate. After all, even if he defeated the Clovis here, his remaining army couldn't possibly defeat the pursuing forces that would follow, and that person, or rather, the Truth Society behind him, seemed to have a way to make the Holy War fleet act according to their wishes. I hope so. Gazing at the slave port shrouded in darkness, Pavel murmured softly, wiping the blood from his sword with a handkerchief, holding it up before him as if in prayer, revealing only half of his resolute and determined face. Behind him, the artillery of the Borny Legion roared like thunder at dawn, their cannons spewing thick smoke and fiery red light that engulfed everything, painting a bold, inky stroke on the dark horizon. Blades fell, dozens of golden red streaks rising into the night sky, each tracing its own path towards the slave-catching port positions. A piercing shriek filled the air, causing the 11 private soldiers still battling the Storm Legion on the position to smile with delight. Without hesitation, they took cover, waiting for the enemy positions to be ravaged by artillery fire before launching their attack and capturing this troublesome defensive line in one fell swoop. Only when the light grew increasingly blinding did they realize the anomaly and finally reveal expressions of horror and confusion, staring incredulously at the starry sky that seemed like daytime. A relentless rain of fire poured down, the scorching heat and burning steel leaving gruesome craters in the earth. Boom, 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 shell after shell, like heavy hammers, repeatedly pounded the scorching earth, turning the unsuspecting 11 private soldiers into ants on a hot plate, completely losing their basic order. This was also related to Alexei's method of constructing the defensive line. The area around the slave port was a flat plain, and raising the elevation slightly provided excellent visibility. Therefore, he constructed the entire position as a near trapezoidal earthen slope. With the exception of the trenches, the positions were all slightly angled slopes. The result was that while enemy artillery fire was unlikely to land in the trenches and injure the defenders, it easily caused friendly fire to those exposed on the slopes, and when their target shifted from the trenches to their own men on the slopes, the accuracy and effectiveness of the artillery fire naturally increased significantly. Under the dense rain of fire, the screams of soldiers mingled with the roar of explosions. Many even charged towards the third line of defense in terror, but even those who were lucky enough to escape being blown to pieces eventually fell to the Storm Legion's hail of bullets. How many shells do these deserters have left? Did they really break out of Straw Town and escape to Slave Harbor? Alexei, hiding in the trench, was terrified as he watched the flames devouring flesh and blood. What if he hadn't made a decision to build fortifications? What if the enemy had really gone all in, willing to die to capture Slave Harbor? He would have been the one hospitably entertained by these gifts. This can't be just the ammunition they carry. After all, even a fully armed army wouldn't use artillery so recklessly. No amount of shells would be enough for them to squander. The regimental chief of staff, however, remained surprisingly calm. I heard from the soldiers at the front during the day that someone was hit by a shell and thought he was going to die, but it turned out he only had a few broken ribs. Besides real lead shells, it seems they've even started using slightly polished stones as shells. I see. No wonder they have so many shells, it's like they can't run out of them. Alexei muttered to himself, stone shells, if that's the case, wouldn't it give them a chance to escape? At this moment, he didn't even know whether the barrage of artillery fire could completely annihilate the 11 private army, or whether the guys on the other side were really keeping the promise or just trying to fool him. But judging from the momentum of the artillery fire, even if some of the shells were stones, at least the vast majority should be real, right? Alexei stubbed out the last bit of his cigarette, deciding to play it safe. Go and notify the ranged troops resting in the rear to assemble immediately and stand by on the flanks. As soon as you receive the signal, move out and retake the second line of defense. Even if the enemy truly intended to gain trust by killing their own men, the annihilation of Levin's private army was already a foregone conclusion. Having lost over 2,000 elite troops and a massive amount of artillery ammunition, the remaining Borny Legion, even if they wanted to back out, couldn't easily break through the two lines of defense and breach the defensive positions they had painstakingly built. Yes, sir, the Chief of General Affairs nodded and got up to leave. He didn't know where his commander's confidence and assurance came from. As a subordinate, he only needed to carry out orders. Not easily inquiring about colleagues' backgrounds or questioning superiors' plans was becoming a tradition in the Storm Legion. The booming artillery fire gradually subsided, and the smoke that had enveloped the entire position silently covered the ravaged land, slowly dissipating. Alexei and several infantry company commanders cautiously emerged from their trenches, observing the position that had just annihilated the core elite of the Borny Legion. Everywhere were shell craters billowing black smoke, and sand and mud plowed over and over again. They observed silently, but a full 10 minutes passed without seeing a single figure rise to their feet. The 11 family's private soldiers, probably, surely, are all wiped out? Several HUDs emerging from the trenches uttered this question almost simultaneously. Look, they're coming. Marcus suddenly squinted, raising his binoculars and shouting, pointing to a spot on the darkness. Where? In? Up? North. Which north? Due north. 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 I know it's north. That's why I'm asking you which north. Speechless, Marcos could only forcefully shove the binoculars into the suddenly agitated Alexei's hands. After a flurry of activity, the group finally confirmed the location of the golden iris banner on the horizon. Thousands of jihad soldiers formed a dozen tight squares, slowly converging towards the position. Their pace was slow, and they didn't seem to be fully prepared, but it still made Alexei's heart tighten. He himself had joined the Storm Legion after the Southern Legion defeated the Isersgard during the Battle of Eaglehorn. Back then it was still the Storm Legion, but he had heard from Karl and Fabian about the reasons for the Commander-in-Chief's conquest of Eaglehorn, and how he had tricked and coaxed half of the garrison into surrendering, even offering their own heads as a pledge of loyalty. The current situation was remarkably similar to that of the past, the only difference being that he was now on the defensive, threatening and enticing the far stronger attackers to surrender. Despite the near-identical circumstances, he couldn't remain calm. He was so tense he felt like he was about to explode, his body trembling slightly, barely able to grip his sword. The more tense he became, the more he couldn't understand how Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, whose situation was far more difficult than his own, and who was so afraid of death, had managed to stay calm. Alexei couldn't understand, but the current situation didn't allow him to dwell on it any longer. The jihadist army had crossed the first captured line of defense and was moving towards the second. Without needing further orders, the Storm Legion soldiers lying prone in the trenches raised their rifles, their bayonets positioned for easy draw, ready to counterattack at any moment. In the oppressively tense atmosphere, the front ranks of the jihadist army suddenly unfurled into three lines, advancing slowly, their eyes fixed on the still smoking, charred earth. Alexei, tense and taut, found even breathing difficult, his hands almost steaming. He desperately wanted to charge out and fight, even if it meant being riddled with bullets. The piercing bugle call sounded, and the jihadists abruptly halted. "Everyone, ready," the command rang out, and the soldiers in line removed their rifles from their shoulders, methodically loading ammunition and locking the bolts. "Raise your rifles," like a pianist's final note. 3 rows of rifles rose in unison, their dark muzzles aimed at the position in the darkness. Alexei, his nerves taut, swallowed hard, his right hand trembling slightly, already raised above his head. If the enemy truly didn't intend to honor their agreement, if this was truly a trap, if... Fire, bang, a blinding flash of gunfire illuminated the position, billowing thick white smoke. Alexei jolted, his trembling right hand nearly falling, but he forcibly controlled it at the last second. Falling were the soldiers of the jihad. The jihad soldiers, lined up in neat rows, were targeted in the heads, necks, and backs by the soldiers behind them who maintained their square formation. Like targets being shot at an execution ground, they fell in perfect unison. Seemingly stunned by the scene before him, Alexei stared blankly at the sight, not even noticing the cries and screams of the officers and soldiers behind him. And the gunfire continued. Realizing the abnormality, the jihad soldiers screamed for mercy, fled, and resisted, but it was all in vain. Their chaotic formation prevented them from immediately organizing a counterattack. The narrow position was entirely within the effective firing range of the square formation. Kneeling in surrender only slightly reduced the probability of being hit. Many were even surprised to find, when they tried to fire back, that their issued rifles were broken, or that they hadn't been given ammunition pouches at all. Having emptied the only lead bullet in their barrels, their weapons were less practical than a spear. Many more jihadist soldiers didn't even have time to realize what was happening before they were killed by their own comrades. 20 minutes, the garrison at the slave port remained silent for a full 20 minutes, watching helplessly as the opposing Borny Legion slaughtered their comrades, leaving them utterly wiped out. After the battle, they even silently approached with bayoneted rifles to finish them off, ensuring no one was missed. The next second, the tightly packed ranks parted, and a figure carrying the banner of the Ring of Order stepped out of the formation, treading over the corpses scattered on the ground, and went straight to the front of the third line of defense. No one fired. The Storm Legion soldiers, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment, even forgot to point their guns at the enemy, standing frozen in place. Alexei in the command post was completely frozen, oblivious to the binoculars falling to the ground. The next second, the figure suddenly released the flagpole, letting the banner fall into the trench. The jihadist soldiers behind him, seeing this, also threw down their rifles, caps, ammunition pouches, carelessly tossing them at their feet. "I am Pavel Dukaski, acting commander of the Borny Holy War Army, heir to the glory Burg earldom, and heir to the Dukaski family," Pavel said in a deep voice, his face expressionless. As acting commander, I hereby fulfill the agreement previously reached with your army, surrender my weapons, and give up resistance, formally, surrender to your army. Chapter 885 Fate. Dukaski family, why are you suddenly asking this? In the early morning light, the junior clerk, who was opening a can of food for Lisa, looked at Anson, who had suddenly come over, with curiosity and a slightly puzzled smile. The girl next to her had already skillfully divided the bread for the three of them, and was humming a little tune while drawing the portraits of the three people on it with a dagger. What, shouldn't I ask? Anson rolled his eyes. As the commander-in-chief, shouldn't you be aware of your subordinates' backgrounds? No, no, no. I didn't mean that. Pulling open the can, Alan waved his hand hastily. So you really don't know, what do you think? Alright, then please allow your clerk to rephrase. How much do you know about Lieutenant Colonel Alexei? Anson, his brow furrowed, struggled to recall for half a minute until the clerk opened two cans and brought over freshly boiled water. Only then did his furrowed brow finally relax slightly. I only heard Norton mention that Alexei fled from the Empire to Clovis, impersonating a fallen officer. Also, Dukaski, should be the Dukaski family of Gloryburg, right, absolutely correct. The clerk nodded slightly. Although the Dukaski family of Gloryburg is only a count, they are not an ordinary powerful family like those in the Empire. Their family history even surpasses that of the Clovis royal family's Asteria family. Of course, the Empire is basically a well-known and powerful family, with a history longer than that of the Clovis royal family. The chief of staff nodded casually, signaling the junior clerk to get to the point. The Dukaski family, their situation is rather special. The junior clerk's expression gradually became serious. Besides the title of Earl of Gloryburg, successive heads of the Dukaski family also held the title of Court Marquis. The reason for this is that the ancestors of the Dukaski family were not from the Empire, or more precisely, not from the southern part of the Empire, but from a clan or tribe in the east. Their names are completely unknown. The only thing known is that they eventually submitted to the Dragon Knight herd, and later followed the Fire Knight Wolf, becoming vassals of the Grand Duchy of Brom. I understand. Because the Dukaski family was also once a vassal of the herd royal family, and a foreign tribe worth winning over, they could hold the title of Court Marquis in addition to the fiefdom of Gloryburg. Anson nodded slightly. But what does this have to do with Alexei running away from home? Because the key to the Fire Knight Dukaski family being able to retain their title of Court Marquis lies in their special kinship relationship with the Wolf family. The junior clerk handed a can of food to Lisa as he spoke. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but simply put, the Wolf family once went extinct, and while the power of the Fire Knight bloodline isn't as rare as that of the Sea Knight, it's still difficult to guarantee that it will awaken in every generation. The inheritance laws of the Grand Duchy of Brom seem to be very complicated. The Wolf family can't easily marry into ordinary minor noble families. The direct consequence of this series of problems is the extinction of the Fire Knight bloodline. But the Grand Duke of Brom, or his spouse, must be a Fire Knight, so the only option is for the Dukaski family to step in and provide the Wolf family with a talent for the Fire Knight bloodline. Anson pondered. But isn't this a good thing? Why did Alexei have to elope? Alan Dawn's expression changed slightly, as if he had some unspeakable secret. But, maybe it's because he not only has to marry the person designated by the Wolf family, but he also can't keep his original surname, the designated person. So what Norton meant by breaking off the engagement is, Anson suddenly realized something, his expression freezing. Wait? You just said, marry. That's right, the junior clerk nodded blankly, a hint of pity in his eyes. Not only that, Alexei, who marries into the family, will have to give up her family name, be erased from the family genealogy, and become a member of the Wolf family, but her name will not be listed in the Wolf family tree. In exchange, the Dukaski family can continue to hold the title of Court Marquis and have a status in the Grand Duchy of Brom second only to the Wolf family. Well, their influence will be far less. Wait a minute, this is a bit too fast. Anson quickly raised his hand to stop the junior clerk who was about to continue. So, because of the extinction of the Wolf family line and a bunch of other messy things, the Wolf family has to rely on the Dukaski family to continue and inherit the power of the Fire Knight bloodline, and in exchange, the Dukaski family gains a higher status, and the person who needs to sacrifice for the family in this generation is Alexei. As far as we know, yes, Alan nodded slightly. Of course, We don't know the more specific details. After all, we are not involved, and unless Alexei speaks up, it is unlikely that anyone will know. In fact, after generations of intermarriage, it's hard to say whether the Wolf or Dukaski families possess more of the Fire Night Wolf bloodline, especially after the Wolf family's main line died out once. The Dukaski family might even have more. However, years of inertia, coupled with the special status of court marquises, have completely distorted the Dukaski family's lineage, focusing all their efforts on cultivating Fire Night talents, hoping to become sacrifices for the Wolf family. Anson could understand this to some extent, because he had a living example around him. The only difference was that the Rune family sought a higher level of evolution, while the Dukaski family valued titles. Alexei didn't want to become such a distorted sacrifice, so he chose to flee, but he didn't change his name, indicating that he still cared about his family. Fleeing was not betrayal. It was precisely because of this that when Norton Kurzel took the initiative to find him, Anson agreed to his request, using a task that anyone could complete to transfer Alexei away, avoiding fratricide. Oh dear, if that's the case, isn't Alexei in grave danger right now? The girl beside him suddenly exclaimed. The main force of the remnants of the Borny Legion is launching a fierce attack on the slave port. What if the Dukaski family is inside too? It's alright, don't worry too much about him. Anson smiled and shook his head, gently patting Lisa's head. The slave port is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it shouldn't fall in just a few days. Not to mention how much fighting power the remnants of the Borny Legion, who are out of ammunition and food, still have. If the intelligence is correct, Alexei has already built 4 lines of defense around the town. He can hold out for 3 or 4 days, counting the time, it's at most 2 days from today. We and Norton will arrive at the slave port by tomorrow morning at the latest and join forces with Alexei to encircle the Borny Legion. Even if the Dukaski family is inside, we have ways to prevent them from clashing with Alexei. Anson was quite confident about this. He had even planned it out. Since Borlevens wasn't even among the Legion's remnants, he could negotiate with them, perhaps by exchanging the remnants of the Levin family for permission to reclaim the slave port and then retreat to Sailing City. Ludwig Franz, having received intelligence, would certainly not let such a good opportunity pass, and would completely destroy the Levin family's influence within the Holy War Army. Oh, before he could finish speaking, the junior clerk beside him suddenly showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Regarding the situation at the slave port, it seems things might not develop as you hoped, Anson's expression changed, and he and the girl looked at the embarrassed Alan Dawn at the same time. What happened? The junior clerk, who was pressing his lips tightly together, lowered his head and silently took out a letter from his pocket and handed it over. This is a message that Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell just sent urgently by Hussars. I originally wanted to give it to you after breakfast. It says that the Battle of Slave Harbor is over. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei and Pavel Dukaski, the acting commander of the Holy War Army, joined forces and annihilated the last remnants of the Levin family. What? Pavel, dumbfounded, stood frozen in place, staring intently at the familiar figure who was extremely disheveled and whose face was extremely pale, as if he had been petrified. Not only him, but the other soldiers stationed at the slave port shared a similar feeling. Their mouths gaped, their eyes wide, rifles slipped from their hands and hit their feet without them noticing, as they struggled to recall the name, or more accurately, the surname, of the man who had claimed to be the acting Legion commander. Dukaski? He said his surname was Dukaski? That's not. Wait. The soldiers were bewildered, while Alexei was at a loss. His right hand, gripping the hilt of his knife, unconsciously loosened. His mind seemed to have forgotten everything, yet also seemed to understand everything. No wonder that furtive priest patted his chest and said this was some big deal that would benefit him. He must have planned it all along. His lips twitched slightly, and Alexei let out a long breath to regain his composure, then strode out of the trench. Several company commanders and the chief of logistics in the back tried to follow, but he stopped them with a gesture, watching his retreating figure without daring to move. Alexei Dukaski, commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment of the Storm Legion. Alexei stared at Pavel, his voice, though strained to remain calm, trembling slightly. As the highest-ranking military officer of the Slave Harbor garrison, I accept your surrender. Pavel froze, a slight brow furrowing in displeasure. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the fully armed garrison opposite him, and the disarmed soldiers behind him, he quickly concealed this small emotion. pretending nothing had happened as he unfastened his sword and offered it with both hands. But the expressionless Alexei did not take it, continuing to coldly observe him. Alexei, your own sword alone doesn't seem enough, Your Excellency, acting regiment commander. Before he could speak, the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander interrupted. Since the 11th family has been wiped out and Bohr-11 himself is missing, your own status alone seems insufficient to represent the Holy War Army. That's not true. Pavel was taken aback, then forced a smile. Misunderstanding. Your Excellency truly misunderstands. I only decided to surrender because I received authorization from everyone in the Holy War Army, and because everyone resented the 11th family's arrogance and Bohr-11's autocratic rule. Surrender is a matter for me alone. There's no need to consult anyone else. Oh, is that so? Alexei remained expressionless. Having received authorization from everyone means that whatever I ask of you, you can represent them in agreeing or disagreeing. Is that what you mean? You can't say it so absolutely. Then I demand that you have all the nobles and commanders of the entire legion stand up and surrender to our army in their respective capacities. Can you do this? Your Excellency, please don't go too far. Too far? This is too far. Alexei suddenly raised his right hand. Marcus, yes, you start counting down 30 from now on. If I don't call a halt, open fire immediately and signal the ranged troops ambushed on both sides of the position to attack immediately. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud countdown rang out on the position. Alexei, who slowly lowered his hand, still stared intently at Pavel's face, making no attempt to hide his provocative intent. This is what you call going too far, understand? Pavel's face immediately darkened, and his slightly narrowed eyes wished he could burn Alexei to ashes, though he couldn't. On the contrary, Alexei, who had awakened his bloodline power, could easily turn himself into a human torch. As his elder brother, Pavel knew his younger brother's strength all too well, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the blame and responsibility all by himself, in exchange for the tacit approval of all the nobles in the legion to give you actual command of the Holy War Army, and also doing a huge favor, pretending to sacrifice while actually gaining all the benefits. Alexei sneered. Pavel Dukashki, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I've seen you use this trick countless times since I was a kid. It might work on others, but for me, it's disgusting. Alexei, don't be like this. Pavel finally couldn't help but say, I don't know how you became an officer of the New World Heretics, but listen to me carefully. These nobles are really important to the Dukashki family. As long as we do them a favor, our family might be able to. His voice trailed off. Stop acting like you and I, as if you've forgotten your place. Alexei pointed his flaming finger at Pavel's sweat-drenched face and said, each word distinct. Your current status is that of my prisoner. Your task is to obediently persuade those nobles to hand over their swords and surrender. Otherwise, I'll show you what happens to those who disgust me. Chapter 886. I've figured it out. Leaden clouds hung heavy, and cold rain poured down. As dawn broke, the war-torn slave port failed to see the sunrise. The dust-laden rain mercilessly mocked the two sides locked in a bloody struggle, crushing their spirits. The defeated grew increasingly desperate, while the victors felt no joy. But regardless, the days of smoke and fire were finally extinguished by this rain. The already dilapidated battlefields and trenches became a swamp, soaking hundreds upon hundreds of shells and the corpses of those who had fallen. When Karl Bain and Norton Crossell arrived with reinforcements, they found their only tasks to be cleaning the rain-soaked battlefield and managing the prisoners of war, who outnumbered them 2 or 3 to 1, silently awaiting the arrival of the main force and the Holy War fleet. They had rushed over to rescue people, only to be assigned to clean up the mess. The feelings of these infantrymen were unimaginable, yet they had no choice but to accept it. Their supplies were nearly exhausted, and their physical strength from the long march couldn't sustain them turning back to claim the credit for killing Bohr-11. 7,822 prisoners of war, including 3,188 likely wounded, 421 seriously wounded, 123 officers, 53 of higher rank, and 67 exceptionally talented. 418 turrets and war horses, 10 3-pound cannons, 5 8-pound cannons, 5 6-pound cavalry cannons, and supply wagons, standing under a makeshift awning. The junior clerk rapidly reported the results from the hastily prepared register. His steady tone carried a heavy, oppressive power, repeatedly tormenting the hearts of the prisoners present. Listening to the words that caused unbearable pain to those present, Pavel Dukashki's expression remained utterly numb. His bloodshot eyes even seemed to observe the man sitting before him, who identified himself as Anson Bach, a suspect listed as must be captured by the papacy and the Knights of Judgment. He looked to be under 30, likely younger, beardless, dressed in a neat and tailored red and black military uniform and a gray overcoat. He smoked a Nanmu pipe like a 40-year-old, skillfully drafted an impeccably fair agreement on white paper like a scribe, listened to his subordinates' reports like a true commander, and faced dozens of free-handed knight prisoners who could surround him at any moment, as if they were nothing but powerful gifted individuals. These various images blended together to form the figure before him, the Clovis who, with only 12,000 men, had routed, even annihilated, 20,000 holy war soldiers, and even seemingly turned the tables on the Knights of Judgment. Another minute passed before the junior clerk's agonizing report finally ceased. Anson, smoking his pipe, also stopped writing and pushed the agreement towards him with one hand. "All right, once you sign this agreement, you and your men will be free." Acting Legion Commander Pavel Dukaski, Pavel took the agreement with slender, fair hands. He glanced at the neatly written parchment, which smelled pleasantly of ink, and the various reasonable demands. The Borati Holy War Army could no longer continue its hostility towards the Free Confederation. The Dukaski family and dozens of other powerful imperial families had to pay a ransom befitting their status to the Confederation. Some Confederation intelligence personnel were to be allowed to return to Sailing City as Holy War Army soldiers and would be protected. If they refused or went back on their word, the Free Confederation had the right to expose their framing of the Levin family, their betrayal of their own people and their cooperation with the enemy, and to catch them red-handed with concrete evidence. Anson practically declared it was robbery, and he wasn't going to bother pretending. He made no attempt to hide it. But Pavel, after only a quick glance, didn't seem to care much. He placed the agreement on the table, calmly picked up the pen, and signed his name on it. "Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, I have a small question I'd like to ask you." Silently putting down his pen, Pavel pointed to the agreement on the table. "I don't know what you're thinking, but judging from the contents of this document, you seem very confident in defeating the Holy War Army. Yes, I don't deny your glorious victory this time, and I admire your decisiveness in Sailing City, Black Reef Harbor, and Grey Dove Castle, but all this glory and decisiveness cannot conceal the enormous gap between us, so I'm really curious, where does this almost blind confidence of yours come from?" "Confidence?" Anson exhaled a puff of smoke and looked up at Pavel. "Is that all you want to know?" "That's right." Pavel nodded slightly, his expression anything but joking. "If it were me, no, anyone facing the same situation as you, they would have long since given up hope, but in your eyes, it seems everything is planned, under your control. It's truly intriguing. Of course, this is just a small personal matter. If you don't wish to discuss it, that's fine too. I will still fulfill the agreement. Please don't take my words as conditions." Pavel's tone was very sincere, and his gentle and refined expression made him even more like a knight than Louis had been. From head to toe, he exuded an aristocratic air that Alexei had never possessed before, cultivated by a good education and environment. But Anson's expression turned serious, and he unconsciously narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party seemed to be asking casually, but in reality, he was probing his trump cards, wanting to truly understand what the Free Confederation, or rather the Storm Legion, truly stood against the papacy. And for a prisoner, even one who had clearly betrayed his own people, to suddenly ask this, it was definitely not out of so-called curiosity, but only for a more real reason. He wanted to rebel. If it were an ordinary person, Anson might not care, but the other party was the heir of the Dukaski family, and even included a bunch of large and small, dozens of powerful families in the southern part of the empire. Previously, they were all staunch supporters of the holy war between the emperor and the papacy, especially the Levant family. Now, the southern powerful families were collectively abandoning the Levants and rebelling. If successful, the anti-war and pro-war forces within the empire would be completely reversed, potentially rendering the papacy and the imperial family powerless. Of course, the possibility that it was a feint could not be ruled out. Therefore, Anson had to be cautious. Even if it was true, he had to consider how much he should reveal, given the other party's psychological resilience. But in Pavel's eyes, the situation was completely opposite. Originally, he wanted to use this to test the other party's background and determine whether they were worth continuing to cooperate with. However, the other party remained silent, their eyes seemingly revealing a hint of disdain, showing no interest in his sincerity. This made Pavel feel uneasy. Although the Dukaski family was not a powerful family like the Seven Knights, they were still quite influential in the southern part of the empire and within the imperial family. As the de facto ruler of the Free Confederation, he couldn't possibly be unaware of this. If that's the case, the other party's disdain can only be explained by the fact that a higher-level force has already sided with him. Could it be that the rumors about Edland, Clovis, and the vast land are all true? It's possible, very possible. In this way, things become clear. What appears to be a war between the old and new worlds is actually a struggle between the Empire, the papacy, and most of the Order world. The colonies in Clovis's rebellion are merely representatives pushed to the forefront by those people. Having already betrayed the Levin family, he had essentially severed ties with both the papacy and the royal family. Now, he was feigning concern, attempting to test them, unaware that in their eyes, he was nothing short of arrogant and suicidal. Pavel grew increasingly frightened, his initially composed demeanor crumbling. Even Anson, without activating his superpower, noticed the abnormality. "Lord Pavel, are you alright?" I'm fine, very fine." Startled by the concerned inquiry, Pavel's face even showed a hint of ingratiation. Please, what is it? What was it?" Anson paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Weren't you just curious why we, that matter? I was just saying it casually, I didn't really want to know." Pavel hurriedly waved his hands, even showing a hint of flattery on his face. "I'm so sorry to have made you worry." "Don't worry, I've already thought it through." Oh, Anson raised an eyebrow. "Thought it through?" "I really have." Pavel nodded solemnly. He slowly stood up, glanced at the prisoners behind him with a very wary expression, cautiously approached Anson, and desperately lowered his voice. "Please don't have too many concerns. As long as Alexei is still with you, the Dukaski family will always be the most steadfast supporter of the Free Confederation's pursuit of independence, without exception." Anson Bach. On the muddy battlefield, the jihadist prisoners who had laid down their weapons and surrendered were being gathered and sent in batches to the slave port for imprisonment and guarding. Though nominally a prison, there were no guards to watch over them, nor a proper jail to house so many. The officers of the jihad army still managed the soldiers, concentrating them in the slave trapping port simply for ease of management and to provide supplies. The jihad soldiers were well aware of this. With freshly boiled potatoes and salted fish to share, already starving, they were incredibly cooperative. A few rebellious warriors, or those influenced by the doctrines of the Ring of Order, were immediately disciplined by their own people, ranging from injury to death. Having endured days of hunger and sleeping in the open, and having personally shot their own comrades, they cared nothing for food or the promise of survival. They didn't care about killing more of their own. After settling these people in the town, Alexei didn't linger in the slave trapping port. He went to the seaside, gazing at the distant horizon, quietly smoking. "Why aren't you going back to the position?" "Huh?" A familiar voice came from behind. Alexei subconsciously took out a cigarette case from his pocket and handed it over, but Norton stopped him and snatched the cigarette butt from his mouth, throwing it directly into the sea. "Hey, what are you trying to do? Answer my question." Norton stared expressionlessly at the furious Alexei, his eyes unblinking. "The greatest hero of the Slave Harbor campaign, capturing thousands of holy war prisoners, yet you've come to a place like this. What are you trying to do, hero?" "Humph," Alexei chuckled self-deprecatingly. "A hero who was completely fooled by his own people, or a hero who was completely fooled by your Truth Society, but you held off tens of thousands of holy war soldiers, and the position wasn't breached." Looking at his friend, Norton said, word by word, "This is something we couldn't do in Straw Town, but you did. That's because you were facing 20,000 Barney Legion soldiers, while I was fighting a scattered rout, with no supplies or equipment, and their cannonballs were just stones." Alexei emphasized, "Don't talk about me. Any infantry regiment of the Storm Legion would have had the same result in this battle. I was just incredibly lucky, falling for your trick by accident. Most importantly, I don't want to see that person again." Both of them, Alexei, full of complaints, wore an indescribable look of disgust. Norton chuckled. Although he didn't know the specifics of what had happened, it seemed that people who had cooperated with the Truth Society rarely had a good impression of the organization, even if their interests were completely aligned. Even though he always approached those with shared interests and always tried his best to ensure the other party ultimately benefited, why was it always impossible to get along well and leave a good impression? Norton didn't understand, but if he could do it all over again, he would definitely try to replace Alexei, although there are no what-ifs in this world. Besides, even if he was a hero in the Battle of Slave Harbor, his greatest achievement was definitely killing and capturing Boer-Levant. Alexei's tone shifted, glancing at Norton with a hint of envy and jealousy. You gave up the credit to Leo to come and support us. You must be feeling resentful, right? How could I? Norton chuckled, shaking his head dismissively. Given the circumstances, even if I had stayed, I would have just continued doing useless work. You really think so? Of course. Nodding earnestly, Norton said in a betting tone, do you believe that even after things at Slave Harbor are over, Leo and his men won't be able to capture or kill Boer-Levant? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and became alert. Wait. Have you received some news? Alexei didn't answer his question, but the corners of his mouth began to involuntarily turn up, and his right hand slowly rose, pointing behind Norton. Norton looked back in disbelief and saw the chief of the general staff rushing towards them, shouting, What are you two standing there for? Leo's 4th Infantry Regiment has successfully repelled the enemy, and Boer-Levant has been shot dead. Chapter 887 He is probably dead. Although it sounds unbelievable at first, the whole story, as told by Leo, was quite simple and clear, even excessively so. Initially, Leo and Norton, who had retreated to reinforce, thought the same. Continuing the blockade and pursuit was a complete waste of time. The enemy knew their location and movements perfectly, were completely familiar with the surrounding terrain, and their mobility allowed them to outpace the Storm Legion before they even received intelligence and set off for their target, until they were exposed again, and then the cycle repeated. So, while outwardly persisting, they had essentially given up. The 4th Infantry commander, taking advantage of Norton and his men's westward reinforcements, gathered his 1,000+ men and headed east to Salt Rock to temporarily encamp. If they couldn't catch up, they might as well hold out, right? As the most remote and impoverished of the 5 eastern colonies, without a doubt, Salt Rock was impoverished to a certain degree. Its origins were essentially the same as those of Slave Harbor and Drywood Village, the only difference being that it was even more remote and poorer. How bad could a colony be? So destitute were they that they couldn't even be self-sufficient and had to rely on external aid to barely survive. Don't misunderstand, not the native colonies or other colonies, but the indigenous people. Although the local colonists were penniless, exiled wretches, at least they weren't completely destitute: clothes, food, tools. Even though the lords of the 3 North Sea kingdoms didn't expect these colonists to survive the first winter, they wouldn't actually let them come empty-handed. They would have to mine, farm, herd livestock, and cut down trees, continuing to be exploited for their remaining value. So they used the cloth and ironware that they absolutely couldn't produce locally to exchange for food and crop seeds from several equally impoverished indigenous tribes, until they discovered another, more suitable form of hard currency: sacrifices. The indigenous tribes needed to offer sacrifices to their evil gods every so often, and these sacrifices required offerings. These small tribes, not much better off than the colonists, had difficulty obtaining suitable offerings safely and reliably, but the colonists could use their relationships with other surrounding colonies to buy captured animal slaves and then resell them to the local small tribes. Of course, the animal slaves they bought were basically defective products rejected by other colonies, either sick or injured and unable to work, or too old and frail to withstand further strain. But since sacrifices didn't need to work, it was a literal way of putting them to good use. The poverty of a colony that relied on selling old, weak, sick, and disabled animal slaves and depended entirely on the indigenous people for relief was unimaginable. Coupled with the fact that it had already been burned, killed, and looted by Boer-Levant, its state of disrepair was even more dire. Seeing that the town was practically a shantytown, Leo simply chose a high point outside the town to garrison, leaving only half a battalion to guard the town. His thinking was simple: I'm already living here, you're not going to come looking for me, are you? Since they couldn't capture the enemy, they might as well block the entrance, forcing Boer-Levant to wander between Salt Rock and Slave Harbor. If they couldn't plunder enough supplies, they'd have to rejoin their main force, inevitably running into Norton Crossel's reinforcements at Slave Harbor. This way, although they hadn't completed their mission, they had indirectly surrounded Boer-Levant, leaving him nowhere to escape, and incidentally protected the safety of a colony. The clever Leo was extremely pleased with his plan. The idea was good, the plan was good, but he overlooked a small problem. How did Boer-Levant perceive the Storm Legion's series of actions? Boer-Levant, constantly fleeing, plundering colonies, and evading the Storm Legion, naturally couldn't know what had happened. He only knew that the previously extensive encirclement had suddenly vanished, and thousands of pursuers had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, two possibilities flashed through Borlevin's mind. This was a trap, or it wasn't. If it wasn't, the enemy's hasty retreat, abandoning him, could only be for one reason: the slave port was likely to have fallen. This was undoubtedly good news for the Boer Legion, but for Borlevin himself, it was a devastating blow. The enemy was heading towards the slave port from the eastern front, meaning that if he immediately rushed to the slave port to rejoin the Legion, he would first run into the main force of the Storm Legion. With only a few hundred elite men remaining, breaking out might not be difficult, but it would certainly come at a heavy casualty rate. Most importantly, as the Legion commander, he couldn't guarantee his safety. Unable to rejoin the enemy or break out, Borlevin naturally had no choice but to move in a safer direction, and at the same time, he dared not stay in any colony for too long. After all, he couldn't be sure if this was a trap set by the Storm Legion. A force of several hundred men wasn't a large number, but it wasn't small either. Forcibly crossing some dangerous areas was certainly possible, but it was impossible to be without water and supply settlements for an extended period, and the supply areas in the entire Eastern New World were extremely limited. After careful consideration, Borlevin planned to bypass the slave port and reach a remote colonial fishing village. From there, he would acquire several ships to travel to the North Sea kingdoms, then return to Sail City via another route. If he had successfully recaptured the slave port, he would stay there. Saltstone City, as the last colony in the east, became his only option. Up to this point, Borlevin remained highly cautious. Even before arriving, he had discovered Leo's military camp on the high ground and decisively decided to sneak into the town under cover of darkness to rest, then leave immediately without stopping, heading south to the nearest coastline to find an opportunity to escape. However, he never expected that Leo not only had troops stationed outside the city but also inside. Because he hadn't anticipated the enemy actually coming, the soldiers hadn't made any defensive preparations and were sleeping directly in dilapidated shacks. Fearing detection, Borlevin and his men, who had secretly moved in, didn't build any temporary fortifications and opted to move in directly. Thus, the Storm Legion soldiers, waking in the middle of the night, were astonished to find several unfamiliar faces around them. By the time Leo, outside the city, received the news, the entire Saltstone City had already been set ablaze, whether by the Holy War Army or the Storm Legion, the raging flames illuminating the entire town. Before the situation outside the city could be assessed, the two armies inside were already engaged in a panicked battle, even turning on each other. Because it happened so suddenly and in the middle of the night, neither side could clearly see who was attacking, and both sides tacitly prioritized self-preservation. The Storm Legion soldiers, having been stationed there for many days, were quite familiar with each other's positions and nearby comrades. The unprepared and startled Holy War soldiers fared poorly, indiscriminately attacking anyone who charged at them, friend or foe. The only exception was the 11 Knights of the Holy War Army. While their skill levels varied, they were mostly gifted individuals. Furthermore, due to blood ties and mutual acquaintance, after quickly assembling and realizing the situation was completely out of control, they decisively, or rather wisely, chose to break out, attempting to escape Saltstone City. Relying on their overwhelming individual strength compared to ordinary soldiers, they escaped the inferno of Saltstone City, filled with shouts and screams, with relative ease, until one of them realized a crucial problem: Legion Commander Borlevin didn't seem to be with them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 11th Knights hurriedly turned back, but when they turned around, they didn't see Saltstone City engulfed in flames, but rather 3 rows of gun barrels. Almost simultaneously with Saltstone City turning into an inferno, Leo, stationed on the high ground, led over 500 men, nearly half his force, rushing towards the town. He knew very well that given the current chaos within the city, rushing in would only result in him being trapped as well. He decided to set up a line ambush outside the city to intercept enemy troops attempting to break out. However, he never expected that the first to be ambushed would be the 11th Knights, who had already successfully broken out and were now returning. A fierce battle erupted outside the gates of Saltstone City. Although the 4th Infantry Regiment deployed several hundred men, possessing overwhelming firepower and manpower, they were still insufficient against a squad entirely composed of gifted individuals. Even though all members had experience in skirmishing and were skilled in marksmanship and night combat, they still struggled against the various and unexpected powers of their bloodlines. The 11th Knights, however, found it difficult to break through a defense line of 500 or 600 men on their own, especially at night. After leaving behind 6 or 7 corpses, they had to split up and break out. As for Commander Borlevant, he had to be abandoned without any sense of loyalty. As darkness fell and the town behind them remained in chaos, Leo dared not order a pursuit. He could only hope that the garrison on the high ground would ensure the camp wouldn't be breached. It turned out he was overthinking it. These fleeing Levant knights had no intention of attacking the camp, only focused on escaping. 2 were killed by sentries on their way, and the rest vanished without a trace. At this point, the 4th Infantry Regiment's priority should have been to quickly send troops into the town, swiftly wipe out the remaining remnants of the Borae Legion, and capture its commander, Borae Levant. But the problem remained the same. Leo didn't know the exact number of the Borae Legion, and in the dead of night, he couldn't be sure whether the elite troops he had ambushed earlier were just the vanguard or the entire force, or whether Borae Levant was even inside the city. No one could guarantee what would happen if he led his men into Saltstone City in such disarray. Even the usually reckless Leo could only proceed cautiously this time, ordering his troops to encamp outside the city, extinguishing the fires while reconnoitering the situation, deciding on their next move once the situation was clear. This slight caution caused Leo to miss the opportunity to capture Borae Levant alive, a regret for him, but for Borae Levant, it was more than just a regret. As dawn approached and the flames died down, Leo finally ordered his troops to advance into the city. There, he received both good and bad news from the unfortunate infantry company commander, who was stationed in the town. The bad news was that although the infantry company had survived the initial commotion, it had suffered heavy casualties. The casualties were not tallied, but he could only immediately muster fewer than 60 men. According to Clovis's military regulations, this infantry company could be considered temporarily incapacitated. Even in the Storm Legion's short combat career, such casualties were rare. The good news was that the enemy jihadists were in a similar, or even worse, situation. Aside from the initial breakout of the Levant Knights, the infantry company commander, who had fought all night, hadn't seen any more enemy soldiers successfully break out. He had done his utmost to hold off all the jihadist soldiers, somewhat making up for the disappointment of the failed battle at Strawtown. Up to this point, Leo still hadn't realized how much of an advantage he had gained, still believing that Borlevant had escaped with the Levant Knights. He only regretted that only a few dozen had actually broken out. He wished he had ordered a pursuit. It wasn't until the battlefield was cleared and the bodies of both sides were cleaned up and buried that the 4th Infantry Regiment finally discovered their greatest gain. When he first saw the riddled, mangled body, its face almost unrecognizable, Leo could hardly believe it. It wasn't until a captured jihadist soldier pointed it out that he finally confirmed it was Borlevant's body. The reason for disbelief was simple. The entire infantry company responsible for the blocking operation had no recollection of the corpse and had no memory of ever seeing Borlevant's face. As for why they hadn't seen him before, the reason is even simpler. "What, one of our own?" Carl Bain exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Borlevant was shot dead by his own soldiers. I'm not entirely sure what happened. After all, things were very chaotic that night." Leo nodded blankly, his lips twitching as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, the prisoner's exact words were that he and a few others saw figures rushing in, and thinking they were Storm Legion soldiers, they opened fire without hesitation. He heard a familiar scream when he fired the first shot, realized it was probably his Legion commander, and decisively shouted to stop, but his remaining comrades acted as if they didn't hear him, continuing to fire incessantly, even pulling out grenades, shotgun shells, and torches, of course. It's hard to say whether his statement is true, because the other jihad soldiers we captured also gave similar testimonies, but it was they who discovered the situation and tried to stop it. Even if we use further torture, examine Borlevant's body, dig out every lead bullet from his body, and interrogate him in turn, I don't think we can really find out the truth. But one thing is basically certain: Borlevant, he is probably indeed dead. Chapter 888. Another supporting force. Although it was truly unbelievable, after examining the body with his own eyes, Anson had to admit that it was indeed the corpse of Borae Levant. However, he still couldn't understand it. Borae was a representative sent by the Levant family, and while the Levant family was hostile to the royal family, they were staunch supporters of the papacy. Borae's 20,000-strong legion was one of the few in the entire Holy War army completely aligned with the papacy. Furthermore, the Ludwig Legion was backed by the Clovis and Franz families. the Arthur Legion by the Bernard family and the powerful northern families of the empire, and the yet-to-arrive Leon Legion was even less of a concern. The Hanta people, no matter what, would never completely submit to the papacy and the empire. The Fernando Legion was a loyal hound of the royal family, and the Fels Legion was simply a figurehead of the Judgment Knights, although he hadn't seen them in person. According to intelligence provided by the unfaithful knights, most of them could be classified as mere figureheads. Thus, the papacy's only truly formidable large-scale fighting force in the New World was the Borai Legion, yet they simply stood by and watched it perish? This puzzled Anson greatly. He couldn't believe the papacy was so naive as to trust that the remaining hundreds of thousands of holy war troops would truly obey all their instructions and destroy the Free Confederation at any cost. But no matter how unbelievable it seemed, the facts were undeniable. The Borai Legion was completely annihilated, its commander dead, and the Judgment Knights, lurking in the shadows waiting to capture him, made no move. The next step was to ensure the remnants of the Borai Legion could safely retreat to Sailing City and spread the news of the crushing defeat as widely as possible. Anson's aim wasn't to boast of his victory, though it wouldn't matter if he did, but to damage the morale of the Holy War Army, especially its lower ranks, making them realize the immense cost of destroying the Free Confederation. It was already late June, leaving the Holy War Army with only 3 months to spare, so Pavel and his men needed to leave the slave port as soon as possible. The Holy War fleet cooperated readily, arriving at the port the evening after the Battle of the Slave Port. As for the reason for this coincidence, the ostensible reason is that they were on their way to Sailing City to demand supplies, but were detained by Commander Fernando, who was besieging White Whale Harbor, and forcibly conscripted as fighting force to break through White Whale Harbor's defenses. They barely managed to escape. The real reason is simpler: the entire fleet, from top to bottom, had been bribed by Ludwig and the Truth Society while at Black Reef Harbor. Otherwise, Anson wouldn't have known so much about the timing and itinerary of the Borai Legion's attack on the slave trapping port. Of course, this isn't entirely accurate, because the entire fleet was originally hired by the papacy and the empire. At most, they had just found a new employer, and a generous and straightforward one at that. The captured soldiers boarded the ships one after another. Boxes of hats, boots, belts, military coats, and other supplies were piled up on the dock, allowing the newly freed, disheveled soldiers to at least look presentable and avoid being mistaken for beggars by their own people upon their return. Besides these, the cabins and decks also provided the soldiers with a substantial lunch: smoked sausages, fish stew, dry bread, corned beef, wine, basically all the kinds of food the sailors were already used to. But to the jihadist soldiers, who had been fighting continuously for a week and were starving, this was nothing short of an extravagant feast. Wearing their brand new clothes and shoes, they began to feast right there on the deck. Not only the soldiers, but even the knights from wealthy families were eager to eat, trying their best to maintain their last bit of composure while swallowing hard. The fleet commander, always mindful of his employer's needs, hosted a banquet in the captain's cabin, warmly entertaining the distinguished guests: Hakka wine, herb-roasted chicken, potato pies, pan-fried beef sausages, ham pancakes, onion soup. The thoughtful captain even provided ready-made cigarettes and premium tobacco for the knights to choose from. Those who didn't smoke could move to the stern railing, enjoy the view, and savor coffee from the city of Goldstone, adding as much milk and sugar as they pleased. After all, Ludwig paid for it. It was on the jihadist army's logistics books, and the papacy would reimburse it in the end. Such an opportunity to be generous with other people's money was naturally best taken advantage of. Just leaving like that, on the crowded deck, Anson, puffing on his pipe, handed a lit cigarette to Pavel. "Aren't you going to take Boar Levin's body with you to report to your command and the Levin family? The commander-in-chief is quite a witty man." Pavel took the cigarette and gave a wry smile, staring at the embers of the wisp of smoke in his hand. "If I take the Legion commander's body with me, then I'll truly be unable to defend myself. Let me offer you a small suggestion: don't reveal Boar Levin's death, and even less so the truth about the Battle of Saltstone. It would be best not to mention it at all. The Levin family is not someone to be trifled with, and neither is the papacy. If you don't speak up, at least both sides can salvage the situation. If you do speak up, it'll be a fight to the death." He toyed with his cigarette like a candle, and sighed self-deprecatingly. "Of course, this is just my personal opinion. If you insist, then so be it." "Understood." Anson nodded slightly, his gaze glancing towards the slave-hunting port docks not far away. I can't guarantee you anything about this, but I will definitely consider it seriously." He was still somewhat undecided whether to announce Borlevin's death to demoralize the Holy War Army, or to conceal the truth to avoid making too many enemies. He planned to wait and see how things developed in Whale Harbor and Red Hand Bay before making a decision. Pavel, on the other hand, remained quite calm. After all, he didn't expect to make a decision for Anson Bach with just a few words. He brought up this matter only to show goodwill and bring the two sides closer. "The fleet commander told me the ship won't depart for another half hour." Setting down his pipe, Anson turned to the other man. "Should I call Alexei over so you two can have a proper chat?" "Well, maybe not." Pavel smiled bitterly. In his eyes, we're less like blood relatives and more like merchants treating him like a valuable commodity, waiting to be sold, and a bunch of crazy merchants at that. He's still young. He can't understand the responsibility of inheriting the Fire Knight's bloodline, the glory of the Dukaski family, and the sacrifices the Wolf family has made for this world. We don't blame him, we never will. When he finally understands, he'll come back on his own. I don't think so. Anson still smiled. Excuse me for speaking out, but Alexei's marriage partner is Lilith Wolf. Pavel didn't hide anything, a hint of regret in his expression. She's 18, a simple and timid good girl. She's always been around Alexei, always idolizing him as her older brother. I just meant their friendship is like that of biological siblings, not a real relationship. Obviously, they're not biological siblings, Pavel explained. It's not hard to tell from their surnames. To be honest, if Alexei's surname were Wolf, the problem would be simpler. That makes sense, Anson said thoughtfully. So what you just said, being around him since childhood, that's mainly because Alexei's father is also Lilith's father, Pavel explained, but I can assure you, their mothers are definitely not the same. Alexei's mother was just an ordinary knight's daughter, while Lilith's mother is a direct descendant of the Wolf family, of noble and pure blood. It's a pity their father died young, which made things much more rushed. They could have let their feelings develop naturally, but it became too much for Alexei to handle, leading to his immature actions. It's truly regrettable, Anson Bach. Pavel remained serious, seemingly still feeling regret and pain. To be honest, if we hadn't met in this way, I would have even begged you to persuade him to give up his pointless stubbornness and ideas, and to quickly become a mature and responsible family member, bearing his due honor. With that, he threw his nearly burnt-out cigarette butt into the sea, silently bowed, and turned to leave, heading towards the cabin. Anson was left unsure of what to do, staring intently at Alexei, who was hiding on the dock, occasionally glancing in their direction, his face filled with fear. Having seen off the remnants of the Borae Legion, the only remaining problems facing Anson and the Storm Legion were how to deal with the scattered jihadist stragglers throughout the eastern colonies and how to quickly withdraw troops to rescue the besieged White Whale Harbor and Red Hand Bay. The former wasn't a major concern. These stragglers had no other options but to become primitive in the deep forests, surrender, or engage in flexibly chosen occupations, robbery, none of which would affect the Free Confederation. What, that being a bandit would affect the colony's security? Laughable. Did this red ocean of an industry not exist before they arrived? The addition of newcomers could disrupt the existing industry ecosystem, inject fresh blood, and develop entirely new tracks. While it might not unleash the industry's potential, it could at least bring some new trends. What truly needed serious consideration was how to quickly support White Whale Harbor and Red Hand Bay. The exhausted Storm Legion desperately needed rest, and the situation on these two battlefields would directly determine whether they could seize the initiative in the next phase of the war. After all, soldiers are living, breathing human beings, not machines that can be run as soon as water boils. The annihilation of the Borae Legion has exhausted the Storm Legion's stamina. To immediately organize them for another battle would be more merciful than organizing a mass suicide. Fresh, flavorful hot food, ample quantities of alcoholic beverages, and invigorating tobacco, all three are crucial for maintaining morale and are indispensable. Ensuring these requires stable and smooth logistics, which neither the current slave port nor even Strawtown can provide. The army must first be withdrawn to Grey Snow Town. Even by the bare minimum, the withdrawn Storm Legion will need at least a week to rest. This means that for at least 10 days, the Holy War Army's front cannot threaten East Dragonfjord, or even appear in Long Lake Town. Regarding that, Lord Anson Bach, you can rest assured. Holding a cup of freshly boiled water, Karanjak chuckled. Another purpose of my visit is to inform you of the situation at Whale Harbor and Red Hand Bay. Firstly, The Red Hand Bay battlefield, so far, Arthur Herod's legion, with its relentless attacks, has indeed achieved some results, but has yet to break through Sir Louis Bernard's defenses. Given the current situation, if the balance isn't broken, it wouldn't be surprising if it were to remain for another month, or even several months. As for Whale Harbor, well, I'd be happy to discuss the achievements of your Vice Commander Fabian, but it seems more appropriate for him to speak for himself. In short, both places are currently safe and sound. Right, Anson nodded. At least enough time for the Storm Legion to slowly retreat and return to Gracenow Town to rest up. Theoretically, yes, theoretically, July is almost here, and the papacy only has 3 months left for a swift victory. They can't wait any longer, Karanjak explained. The Han-2 Legion set off from Northport half a month ago and has just arrived at Nax Hillport. An army of nearly 40,000 men could appear on the coastline of White Whale Port at any moment. You might think that, given your relationship with Leon Francois, this Han-2 Holy War Army will not only not do anything to you, but will also cooperate with your plans like the Clovis Holy War Army, the novice priest sighed. I'm sorry, but I advise you to abandon that idea as soon as possible, because traveling with them is half of the Holy War Army's command. All of them are on the Han-2 Legion's fleet. Unlike the command that previously only served a logistical role, their purpose here is to supervise, and even personally command, the Holy War Army in battle. Your good days of working closely with Ludwig are about to end. From now on, the entire Holy War Army will be your enemy. Neither the Hanta nor Clovis can offer you much more assistance. The papacy is personally overseeing the battle, and even if they were unwilling, they have to fight your hastily assembled army on the battlefield. In this situation, you need a new, powerful reinforcement. Unaffected by the papacy, to relieve the pressure of your hundreds of thousands of Holy War troops, Karanjak's lips curled into a smile. Coincidentally, our Truth Society has found this respectable ally for you. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Anson forced a smile. Let me guess, this ally you're talking about, is it the Three Kingdoms of the North Sea? Chapter 889 The Three Kingdoms of Bihay. Nax Airport, early morning. The arrival of summer brought an earlier dawn to this harbor city than yesterday, but the sun, casting its rays across the entire port, couldn't change the fact that it was only a little before 6 o'clock. The usually quiet city was now unusually bustling. Narrow streets and alleys, wide avenues, were crowded with countless fervent figures, some holding aloft statues and flags of the Ring of Order, others chanting and praying with holy scriptures in hand. Tens of thousands of people were infected by the same force, their eyes gleaming with boundless excitement and fervor, revealing an almost obsessive state. Accompanied by the rapid drumbeats and footsteps, the source of this force slowly drew closer to the crowd. Impeccably dressed holy warriors marched in perfect formation, heads held high, along the wide central avenue of Nax Airport, each face radiating pride and satisfaction, basking in the envious or admiring gazes of those around them. However, beneath their smugness, a hint of unease lingered in their eyes, for they knew all too well that they, and the Holy War Army behind them, had never experienced a single holy war. But this minor concern did nothing to dampen the cheers of the crowd and fanatics. They shouted and reveled, gazing with dreamlike eyes at these holy warriors from the old world, lost in the tales they had woven in their minds, justice triumphing over evil, the blade of the Ring of Order severing the heads of heretics. Following the tens of thousands of holy warriors, the papal priests and knights of judgment, who had not appeared in the procession, had arrived early at the palace to attend the welcoming banquet prepared by the Naxir royal family. Before the enormous French windows, the middle-aged host, served by servants, had already changed into an exquisite robe. According to the prearranged plan, he was already in the hall awaiting his guests, using humorous yet dignified words to win over, or rather, ingratiate himself with, the esteemed papal figures. Gazing at the bustling noise outside the window, the middle-aged man remained silent, a terrifying gloom lurking in his shrewd and capable eyes. "This is reality, Your Majesty," a familiar voice drifted out, and upon hearing it, the guards and servants turned and tacitly departed the spacious and magnificent palace, leaving only the middle-aged man alone. Even if you shatter the ambitions of the rebellious nobles and save the lives of countless commoners in this city, in their eyes you are still just a king to be loved, not a god to be worshipped and believed in. Even if the latter never had much impact on their lives, it still couldn't change their faith. No. It is precisely because it doesn't affect their lives that their faith remains steadfast. They will cheer for your victory and glory, and praise your benevolence and generosity. But as soon as those embodiments of faith come before them, they will not hesitate to abandon you and cheer and praise these figures who have never truly affected them with 10 or 100 times the effort. The words echoing through the palace carried a hint of mockery and ridicule, as if they didn't care about the listener's true thoughts at all, only about their own amusement. The middle-aged man turned his head and coldly looked at the man, who was carrying a crown and dressed in tattered clothes, looking like a vagrant. You know, if I tell them your whereabouts now, it will definitely make Naxxial even more loyal in the eyes of the papacy. I highly doubt it. The young man smiled self-deprecatingly. As far as I know, 99% of the papacy knows nothing about me. To them, I'm just an ordinary novelist with some connections to the old gods, not worth the trouble. That's right, but those old gods members have never been the key. The middle-aged man sneered. You, and the Truth Society behind you, are the fuse for all the problems, the source of chaos throughout the world. Is that so? The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. I think the Church of the Ring of Order is the root of all contradictions and problems, because of their existence. Far too many problems cannot be solved. Do you think the papacy's representatives would think if I told them this? Simple. They'd think you finally revealed your true nature. True nature, His Majesty the King, whose determined reforms led to the rebellion in the kingdom of Naxxial, is clearly dissatisfied with the restrictions and suppression of his power by the papacy, revealing his ambition for independence, much like some pseudo-Clovis. You mean if I expose your existence, that's what they'll think? No, it's that no matter what you ultimately do to me, that's what they'll think. Otherwise, why would they specifically bring the Holy War Army, which hasn't even entered the war yet, to Naxxial Port, where the fighting has just subsided, for this flashy but impractical military parade? The young man, Draco Veltz, chuckled and shrugged, pointing out a window. Those people, your innocent subjects, are the hostages they use to threaten you, telling you to behave, or they have the power to remove you from power at any time. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly, his fierce expression intensifying. Why did their first stop not be Sailing City or White Whale Harbor, but Naxxial, where the Civil War had just ended? The reason is self-evident. Holding the crown symbolizing the Helvig royal family, the novelist respectfully approached the middle-aged man and knelt on one knee. I presume you don't need someone like this to decide for you. The middle-aged man, however, remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on the crown as if undergoing an endless internal struggle. You know, I've always considered myself the kind of stubborn, headstrong oddball who won't listen to advice. After a long silence, the middle-aged man spoke in a hoarse voice. Thank you for shattering that illusion for me today. To listen to advice from many sides and make your own decisions firmly, even when you know the future is uncertain, that's the talent of a wise ruler. The novelist's smile grew increasingly subtle. Your success is not due to anyone or any external force, but entirely to yourself. Yourself? HMPH. The middle-aged man gave a self-deprecating sneer, looking down at the novelist before him. Draco Veltz, if you were my minister, I would not hesitate to cut off your tongue that's always ready to whisper slander. If you were my clown, I should immediately give you wealth and land no less than that of an earl. Unfortunately, you are neither, so I can neither punish you nor reward you. It's truly a pity. I find it a great honor to be your friend rather than the Joker minister. The novelist chuckled lightly. Because sharing between friends transcends status and position, whether fortunate or unfortunate. The middle-aged man, who had been sneering, said no more, took the crown from the novelist's hand with one hand, and strode out of the palace. Draco, a fleeting look of joy on his face, hurriedly stood up and looked at the other man's retreating figure. Your Majesty, what about our agreement? I must immediately rush to the banquet to welcome the Holy War Army of the vast lands, as well as many dignitaries from the papacy and other noble families. The middle-aged man stopped and said in a deep voice without turning his head, in the meantime, there may be some traitors who harbor resentment towards Helvig and the Church of the Ring of Order, who, under the guise of my name, release some of the rebels captured in prison. These people have always been a major threat to the kingdom of Naxxial. I've long wanted to execute them all, but the Archbishop has repeatedly warned the monarch to control his anger and to show compassion and sympathy to his traitorous subjects. If these traitors not only fail to repent but also escape, it would surely cause the Church and the Archbishop to lose face. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at the novelist behind him. You'd better be careful not to accidentally get involved with them. Please rest assured. Draco Veltz smiled and rose, giving the other man a graceful bow. I absolutely would not be so careless. The kingdom of Naxxial's reinforcements were remnants of the nobles who had rebelled during the Civil War. This was somewhat unexpected, but also quite reasonable. Firstly, although the Helveg royal family won the civil war in the kingdom of Naxxor, battlefield victory was only the first step towards success. Next, to prevent these treacherous officials from continuing their rebellious schemes, it was necessary to apprehend them and prevent them from falsely accusing the rebels of turning their actions into uprising, thus avoiding the possibility of some muddle-headed fools recognizing the enemy as their fathers. It was easy to seize the traitors' lands based on victory, though in reality, it wasn't so easy, but to wipe them out was extremely difficult. After all, besides the inevitable protests from the nobility and the unlikely support from their own people, the church was also a staunch opponent of this tyranny. So, was there a good way to drive these troublesome individuals away so they would never easily return, without causing widespread resentment? Of course, there was, and it was quite simple: let them leave alive, but make sure they could never establish a foothold in their homeland again. Thousands, even tens of thousands, of Naxxor nobles and their families, servants, and followers were forced to flee. Almost overnight, hundreds of smuggling merchant ships and pirate ships emerged from the turbulent seas. Dozens of large and small fleets, each with its own armed forces, roamed the various waterways, plundering passing vessels with impunity. From fully loaded merchant ships to fishermen's small sampans, everything fell within their reach. Even sharks that happened to pass by were finned and cooked into soup. At this time, due to the outbreak of the Holy War, almost half of the ships sailing on the turbulent seas were logistics transport teams for the Holy War Army. Even those that were not merchant ships would fly the flag of the Ring of Order on their sterns. But these pirates, completely out of touch with society, didn't care about such things. Whether or not they robbed their opponents depended primarily on whether they could win the fight. Unlike seasoned pirates, these inexperienced newcomers fought naval battles in the manner of old lords' conflicts, killing all the ordinary sailors, leaving only the senior crew to extort ransoms, and scuttling the ships clean after they were looted. Like those castles they conquered but couldn't hold. Before long, the Holy War Army, fighting against a free confederation in the New World, felt the power of these impolite new pirates: guns, ammunition, reinforcements. These new pirates, who indiscriminately stole everything and then vanished without a trace, drove the entire maritime supply line to the brink of madness. The first to feel this pressure were, of course, the Holy War Army of the vast lands in Naxxor Harbor. Leon Francois, who one moment was mingling with the Helveg royal family and being treated like a VIP, suddenly found himself a thorn in the side of the locals. Nearly 40,000 Holy War soldiers were stationed locally, yet they were helpless against the rampant pirates, even indifferent to them. This made the people of Naxxor, who relied on trade for their livelihood, feel deceived. The Holy War soldiers, who fought for their faith, did not intend to solve their immediate problems, but were even worried about their journey being blocked and were in a hurry to leave. Little Leon also felt quite innocent. With a general staff in place, how could he decide whether to stay or leave? Besides, Hanto was not a naval power at all, and more than half of the Holy War soldiers were landlubbers like Anson Bach. It was already a miracle that they had survived to reach Naxxor. While he was taking the blame for the head of the papacy, the Helveg royal family, who were beginning to feel the pressure, were also complaining to the church, although the suppression of the rebellion was going smoothly, because the church and the archbishop had demanded mercy in the previous stage. The rebellious nobles who had just been subdued were still restless, requiring the kingdom to invest a lot of troops to maintain stability and suppress them. They simply did not have the energy to join the Holy War. Moreover, due to the Naxxor civil war, the other two kingdoms of the North Sea seem to be stirring recently. The Helveg royal family doesn't dare to hope that the church will send troops to help them deter their ill-intentioned neighbors, but if they could provide some endorsement, such as Naxxor joining the Holy War, thus declaring war on Naxxor would be equivalent to declaring war on the Holy War and even all participating nations, things would be much easier. The church couldn't possibly agree to such a demand that would inevitably involve all parties, even if it wanted to. Furthermore, it still needed Naxxor to maintain the stability of its shipping routes and serve as the Holy War's logistical base, so it couldn't refuse outright and could only delay giving a reply. And that's exactly what Naxxor wanted. If you don't give a reply, then I don't need to send troops. As for the pirate problem, of course I've tried, but trying and completing are two different things. Even if your completion rate is 0, as long as you did it, no one can deny your effort. At least on paper, The Free Confederation now possesses a massive fleet of hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of soldiers, serving as an important ally to fill the gap in its naval power. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890 Exhibition Match. Even with natural allies within reach, an insurmountable obstacle remained between the Free Confederation and the Naxxial rebellious nobles: control of the coastline. The Free Confederation needed the rebel fleet to break the Jihad's naval blockade, but as long as the Jihad maintained control of the New World coastline, it would be difficult to persuade the rebel fleet to commit to a direct confrontation. After all, looting was one thing, war another. Expecting newly released rebellious nobles and pirates to fight alongside unrelated individuals, or even sacrifice themselves for those who had plundered their property, colonies, was less desirable than hoping the Jihad would collapse without a fight. Gaining allies was about breaking the blockade, but only by breaking the blockade could allies be won over. This seemed like an unsolvable problem, but the key lay in the contradiction. The Jihad fleet, blockading the New World coastline, was massive, but maintaining such a large fleet came at a cost. Sufficient supplies, a large number of logistics and ship maintenance personnel, daily operating expenses, and most importantly, ports. Maintaining a massive fleet requires suitable and sufficiently large ports, otherwise, no amount of money will suffice. And in the entire New World, good ports capable of accommodating merchant ships and even large warships are few and far between. Without capturing ports of sufficient size, the Holy War Army cannot sustain its current massive naval power indefinitely. Sailing City, Black Reef Harbor, White Whale Harbor, Slave Harbor, and Red Hand Bay. The Holy War Army needs 5 ports to maintain the Empire's Grand Fleet, Clovis's Royal Fleet, and a large number of mercenary naval vessels in the New World. Even this is the minimum standard. Clovis, with only one naval port, doesn't always keep all its warships crammed into one port, and the Empire's Grand Fleet is dispersed across multiple ports, rarely operating in unison, each port far superior to the best conditions the colonies can offer. Therefore, if the Confederation can temporarily seize 1 or 2 key ports from the Holy War Army's control, there is hope of breaking the blockade. The Truth Society has already made contact with these Naxxial rebels, promising that as long as they don't return to their homeland, the Helvig royal family will no longer pursue their treasonous acts. If they join the war, they will fight for their colonial interests, the novice priest said in a deep voice. September. Most importantly, you must guarantee that White Whale Harbor will not fall until at least September, otherwise these scoundrels will never dare to approach the coastline of the New World. Anson's expression was uncertain. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in holding White Whale Harbor, but the Truth Society's eagerness to find allies for him seemed a bit too enthusiastic. If you're worried about us, or if some novelist has ulterior motives, please don't worry about it, Kalinjak smiled meaningfully. Having dealt with Anson since their time in Clovis, he knew exactly how cautious the man was. The core objective of the Truth Society is singular: to stop or break the Church's restrictions and control over this world. Everything else is secondary. I don't want to speak well of any particular person, but, at least for now, he is absolutely trustworthy, provided that White Whale Harbor doesn't fall before September. Anson smiled coldly. Right. Kalinjak nodded seriously, then sighed heavily. I haven't been a member of the Truth Society for very long, but in my experience, this organization is only their most steadfast and trustworthy ally when there is still hope for an individual or force. Otherwise, the 13 councils of the Iser Elves, and your respected mentor, Mace Hornard, are the best examples to follow. If you don't want to suffer the same fate, please hold on to your last hope. Otherwise, the betrayal and abandonment might really happen in the blink of an eye. The booming sounds of naval cannons echoed, exploding into towering columns of water on the surface of Ice Dragon Fjord, accompanied by thick smoke that swept through White Whale Harbor, which had been engulfed in war for dozens of days. Under the cover of the naval gunfire, tens of thousands of Holy War soldiers, aboard small landing craft, began to approach the harbor. The densely packed boats quickly filled the entire fjord, blotting out the sun, their fluttering banners creating an imposing and unstoppable spectacle. Especially behind these small vessels, massive battleships stood proudly, their cannons, blazing with hellfire, relentlessly unleashing a torrent of fire, a symbol of death, on the land and docks. The sheer force of their attack seemed overwhelming. Even the most impregnable positions should have crumbled in an instant before them. But the Holy War soldiers, currently under the cover of these warships and fighting alongside the seemingly invincible army, knew very well that this was merely a facade, or even the opposite. The entire Holy War army was already exhausted, and the so-called attack was just a pretense to avoid making the army look too humiliated. The real siege of White Whale Harbor had ended a week earlier. As the only outlet to the sea in the entire Ice Dragon Fjord region, White Whale Harbor was a body of water almost like an inland lake, surrounded by steep cliffs extending on both sides. This meant that any fleet attempting to attack it had no third option: either bypass it and attack the town by land, or risk being ambushed by the defenders on both cliffs and charge head-on into the fjord. The terrain, seemingly easy to defend and difficult to attack, actually meant that if White Whale Harbor, as a fulcrum, were breached by the enemy, the offensive and defensive situation would instantly reverse. The entire fjord would immediately be under the absolute control of the enemy, and the defenders would have to do everything in their power to recapture White Whale Harbor to ensure that reinforcements from the sea could arrive safely. Thus, from the very beginning of the siege, Fernando's Jihad army launched a two-pronged offensive, advancing by both sea and land. The naval assault was merely a cover and a feint. The main force was the landing ground troops. Abandoning the advantage of naval power over the harbor and instead focusing the main attack on land, where the enemy was likely already prepared, might sound unbelievable, but it was perfectly logical for Fernando's legion. First, thanks to Ludwig's maneuvering, the entire legion consistently lacked adequate logistical support. The remaining shells were only enough for 3 or 4 days of routine harassment by the fleet. Second, Fabian's apparent weakness in the initial probing attacks had convinced Fernando's legion commander that White Whale Harbor was poorly defended and insufficient to sustain the defense of such a large port city. A large-scale invasion would easily breach the enemy's lines. Enraged by Ludwig's personal letter, Fernando still retained his last shred of rationality. He dispatched approximately 10,000 men, under the cover of a small number of ships, eastward to find a beach for a forced landing and establish a camp. From there, he planned to use it as a base to attack the Storm Legion headquarters. If he could capture this place, he would have a high ground where artillery fire could directly reach most of Whale Harbor. If the enemy's defenses were strong, he could simply surround and annihilate the defenders of Whale Harbor, accelerating the fall of the city. This idea was undoubtedly good, but the reality was far from what Fernando had imagined. First, while the hastily landed troops could establish a forward base, the unsuitable beach for anchoring completely severed the connection between the fleet and the ground forces, making it difficult to provide immediate support and ensure evacuation. If the defenders of Whale Harbor launched a surprise attack on the base, they would have no other means of cover or assistance besides firing indiscriminately at the beach. Furthermore, the area between the Storm Legion headquarters and the town of White Whale Harbor was not the purely barren wasteland they had imagined, nor were they isolated from each other. The Storm Legion, having operated there for nearly 2 years, had developed over a dozen military settlements and farms of varying sizes around it. Each of these estates could be easily transformed into a small fortress through simple armament, not to mention the fortified firing camps and the High Council. If the Jihad army adopted a more pragmatic strategic deployment, gradually dismantling these outer fortresses like nails, the manpower-starved Fabian would indeed find it difficult to mount any effective countermeasures, and could only watch helplessly as the Jihad army destroyed its outer defenses, gradually encircling the headquarters and White Whale Harbor. The problem lay in the Jihad army's lack of knowledge of the true situation at White Whale Harbor. The enraged and logistically exhausted Fernando was even less likely to patiently besiege this colonial town, which he perceived as poorly defended. The tens of thousands of Jihad army soldiers, driven into battle, blindly crashed into the walls of White Whale Harbor and the various fortifications surrounding the headquarters. The outcome was predictable. Facing the fortresses surrounding Whale Harbor, the unprepared Jihad army launched a full-scale assault, unsurprisingly suffering heavy losses. Although Fabian only had a 2,000-strong grenadier regiment, a cavalry battalion, 5,000 incompletely trained ranged troops, and colonial militia still being reorganized from various locations, their fighting spirit for their land meant they were not far inferior to the Jihad army soldiers in defending the city. While the enemy was bogged down by the fortresses and defenses, Fabian, personally leading the cavalry battalion and grenadier regiment, launched a surprise attack on the Jihad army's forward base. However, the Jihad army's reaction was equally swift and cautious, leaving Fabian few openings. Only some supplies were burned. And the logistical support troops suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for Hussar Battalion Commander Jason's timely scouting of enemy reinforcements, the Grenadier Regiment might have been annihilated by an external attack. But Fabian's goal had already been achieved. Realizing that their retreat would be cut off at any time and that they could not break through the layers of defenses in a short period of time, the Holy Army that had captured White Whale Harbor began to consider retreating. They decisively withdrew after only 3 days of fighting. They did not even dare to stay on the beach for too long. The land offensive failed, and Fernando's naval offensive also suffered setbacks. Even though their naval firepower was several times, even dozens of times, greater than that of the White Whale Harbor defenders, they would encounter crossfire from the cliff fortresses on both sides as soon as they entered the fjord area. No matter how many cannons they had, they couldn't fire at an upward angle, and long-range firing was difficult to accurately hit the target, not to mention that their supplies had been cut by Ludwig and their ammunition was not plentiful. Although the White Whale Harbor defenders' pitiful firepower made it virtually impossible to destroy the fleet, they still had the ability to stop the Holy War Army's strong landing, especially since Fabian had already received intelligence from Ludwig before the war, and already knew that Fernando was eager to launch a strong attack. As long as they survived the initial offensive and entered a war of attrition, the Holy War Army, which had just arrived in the New World and had not yet had sufficient rest due to lack of supplies, would visibly lose morale. After 5 days of unsuccessful assaults, the only one remaining calm in the entire Fernando Holy War Legion was its commander. Having received the Emperor's death order, the commander relentlessly organized his already exhausted army to continue the attack, executing dozens of disobedient officers, making countless empty promises, and employing both carrot and stick tactics to ignite the soldiers' fighting spirit. However, even the strongest will could not change reality, nor could it suddenly revive the exhausted and demoralized soldiers. "It's over, it's all over," a weary Fernando stood on the flagship's deck, sighing with utter despair. What he had hoped would open a new chapter for His Majesty in the New World, a war to redeem the humiliation of the fall of Salem City, had ultimately benefited someone else. Although defeat was inevitable, he was unwilling to give up easily and insisted that the Legion launch attack after attack, hoping to seize even one opportunity to exploit a weakness in the enemy's defenses, capture the town of White Whale Harbor, or even just drive the enemy into the town and control the docks. However, faced with the Legion commander's stubborn and reckless attitude, the commanders and soldiers of the Holy War Army silently chose to give up, since the commander hadn't come up with any decent battle plans, only urging them to attack. Everyone could just go through the motions and pretend to be attacking. Sure enough, although the attack was massive, with cannon fire and continuous volleys of gunfire like rain, no one knew whether the cannons firing at the cliffs were intended to smash through the mountains to destroy the enemy's fortifications, or even whether the booming cannons were loaded with shells. The soldiers in their small boats, before even reaching the shore, impatiently pulled the triggers. Even from hundreds of meters away, it was unclear who they were aiming at, or perhaps their aiming skills were so exceptional that each soldier was a crack shot, capable of killing with a single shot from 800 meters away. This theatrical attack naturally drew cheers from the White Whale Harbor defenders, who, in turn, cheered on the Holy War Legion with equally fierce volleys of gunfire. The desperate Legion commander Fernando, having given up all hope, could only pin his hopes on those who had wronged him. Hopefully, our efforts here will gain some advantage for Borlevant and Arthur Herald's legions at the slave port, allowing them to seize more colonies as soon as possible. Chapter 891. As he wished. Fernando, having given up on himself, was prepared to sacrifice himself for his allies, but his comrades were completely ungrateful. Leaving aside the riddle with bullets of Borlevant, Arthur Herald, facing off against Louis Bernard at Red Hand Bay, had no intention of a quick victory, his mind solely focused on continuing his duel with Louis. A commander who dares to lead the charge can inspire courage in his soldiers, but if that commander repeatedly commits suicide, even if he is truly a formidable fighter, capable of single-handedly cutting through the enemy, such abandonment of the army for his own pleasure is utterly meaningless, except for reducing the army's combat efficiency. As Clovis gradually rose to power, especially with the reforms of the new military system and the near completion of the Iron Cross railway network, more troops could be deployed to the same battlefield. Encounters with 1 or 2,000, or 3 or 4,000 soldiers, gradually disappeared, and positional warfare with nearly 10,000 soldiers began to become the mainstream. The change in the enemy forced the empire to adapt, even if it was unwilling. Despite the dissatisfaction of various dukes and marquises, the empire strengthened its central authority and resorted to war to suppress Clovis's rise. The reality was that the empire's logic, which was based on feudal noble knights and emphasized the personal bravery of the leader, was contradictory to large-scale warfare. Tens of thousands of soldiers, let alone fighting, even in daily marches, required extensive preparation and planning. Countless decisions needed to be made by the commander, but personal prestige and chivalry required him to be constantly in the soldier's sight and lead the charge to inspire everyone's fighting spirit. Of course, as time went on, the imperial knights gradually adapted to this war logic that made them very uncomfortable. Staff officers specializing in logistics and planning, like Bernard Morvis, began to emerge, and highly respected commanders began to leave the front lines, operating their legions through messengers, bugles, and flags, rather than shouting orders. But adaptation aside, a commander's leadership still earned him the love and respect of many soldiers, even when this commander drove his staff and logistics to the brink of despair, forcing the entire army to proactively expose their attack targets to ensure his safety, resulting in chaotic plans and incredibly low efficiency. Arthur Hurd was essentially in this state at this moment. His headstrong actions had almost brought the entire Holy War Legion to a complete standstill. All plans revolved around this legion commander who had completely abandoned all responsibility. Whether they could break through enemy lines and capture a few strongholds and fortresses that would give the legion an advantage was secondary. Ensuring he could confront Louis Bernard head-on was the key. In the past, Bernard could still issue orders, but since losing this supervising officer and with Arthur Hurd, who had unconditionally supported Ludwig, completely unleashing his power, no one could stop this dragon roar from fighting as he pleased on the battlefield. Louis Bernard, on the losing side, was naturally happy with this, even though it was unfair to his close friend. As the commander of the New World Legion, his most important mission now was to curb the Holy War's advance. Without Redan Bay, a barrier built up over several months, Laketown, which hadn't received much investment, couldn't stop the Holy War's advance. The Free Confederation, retreating again and again, could only cower in Wintertorch, hoping that the winter's snow would deter the Holy War. Meanwhile, Ludwig, responsible for reinforcing Arthur Hurd and hindering him, not only stopped the young Legion commander's reckless actions but also praised him highly, actively defending him for the reasons and difficulties in failing to conquer Redan Bay, even elevating him to the status of a true paladin fighting for the Ring of Order. Most importantly, despite this absurd rhetoric, it had gained unanimous approval from the lower ranks of the Holy War Army. Arthur Hurd, already somewhat famous, became a hero in the eyes of countless Holy War soldiers because of this irresponsible act. The method was simple and utterly unoriginal. Ludwig knew how his own sister, Sophia, had hyped Anson Bach, becoming a household name in Clovis City with a single book, The Chronicles of Eaglehorn, and he used the same method to inflate Arthur Hurd's status within the Holy War Army. Fortunately, several colonies already occupied by the Jihad Army had branches of the Good Man of Moby Dick newspaper. Ludwig utilized these branches, editing the newspaper and distributing it as supplies to the front lines. Although this reduced the space available for transporting supplies, it didn't cause discontent among the soldiers. In fact, it was quite popular. The only drawback was that Ludwig lacked writers with the literary flair of a certain novelist. Since these newspapers were intended to be filled with his own agenda, he had to personally compile various accounts of Arthur Hurd's heroic deeds into a seemingly respectable war report. Thus, when the High Command discovered problems with the frontline situation and attempted to investigate and hold those responsible accountable, they found that Arthur Hurd, the main person in charge of the Battle of Redan Bay, was not only innocent but had also become a hero of the entire Jihad Army. June 30th, overcast with light rain. The defeat in the battle 2 days ago affected the morale of the troops. The quartermaster's report showed that the amount of equipment and medicine to be repaired was 1/3 more than before, giving a preview of the casualty figures to be given by each battalion and regiment 5 hours later. At 1:55 p.m., an 18-pounder shell landed in an open-air kitchen at the front, causing some damage to fuel and cooking utensils. 2 people were killed and 6 were wounded. Fortunately, there weren't many people at the time, so it was still within tolerable limits. The real impact would come after the battle. The exhausted soldiers returned to their tents, only to find water and cold food to fill their stomachs. The heartwarming soup had long since been reduced to ashes in the flames of war. A cemetery, a vast cemetery. This is how the messenger described the scene he saw in the camp on his return. The soldiers, their faces ashen and numb, looked like funeral processions, while the officers and knights, filled with rage, resembled relatives unable to accept reality, desperately suppressing the nameless anger rising from their grief. The enemy was not as weak and cowardly as they had imagined. The valiant holy warriors could not conquer the snow-covered land solely with their boots and horseshoes. Defeat and the cold food weighed heavily on their confidence and courage. It was at this moment that Arthur heard. He arrived at the camp. Looking at the wounded legion commander, clutching a broken long hair, the soldiers lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. The day's battle was vivid in their minds. Everyone remembered that lightning-fast figure, single-handedly breaking through the infidels' blockade, rampaging through the enemy's impregnable defenses. Although the soldiers had tried their best to keep up, they still failed to seize the opportunity created by the legion commander's life-risking maneuver, allowing the enemy to fill the gap in the line. Alone, Arthur Hare, having broken through the lines, could only silently retreat, accepting the reality of failure. Faced with his self-reproaching and frustrated soldiers, he neither berated them nor punished their incompetence. Instead, he silently picked up the fallen flags from the trenches and planted them on the battlefield. One after another. Arthur Hare, having traversed most of the position, raised at least 100 flags, silently offering a warm smile to the weary soldiers without uttering a word. Hundreds of flags fluttered across the battlefield, and the previously dejected soldiers rose to their feet. Their heavy breathing echoed like the continuous barrage of artillery fire in the trenches. Pain and despair vanished, replaced by a more sublime and self-evident strength. That strength had many names: responsibility, courage, faith, perseverance. It was the indomitable spirit bestowed upon the entire Holy War Army by the selfless Arthur Hare. Yes, tomorrow's Crusaders may still be unable to win, but they will not be defeated by the enemy's despicableness because of this. Instead, they will become more and more courageous as they fight, falling down and getting up again, and falling down and getting up again, until they win, until they reach the glory of the Ring of Order, and truly conquer this land covered with ice and snow. Grand Manfred, the Grand Master of the Judgment Knights, who casually slapped the report on the dining table and enjoyed navy biscuits for breakfast, breathed a sigh of relief and glanced across the way. "What do you think, Phyllis?" Major General Ludwig Franz is really an under a shiver. The named young man sighed with a smile, holding a steaming cup of coffee in his right hand, holding a cigarette. Such a good writing style. He should become a literator or a professional editor, definitely not a soldier. It's a very harsh criticism. The Grand Leader joked, tapping the report spread out on the table with a hard biscuit. The person who sent the letter said that this report has been circulated in the battlefield with a total circulation of 200,000 copies, and some people are urging them to work overtime to make copies. And that just proves my point. Sir Fellers glanced disdainfully at the biscuit crumbs on the letter, took a small sip of black coffee, the poor taste making his brow furrow even more. In your memory, which battle report was so compelling that it was successfully published as popular reading material, or one that you would be willing to read several times? Let me think. Probably. I guess, no, not one. Glod shook his head. Most excellent battle reports are too dry to even bother reading if it weren't for work requirements. As for the less impressive ones, why would I read them? Exactly, Sir Fellers smiled. Major General Ludwig is very clever. This is basically a propaganda brochure, and a way to complain to the Holy War Army's command. After all, they were genuinely deceived, so it's understandable that they want to complain. Deceived? The Grand Commander almost laughed out loud. Don't misunderstand, I'm talking about ordinary soldiers. Sir Fellers' expression turned serious. They are the true core of the Holy War Army, hundreds of thousands of line infantrymen in cheap uniforms, unable to afford good boots, and using crudely made weapons, and another 100,000 who are sent to the battlefield, provided with food, and whose names can't even be found on the roster. They've been deceived. The New World is not fertile ground, and the enemy is not so weak as to be easily defeated. On the contrary, they are very difficult to deal with. It is precisely because of these discrepancies with expectations that this propaganda brochure is so popular within the Holy War Army. You mean, this matter should be taken seriously? The Grand Master's smile faded, then he nodded slightly. That's right, it must be given sufficient attention. Arthur Hare should be awarded a medal by the Holy See, making him a role model for the entire Holy War Army. Borlevant and Fernando will probably not be satisfied with this outcome. Sir Fellers, a smile playing on his lips, remarked, Major General Ludwig Franz. I used to think he was just an unsuccessful soldier, but now it seems, all those with the surname France are not to be trifled with, especially when they're incredibly wealthy and hold a king in their hands." The Grand Master echoed, "Of the 6 legions, the Clovis only control 1/6, yet they've successfully dictated the course and direction of the Holy War, completely isolating Bourlevant, who was originally the most likely to control the situation. Truly admirable. So you really believe he's orchestrating all of this?" "He better be, otherwise the problem we have to deal with won't just be a legion commander with inflated ambitions." Glad gave Sir Fellers a deep look. "The Knights of Judgment and the Papacy have very limited cards to play. They can only be used for deterrence and decisive blows at crucial moments. If half the Holy War army is against us, we have no chance of winning this war." "Half?" Sir Fellers was shocked, nearly dropping his cigarette on the table. "That's a rather conservative guess." Glad nodded slightly, taking a bite of the biscuit in his hand. "The Papacy doesn't have its own army, which is our biggest weakness. Commanding those soldiers will require a price, and it needs to be legitimate. Otherwise, if they dared to split the church and establish their own sect, there's no reason they wouldn't repeat themselves centuries later. Give me the coffee. This biscuit is too dry. Therefore, we must get to the New World as soon as possible and take control of the Holy War Army in the name of the General Staff. We can't continue to be sidelined by Ludwig France as we are now." Sir Fellers pushed his cup towards the Grand Master. "So what's your next plan?" "Plan?" Glad, who had taken a large gulp, showed the same expression as Fellers. "No plan. At this stage, it's not advisable to interfere too much with the scheming legion commanders. Making them think we're taking over their command, since Ludwig is using this method to stall the attack along the Red Hand Bay line, withholding supplies from Fernando besieging White Whale Harbor, and isolating Bourlevant, it proves he really wants to slow down the offensive. Very well, then I will do as he wishes, negotiate with the Free Confederation." Chapter 892 The Value of Negotiation. On July 5, almost simultaneously with the arrival of the last Holy War Army in Sailing City, news from the Holy War Command that Grand Master Gerard Manfred of the Knights of Judgment wished to negotiate had already reached Anson through the intelligence network of the Knights of No Faith. By the 10th, official letters had been delivered to the front lines of White Whale Harbor, Grey Snow Town, and Red Hand Bay via messengers from the front-line fighting armies. Although it seemed absurd that the Holy War Army, representing the Ring of Order, was negotiating with the Free Confederation of Heretics, whom they considered deserving of hell, at least outwardly they appeared sincere. As early as the morning of the 8th, before the letter arrived, the Holy War Command had already ordered all legions to cease fire and withdraw from the vicinity of Black Reef Harbor. In particular, Arthur Hurd, who had just been awarded the title of Holy Knight by the Holy See, was immediately criticized by the command for refusing to withdraw, and was ordered to immediately withdraw the Ludwig Legion from the battlefield, with all fleets forbidden from providing logistical support to Arthur Hurd. Such a hardline approach would obviously have a negative impact on morale, but it also made a strong impression, convincing the Free Confederation that the other side genuinely intended to negotiate, and thus, to some extent, they were tempted. After all, the disparity in strength between the two sides was stark. At the start of the war, the Free Confederation's territory and population were constantly falling and being lost, while the Holy War's soldiers and supplies were inexhaustible. Even a temporary ceasefire through negotiations to gain breathing room would be absolutely beneficial to the Free Confederation. Most importantly, in a sense, this was the very purpose of the Free Confederation's resistance and struggle. The premise of negotiations was mutual recognition and equality of status, and the cause of this war was the Empire's refusal to recognize the Free Confederation's independence, or so the Free Confederation's counselors believed, that if they could gain the papacy's recognition through negotiations, even at a certain cost, it was not unacceptable. Gain the papacy's recognition? Become an independent nation in the order world? Have these people been eating bread with their brains? What are they thinking? On the morning of the third day after arriving in Grey Snow Town, Carl Bain, who had finally woken up after lying down for 2 days and 2 nights, was still half asleep when he saw the letter from the Confederation's members of Parliament expressing their willingness. His blood pressure suddenly spiked, and his bloodshot eyes widened instantly. They're practically saying this is a trap, and they're planning to happily jump in. As soon as he finished speaking, the officers of the Storm Legion all had similar expressions. Norton Crossell sighed softly, Leo and Alexei laughed and sneered, and Julian's eyes even reddened. as if he felt wronged that he and so many comrades had sacrificed their lives in battle only to be used as bargaining chips. The attitudes of the others were basically the same, looking at the letter on the table with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, completely disregarding the Confederation's naivety and weakness and the Holy War Army's sincerity. Having just successfully annihilated a fully equipped Holy War Legion, and without the elite Grenadier Corps, it's undeniable that the entire stormtroopers were starting to get a little cocky. If this were the Hantu War, or even the colonial independence wars, if they'd heard the Empire had sent hundreds of thousands of troops with the backing of the papacy, their reputation for prioritizing profit over survival would likely have led them to negotiate peace before the Free Confederation. But now, anyone daring to initiate peace negotiations would be a coward, betraying countless loyal Clovis and disregarding the lives of millions of colonists. This is a derogatory term. Seeing the officers present, their emotions running high, eager to immediately march to the Red Hand Bay front to plead their case to Louis Bernard, to burn all the cowardly fence-sitters within the Free Confederation at the stake, and then to gather a massive force for a grand final battle against the Holy War Army, to win independence and unity for the New World, to shatter the Empire's thousand-year hegemony, and to reverse the world order. Anson couldn't help but laugh out loud, because his dear subordinates were such excellent actors. The officers at the company and battalion levels might be alright, but the commanders at the heart of the Storm Legion were all harboring their own agendas. In the past, Anson had too little intelligence, neither paying attention nor noticing. Only when he gradually grasped the true nature of these officers did he realize that each military meeting was not a solo performance, but a true ensemble drama. Fabian was backed by the intelligence agencies of the Austrian royal family and the Clovis army. Therefore, even though the Battle of White Whale Harbor had ended, he did not immediately rush to Grey Snow Town for the meeting, most likely because he was eager to send out the latest intelligence. Norton was a member of the Truth Society. These troublemakers hoped that the New World War would thwart the papacy's attempt to re-enter the secular world, so they could not accept the Confederation's compromise so quickly. Leo and Alexei, though from different backgrounds, were in similar situations. One was of very low birth in the Clovis Royal Army, and the other was simply an illegal immigrant. They were also mid-level officers most closely tied to the Storm Legion. Once the war ended in negotiations, the Storm Legion, which was already a rebel force, would risk being betrayed and purged. These vested interests were among the most unacceptable. As for Lieutenant Colonel Julian, who seemed the most innocent and from a good background, his situation was somewhat similar to that of Anson, the one who was forced to commit suicide in the barracks. His willingness to follow the Storm Legion to the New World might not be without the intention of concealing his old god origins, and naturally, his reaction to the negotiations was extremely strong. As for the lower-ranking officers at the battalion and company levels, and even the staff, medics, and logistics personnel, their true thoughts, and what backgrounds or forces were driving them, remained uncertain. Only one thing was certain: the only person present who truly considered the negotiations absurd from a strategic perspective was Karl Bain. Seeing the entire Legion so wholeheartedly supporting him, the Chief of Staff, who was always being criticized by Anson, even felt a little excited. Feeling that after so much time of adjustment, he finally had some authority and recognition in everyone's eyes. Well, not entirely like that, is it? A voice, somewhat unfamiliar yet barely noticeable, interrupted Karl's self-congratulatory musings. His expression froze, and he and all the astonished officers simultaneously turned to look at the figure sitting in the corner of the conference room. Joseph, the deputy commander of the firing corps, whom everyone preferred to call Fabian's uncle, sat in the most inconspicuous place in the room like an old soldier on guard duty, just like the cannon fodder of the firing corps under his command, who were only remembered when needed. Finding himself the center of everyone's attention, Joseph remained completely unfazed, displaying an innocent yet sincere demeanor, like a veteran even more cunning than Karl. "I'm not saying the Chief of Staff's judgment is wrong, but don't you all think this is a particularly good opportunity? The Storm Legion has just suffered a major battle and needs rest. White Whale Harbor has been besieged for nearly half a month and needs recovery. Red Hand Bay has suffered considerable losses and casualties after such a long battle. Using the opportunity to negotiate with the enemy to catch our breath, I don't see what's wrong with that." "Nothing wrong with it, it's perfect," Norton Crossell said coldly. "The Free Confederation has just won a great victory and desperately needs a chance to recover its strength, and now they're proposing talks? What a coincidence. I don't know. I'm not a believer in the Ring of Order." Joseph spread his hands, smiling at the officers whose expressions weren't exactly friendly. But this isn't peace talks, it's just negotiations. In that case, we don't necessarily have to talk towards ending the war. Then what do you want to talk about? I don't know, that shouldn't be my decision. Joseph shook his head at Alexa, his smile unchanged. I just don't understand why everyone is reacting so strongly to the Free Confederation's counselors. They're just offering their suggestions and ideas. The decision ultimately rests with Sir Louis Bernard and Commander Anson, but their pronouncements will inevitably affect tens of thousands of soldiers in the New World Legion. Julian suddenly stood up, his slightly breathless movements revealing his extreme agitation. Moreover, it's well known that Sir Louis Bernard has always strived to promote peace between the Empire and the colonies. Once he receives this news, he will inevitably be unjustly deceived by the enemy. So you mean, Sir Louis Bernard might no longer stand with us in the same trenches because of this? Joseph pondered. That's certainly not good news. From now on, we should perhaps be wary of the Imperial Knights of Sailing City. I didn't mean that, but you said it yourself. Sir Louis Bernard is untrustworthy. He shook his head with a wry smile. I was just repeating your words. Does it mean something different just because it came from my mouth? I didn't. Enough. Carl, with a stern face, stepped forward, stopping Julian, whose face was flushed and who desperately wanted to explain. Joseph, I understand what you mean. There's no need to explain anymore. Joseph nodded knowingly. The two had worked together seamlessly during the shooting court training, and their understanding of each other was far deeper than that of the other officers in the Storm Legion. Having quelled the commotion, Carl turned his gaze to the culprit who had started the argument, the ever-confident Commander-in-Chief Brigadier General Anson Bach. Without his hints and permission, someone like Joseph, who only cared about his own pleasure, wouldn't have deliberately provoked the other people's dislike. I agree with Joseph's point of view. Of course, that doesn't mean the Chief of Staff's judgment is wrong. The so-called negotiations are very likely a trap set by the other side. Anson tapped the letter on the table, his gaze quickly sweeping over everyone's expressions. But the problem is also clear. If we refuse to negotiate, firstly, it will arouse the resentment of the Free Confederation, and secondly, it will shake the resolve of the army in Sailing City. That's right. We won the Battle of Slave Harbor, but the prerequisite for the victory was the full cooperation of the colonial liberals, who provided a continuous stream of manpower and resources. Moreover, this war was originally for them. Even if our judgment is correct, it is obviously unacceptable to completely disregard their attitude and ideas, but that's a wrong idea. Julian couldn't help but say, do we know it's a trap, yet we still want to jump in willingly? Of course, no. It should be said that precisely because we know it's a trap, we should pretend to jump in. Anson corrected, only in this way will the Holy War Army think that we don't know it's a trap. Is that so? Carl raised an eyebrow. But why do I feel that this will only make the Holy War Army think that we are pretending not to know it's a trap? It's simple. Let's be sincere and pretend we don't know the Jihad Army thinks we know it's a trap. No. I think that will only make the Jihad Army think we're pretending we don't know they know we're pretending it's not a trap. Then let's go a step further. Pretend we don't know the Jihad Army thinks we're pretending we don't know they know we're pretending it's not a trap. No. I think the Jihad Army will only pretend. Wait. Alexei, looking like he had a headache, suddenly interrupted, clutching his head and looking at the two of them. Can you say that again? Anson and Carl looked at each other, stunned for a few seconds, then tacitly glanced at the junior clerk in the other corner. It's actually very simple. Alan Dawn put down his pen methodically, picked up the meeting minutes and looked at everyone. Lord Anson hopes to lull the Jihad Army into a false sense of security, but Chief of Staff Carl believes that doing so will only backfire. The answer was concise, but everyone's expressions were clearly even more shocked. The junior clerk, feeling awkward under such intense scrutiny, scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry. I just felt that in this situation, explaining in a little more detail might be inappropriate. Indeed, you did very well. Anson praised him briefly, even gesturing unconsciously, before turning back to the others. Ahem. In short, I believe that even just to appease the Free Confederation, we should actively express our support for negotiations to avoid further unforeseen events. We can't allow the other side to unjustly accuse us of being warmongers and peace breakers. This opportunity also allows the Storm Legion to rest and recover from the previous battles as quickly as possible. The Confederation, the colonies, The allies, none of them are worth relying on. We can only ever rely on ourselves and our comrades. With that, Anson slammed his right fist on the table with a bang, and slowly rose. From now on, the entire Storm Legion will rest and strive to recover within a week. The General Staff and Logistics Department must do everything in their power to ensure the supply of materials and facilities without fail. Everyone else, prepare to go to negotiations. Remember, this isn't just negotiations, it could very well be a bloody battle. Understand? Understood. Chapter 893 Things That Cannot Wait. Early morning, outside the gates of Gracenow Town. Anson, dressed in his general's uniform and a gold-hilted saber at his waist, stood pacing by the roadside with his hands behind his back. Lisa, carrying a steam-powered lance, stood behind him like a sentry, her stern, unsmiling expression like a chiseled sculpture. Not long after, a carriage slowly pulled up in front of him. Behind the carriage window, a stunned Bernard Morvis stared intently at the man who was looking up and smiling at him. Anson calmly opened the carriage door and entered. Lisa, still carrying her weapon, leaped to the coachman's side, moving with the fluid grace of a wealthy merchant and his entourage preparing for a long journey. She didn't even glance at Anson after getting into the carriage, and began smoking her pipe. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Sensing danger, Bernard swallowed hard, then coughed casually, feigning calmness. Cough, cough, cough. Where are we going? Where are we going? Anson paused, looking at him suspiciously. Didn't Carl tell you when we came? You mean that nice guy? He did, but I didn't believe him. Bernard curled his lip. Exchange me for the jihadists? Such a stupid decision doesn't seem like something you would make. Given our current relationship, why not be more open? I can't escape anyway. As he spoke, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and raised his hands, showing off the silver shackles hanging on them to Anson. Piping his pipe, Anson glanced at him. So you don't believe me, you're not serious, are you? Of course, the Vatican, which initiated the negotiations, has shown sincerity by suspending all attacks on the Free Confederation. We can't appear too shabby, but we only have you as a particularly important hostage. Wouldn't it seem insecure not to bring you along? Well, Brigadier General Anson Bach, I'm speaking to you very seriously as an opponent, Lord Bernard Morvis. Your respect is a bit perplexing. I've always felt that you particularly desire to regain your freedom. Could it be that your time in prison at Ice Dragon Fjord has made you develop some kind of affection for this land? Anson's expression was quite innocent, even showing a hint of curiosity, the kind of curiosity that makes you wonder if you have some serious illness. Ignoring this sarcastic remark, Bernard's expression remained serious. I can't fathom what you're thinking, nor do I wish to. I simply want to tell you that anyone in this world might be willing to negotiate and compromise with you, but the Holy See will not. Not only will they not, they are determined to exterminate you, Louis Bernard, the 13 colonies of the Free Confederation, to wipe you all out, even digging up your graves. The reasons and logic are clear to you now. Attempting to deliberately fall into a trap to lull the enemy into complacency is, besides, self-destruction. Bernard stared intently at Anson's expression, trying to discern any hint of arrogance or contempt in the subtle changes, but found nothing. The person who had become a blasphemous mage had long since transformed into a metaphysical realm, and what lay before him was merely a temporarily residing physical body. With a faint smile, Anson gently tapped the roof of the carriage, accompanied by a whistle. The carriage slowly drove out of the city. While the Storm Legion in Gracenow Town was embroiled in a heated debate over whether to negotiate, finally reaching a consensus. The main force of the New World Legion in Redan Bay had already preemptively agreed to the Holy War Army's negotiation demands. Just as Anson and all the Storm Legion officers had anticipated, almost on the very day he received the news, Louis Bernard agreed to negotiations without hesitation, even though he knew better than anyone that the papacy, having paid a heavy price for this holy war, would never easily give up. But even with only a sliver of possibility, even knowing full well it was a despicable lie, the young knight decided to concede and compromise, placing his hopes for peace on this negotiation table involving countless forces, even the apostles of the old gods. The reason was simple, for the Free Confederation to win was truly too difficult. Before receiving the request for negotiations, he already knew that the Fernando Legion had suffered a setback at Whale Harbor, and that the Storm Legion, with only a little over 10,000 men, had successfully annihilated most of the Bora E Legion, with its commander, Bora 11th, dying tragically in a hail of bullets from his own soldiers. The impregnable Redan Bay had withstood the fierce attacks of the Ludwig and Arthur legions, preventing the enemy from gaining any significant advantage for nearly a month. It seemed the situation had reversed, and the counter-offensive was about to begin. In reality, it was a desperate struggle before the sun set. Yes, Whale Harbor had repelled the enemy's first attack, but it was one of the most heavily fortified colonies. Even with naval support, 20,000 men would have faced considerable difficulty. Furthermore, the Fernando Legion, tasked with the offensive, had been deprived of supplies and resources, leading to demoralization and ultimately, failure. The Battle of Slave Harbor was fraught with coincidences. The Storm Legion fought valiantly, but the key to victory lay in the betrayal of Dukaski and a host of powerful families, the unexpected death of Borlevant, and the bribed Holy War fleet. These factors combined to create the current situation. As for the seemingly impregnable Red Hand Bay, Lewis knew better than anyone what had happened. The concentration of the New World Legion's largest forces, artillery, and fortifications built over months, coupled with Ludwig's covert assistance and Arthur Herald's constant sabotage, had created the current predicament. These hard-won advantages would be completely shattered with the arrival of the Holy War Command, the Knights of Judgment, and the final Holy War Legion. The Free Confederation was about to face not 6 disorganized Legion commanders, but a Holy War Legion of hundreds of thousands, with clearly defined roles and highly centralized command. The disorganized enemy had successfully united, and if infighting broke out on his side, the consequences would be dire. Unable to immediately communicate with Anson, Lewis decisively agreed to negotiations in his capacity as Marshal of the New World Legion, at least to unite the restless Confederation councilors. As for the Storm Legion, or rather, the Ice Dragon Fjord faction behind them, Lewis could only hope that Anson could keep them in check and prevent any unforeseen events. Knowing Anson as he did, he was almost certain the other wouldn't see this as betrayal, and might even have a complete plan and strategy in place to deal with the changing battlefield situation before Lewis even acted, because this was Anson Bach. The bastard who had captured him on the battlefield, befriended him to achieve his goals, and whom Lewis genuinely considered a friend. But there was one exception. The hesitant young knight gently pushed open the door, looking into the room at the elven girl standing by the window, the dark golden sunset casting a soft, hazy silhouette on her hair and shoulders. Lewis sighed softly. "How long have you been waiting?" "For a long time." Freya suddenly turned around, staring intently at the somewhat flustered and uneasy young knight, her crimson eyes flashing with indescribable emotions. "For a long time, for a long time." Lewis couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had heard from the steward that the elven girl hadn't left her room since the day he agreed to negotiate with the papacy. That was 3 days, a full 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking back carefully, the young knight suddenly realized that he hadn't had a proper rest, or rather, had a good night's sleep, for almost that long as well. As the highest-ranking officer of the Red Hand Bay position, the Marshal of the New World Legion, theoretically the highest-ranking person in the entire Free Confederation, just dealing with negotiations and troop mobilizations and all sorts of other issues would take at least 7 days and 7 nights, let alone 3 days and 3 nights. Unlike a certain guy who always liked to shirk his responsibilities to his subordinates, the young knight tried his best to handle everything personally to ensure everything went perfectly. "So, you really have to negotiate with the papacy," the girl spoke casually, but to the young knight it was like a sharp blade piercing his ears. "Yes," Lewis nodded slightly, suppressing his instinctive urge to avoid her gaze. "This is also for the future of the Free Confederation. The disparity in strength is too great, there is no other choice." "No other choice," Freya murmured, her crimson eyes unblinking. "Since it's a negotiation, there can't be no price, right?" "Of course, my father mentioned it to me, and I've already made preparations." Lewis's face tightened. "This isn't about 1 or 2 people, but the lives of millions. If we can exchange them for a small price, it's worthwhile no matter how you look at it." After he finished speaking, the elven girl didn't reply, but her eyes dimmed slightly. "In fact, I can roughly guess what conditions they will propose," Lewis continued calmly, strolling into the room. "Allow the papacy to establish churches in the New World, ban the ecumenical church and the alliance of the keepers of the faith, and eradicate the old gods' beliefs. If we achieve this, the papacy and the Holy War Army might allow most people to survive, and then execute or imprison some important criminals. The Free Confederation should be able to win its independence under the papacy's supervision and the empire's control." Independence. The elven girl looked at him with slight confusion, as if she had heard something absurd. Can it really be called independence? No. Lewis's gaze remained as resolute as ever. But judging from the current situation, this is the best outcome the Free Confederation and the 13 colonies can achieve. Even as far as I know, this is the outcome most people hope for. I'm not talking about anyone else, but those who shouted for dignity, freedom, and independence from beginning to end. Pauline Frey, Reinhard Roland, Bishop Reiber, and the liberals of many colonies, the colonists who paid with their blood and tears for the war, all thought the same. And you, me. Lewis paused, his gaze becoming clearer. Of course, I'm the same, prepared for the worst. That's how war is. Before you win, you must prepare for failure. Success isn't necessarily a fluke, but failure isn't impossible. Sacrifice is something you have to give up the moment you take that step. The elven girl asked no more questions. She lowered her head, as if struggling with something, feeling uneasy, angry, sad. Beneath her calm expression lay the surging waves of a sea swallowing the sky. But in the end, the sea remained calm. All right, Freya looked at Lewis, her trembling lips forcing a smile. Since you're already prepared, it seems I don't have any good way to stop you. Sigh. Thinking about it seriously, I've had so many opportunities, but I feel like I've never been able to stop you. I really wanted to, but in the end, I always. Freya, the young knight, suddenly serious, interrupted the elven girl, rushing forward in 3 strides, his eyes filled with guilt. Listen to me. I know. This is unfair to you. Very unfair, but this time I have to bear such a heavy burden. For 3 days and 3 nights. I've been thinking about this constantly, hoping for a perfect solution, but there isn't one. Only at times like this do I feel more and more that I'm not the person I want to be. I'm selfish, ruthless, and greedy. PFFT, looking at the young knight, sweating profusely and desperately trying to explain, the elven girl laughed. Lewis, although he's more mature than before, his heart hasn't changed. Sigh, how could someone like you not suffer at the hands of a villain like Anson Bach? It's alright, let him take advantage, I don't care. Lewis laughed too. Anyway, this is the last time. Sigh, the very last, the last. Lewis nodded slightly, his smile bright. If you want the papacy to accept the status quo, how can you do it without a suitable culprit? Since we're looking for a culprit, is there anyone more suitable than the Marshal of the New World Legion, the one with the highest nominal position in the Free Confederation? Huh? The elven girl, finally realizing she might have guessed wrong, widened her eyes and finally showed a panicked expression. Wait a minute, no, we can't wait any longer. The smiling young knight interrupted again, pressing down hard on Freya's shoulders with both hands. With the elven girl's strength, she could burn the person in front of her to ashes in an instant. But now, she found herself unable to move, only able to stare blankly as Louis Bernard helped her to her knees. I staked everything on this negotiation, preparing for both the best and worst. So many things can no longer wait. Fremoss's field, will you marry me and become Louis Bernard's wife? Chapter 894 The Descent of Heaven. Red Hand Bay, the port. Although a ceasefire had been nominally declared, the New World Legion stationed here dared not slacken in the slightest. Watchtowers, walls, trenches, artillery emplacements, the town, armed to the teeth, was crammed with 5,000 heavily armed soldiers, 60 cannons of varying sizes, and makeshift shield carts, converted from wagons, scattered throughout the streets and alleys. The empty streets were deserted, shops closed, and not a single pedestrian was to be seen. It resembled a ghost town. Despite this grim atmosphere, there was not a trace of tension in the air of Red Hand Bay. Even those hiding in their homes couldn't help but excitedly gaze out at the council chamber in the town center, as if they had a premonition and were secretly anticipating something. Everyone knew that today was the day for negotiations between the Holy War Army and the Free Confederation. Although it was only called negotiations, perhaps because everyone subconsciously didn't believe the Free Confederation could defeat the Holy War Army assembled from the entire Old World, they had unquestioningly taken it as a harbinger of peace. This perfectly aligned with the Storm Legion and Louis Bernard's predictions. Even if the papacy's attitude was genuinely sincere, the Free Confederation would be at a disadvantage. The other side could negotiate without any preconditions, but if you already had something you wanted, you would have to pay a price in exchange. As for what to give, how to give, whether to give at all, and how much to give, all of this depended on the final outcome of the negotiations. Sailing City, Black Reef Harbor, Grey Dove Keep, Slave Harbor, Straw Town, all the war-torn colonies were eagerly awaiting a satisfactory answer from the two who controlled the 13 colonies. Indeed, although the Supreme Council was nominally the highest authority in the 13 colonies, everyone knew it was just a facade. The true center of power lay in Sailing City, White Whale Harbor, and the New World Legion command, in the hands of the two who truly held vast armies. Their every move was crucial in determining the fate and future of the Free Confederation. I'm sorry, I agreed to the negotiations without consulting you. Don't worry about that. You're the Marshal of the New World Legion. It should have been your decision to accept. Your officers, and Talia, think the same way. Do you want the truth or do you want me to lie? No. In the not-so-spacious smoking room, the slightly sullen young knight poured himself half a glass of ale, avoiding Anson's slightly amused gaze. He didn't actually like drinking, or rather, he disliked any beverages or foods that might affect his mind, as they reduced his control over his bloodline power. But after personally commanding tens of thousands of troops, mobilizing tons of logistical supplies, and holding the lives of millions in his hands, even he, who hated this feeling, had to admit that a little relaxation was indeed important. Even those with formidable talent, as long as they haven't escaped the limitations of flesh and blood, instincts will still influence them. Like now, even with Anson puffing away right in front of him, he felt no disgust, even a slight sense of ecstasy. As the self-governing council of a wealthy colony, Redan Bay Council's facilities and furnishings were in no way inferior to White Whale Harbor. Thus possessing certain inevitable problems, its defenses were poor. Impoverished colonies often used small stone bunkers as council chambers, as they were the only safe place in the entire town. The wealthy, of course, prioritized comfort, with brick walls, wooden beams, floors, and complete water and heating systems, grand and comfortable, capable of dealing with ordinary bandits and thugs, but less effective against the Jihad army's artillery. Learning from the previous experience of being in the council chamber when cannons came raining down, the Free Confederation dared not easily hold meetings in such an obvious building, allowing the Jihad army's artillery to fire at them. With only 2 people in the large council chamber, they naturally had to huddle in the small smoking room to avoid making it seem too empty. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Anson rose to pour wine for the young knight. I understand your concerns, and I can tell you clearly that this negotiation will yield no real results or meaning. The papacy's goal is to exterminate us all. They won't rest until all 13 colonies are burned to ashes. These are Bernard's exact words. He was playing a word game here. Bernard's intention was directed at the liberals, the old gods, Anson, and the Rune family behind him, not everyone in the literal sense. But how could such divisive rhetoric, detrimental to unity, possibly have the same impact as the annihilation of millions of colonies? Then why did you bring him to Redan Bay? The young knight frowned slightly. Isn't there a risk of him being snatched away? Don't forget, Uncle Bernard is the person in the Holy War Army who knows this land best. Of course there is, and it's not a small risk, but the role a person can play is positively correlated with their own will. Anson shrugged. If he doesn't intend to help the Holy War Army or the Holy See, what's the use of him being taken back? You mean he? The young knight's eyes lit up, but before he could finish speaking, there was a soft knock on the door outside the smoking room. A moment later, Fabian, expressionless, pushed open the door and entered. Standing at the entrance, he saluted the 2 men, then looked at Anson. My lord, our guests have arrived. Accompanied by the resounding bugle call, the sea outside Redan Bay was filled with the majestic silhouettes of massive warships, Close Crimson Unicorn, the Herald royal family's Golden Iris, the Pure White Ring of Order, and the ensigns of the Clo Royal Navy, the Imperial Grand Fleet, and various warships, ancient noble families, armies with glorious histories. Countless flags fluttered in the sea breeze, dazzling the eye. Meanwhile, at the Redan Bay docks, from the city walls to the mudflats, a dense crowd of people thronged. Those who dared not leave the city opened their windows, desperately leaning out to gaze at the sea, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, they seemed to forget that they were facing enemies and bandits who had come to slaughter, ravage, and plunder them. They were like ordinary people who had lived in remote rural areas for years, gazing with envy and longing at their wealthy and distinguished relatives who had traveled from afar. Even many soldiers couldn't help but put down their rifles, staring blankly at the scene they had never seen before, nor dared to imagine, standing there dumbfounded, their consciousness already detached from their bodies, transported to another world by the shocking scene. In contrast, The Confederate counselors who had rushed from the rear for this negotiation had very complex expressions, although they all knew that the gap between the Free Confederation and the Holy War Army was vast. Only when they were truly facing it could they realize just how big that gap was. Such a massive fleet, so many enemies. Were we really fighting the entire old world? How could we possibly win? Under the suffocating pressure, all words and phrases seemed utterly pale, even shallow. Surrender was the first word that popped into their minds. As Marshal and Commander-in-Chief of the New World Legion, Lewis and Anson stood at the forefront of the welcoming crowd, surrounded by officers of the Storm Legion and Knights of Sail City, coldly observing the three-masted sailing ship slowly approaching the dock. Behind the crowd, out of sight of everyone, David Jacques, with his young apprentice, had already begun wielding his paintbrush, vividly depicting the various reactions of the people facing the Holy War Army. A new work entitled A Descent of Kingdom was about to be created. At the very center of the painting was a young papal knight stepping down from the ship, dressed in simple, efficient knightly attire, with a pure silver ring of order badge on his chest. His gentle facial features made him appear more like a priest than a judge. Yet this ordinary young man instilled a sense of formidable fear in everyone present, as if he were a judge proclaiming the will of God. After a moment's hesitation, David Jacques added two holy spirits above his head, one pure and kind, the other evil and ferocious. "What's wrong?" Noticing the slightly strange expression on the Grenadier commander's face beside him, Anson glanced at him knowingly. "You two know each other. We met once, during the siege of King Iser's pavilion." Fabian nodded slightly, cold sweat quickly trickling down his temples. At that time, he represented the Knights of Judgment, coming to convey the final decision of the Holy See to us. "Is that so?" Anson said casually, his mind already recalling the inferno that had almost killed him. "Your assessment? He's an extremely troublesome fellow." Fabian deliberately lowered his voice and lip movements. "He'll pretend to be a kind and understanding old man, extracting the information he wants from his interlocutor, then revealing his true intentions, crushing the other party with cruel facts. If you have to make a comparison, it does fit the style of many former royal guards. It's disgusting." Seeing the fleeting disgust on Fabian's face, Anson smiled heartlessly. Besides these, the Knights of No Faith also provided another piece of information about this Sir Fellas. He was not only the personal adjutant of the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment and a legionary commander in the Holy War Army, but also a deeply hidden blood mage. This wasn't surprising, since the ranks of the Inquisitors could have spellcasters. The Knights of Judgment, symbolizing the highest fighting force of the Holy See, could certainly do the same, and it was even normal for there to be blasphemous mages within the Knights of Judgment. But the man's neck lacked the iron ring that imprisoned the power of the three old gods. Anson narrowed his eyes slightly, examining the man's smooth, clean neck, and his quietly activated superpower detected not a trace of magical aura. Could it be? "Long time no see, Brigadier General Anson Bach." With a warm smile, Fellers stopped 10 paces away, bowed to the crowd, and removed his hat in greeting. "You look as healthy as ever." "Is that so?" Anson returned the bow calmly. "I don't recall ever meeting you before." "Don't remember?" "Brigadier General, you certainly have a short memory." Fellers still smiled. "Of course we've met, we just didn't exchange pleasantries in person. On the day the Iser Kingdom fell, I was already at your headquarters delivering the papacy's reply regarding the suggestions to the Kingdom of Clovis. How could we not have met?" Before he finished speaking, Lewis glanced at Anson in astonishment. He remembered clearly that Anson had entered the Iser Kingdom with him. How could he have remained at the command post outside the city? Although he couldn't understand it, he could vaguely sense that the other party was using this method to threaten or blackmail him. The young knight's expression turned slightly unfriendly, and he gently lowered his hand, which was about to return the greeting. "And you, it is my honor to meet you, Sir Louis Bernard." Fellers maintained his gentle smile. "Your brother, Kroger Bernard, is the knight I admire most in my life, without exception. And everyone present here, it is a pleasure to meet you all on such a beautiful and picturesque day. On behalf of the Holy War Command and all the Knights of Judgment, I extend my sincerest greetings to you all." As he spoke, the smiling Sir Fellers kept greeting everyone present, but very few people were willing to respond to him, whether they were the Imperial Knights of Sailing City or the officers of the Storm Legion. They obviously hoped that the man in front of them would die on the spot and continue to fight to the death with the Holy War Army. "Enough with the nonsense," Lewis said coldly. "Since you've come here, you must be the plenipotentiary representative of the Holy War Army." "Me? Of course not." Fellas waved his hand dismissively. I'm merely a messenger on the front lines, not qualified to negotiate with such truly important figures as you. My only task is to inform you that the negotiating delegation is about to arrive." "About?" The young knight raised an eyebrow. "You mean, they haven't arrived yet?" "No, they've arrived." Fellas shook his head. "It's just that the preliminary preparations were too tedious, so it took a little longer than usual. Mainly because, they're here." Before he finished speaking, Fella's eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand, pointing to the azure sky above. Soon, gasps rang out from the crowded people and the mudflats. Countless eyes slowly looked upwards. A black dot, a faint black dot, tore through the clouds above, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression towards Red Hand Bay. Staring intently at the approaching shadow, Louis Bernard murmured unconsciously, "Compassion." Chapter 895 Negotiations have begun. It had no sails, no deck. From afar, it resembled a gigantic shuttle floating above the clouds, both magnificent and insignificant, both ordinary and grand. Its smooth, graceful lines cast a vast, deep shadow on the sea. A massive, orderly core, larger than a train carriage, spewed billowing smoke, driving giant-like blades to spin rapidly, the rumbling echoing across the dome as if displaying its majesty to countless mortals. The Ark, the Cloud Whale, the Dome Sanctuary, the Mobile Papacy. It had many names, countless hymns of praise, but the most well-known remained that simple yet powerful name, the Heart of Compassion. Louis murmured softly, gazing at the familiar, colossal figure in the sky, stirring countless memories within him, his heart tightening. As the heir to the Grand Duchy of Edland, and a royal military officer, no one understood better than himself what this airship truly meant. By the Ring of Order, this is a miracle, my God, what is it? May the Ring of Order protect us. May the Ring of Order protect us. The crowd behind them continued to gasp in amazement and cheers, craning their necks as if gazing upon a descending deity, bowing in reverence to the massive shadow that was slowly descending, completely overwhelmed by its unparalleled oppressive aura. Undoubtedly, this was its purpose in appearing here. No matter how brave a soldier was, it would be difficult to even entertain the thought of fighting it upon first sight. Even a pseudo-believer or heretic with no faith in the Ring of Order would feel an urge to worship it. The moment it descended upon the battlefield, its overwhelming majesty and the oppressive force of its size could instantly extinguish the fighting spirit of an army that had been engaged in bloody battle just moments before. Therefore, it was given the title the Heart of Compassion, but its existence never meant peace. Before the advent of new airship models like the Steam Hammer, the appearance of the Compassionate Heart signified only one thing: the final declaration from the papacy, a thorough and indiscriminate purge of those who resisted the Ring of Order, or rather, those who opposed the papacy. The problem was that if it were the old world, the airship could stop at any time to refuel and replenish its water supply. How could it traverse the vast, turbulent seas and still have the capacity to reach Red Hand Bay and flaunt its power to the Free Confederation? Had the papacy improved the technology of the steam core, or found some new resupply method that would allow the airship to have a longer operational radius than before? Either way, this was definitely not good news for the Free Confederation. At least with the Confederation's current strength, there was no means to inflict any effective damage or attack on the airships that conquered the skies. The enemy, on the other hand, could remain in the air, freely unleashing firepower on cities and positions on the ground, turning battlefields and settlements into seas of fire. The uneasy young knight glanced to his side, only to be surprised to find that Anson's face showed no sign of tension. On the contrary, it even seemed to hold a hint of curiosity. If he remembered correctly, this guy had already witnessed a Heart of Mercy firsthand back in the Iser royal court, and even personally experienced its power. So what exactly was he curious about? Some unfortunate news. We may have been seen through. Inside the airship cabin, Sir Fellers, leaning against the window pane, stroked the iron ring around his neck while peering through binoculars at the surging, tidal wave of people below. His playful expression resembled that of a tourist observing monkeys in a zoo. Anson Bach, he's been watching this place ever since we arrived. You mean the officer Clovis, the one the Vatican designated as the second highest target for arrest? Grand Master Gerard Manfred, dressed in a magnificent robe, sat in a velvet armchair and teased the other man, his playful expression no different from that of an elder taking a junior on a trip. No, the young man, who looked exactly like Sir Fellers, suddenly put down his telescope, rose respectfully, bowed, and knelt on one knee. The fluid movement suggested he had practiced this at least 1,000 times. It was Anson Bach, the heinous old god spellcaster, a false believer, who murdered 6 excellent judgment knights in Strawtown. Every word was laced with the force of gritted teeth. Knowing the Grand Master's style, the young man dared not show the slightest hint of jest. His apparent affability was largely due to the cultivation he had cultivated in the monastery, using reason and humor to mask his extreme rage, like the Naxir pirate who had angered the Grand Master the day before, successfully sending himself to the pressure relief valve of the steam core, to be steamed alive. Such a cruel punishment was rare, even for a true old god spellcaster, let alone a mere pirate. Therefore, the pirate's unfortunate fate was not because he deserved it, but rather because he unfortunately caught the Grand Master in a moment of uncontrollable rage. 6 fully armed judgment knights were wiped out without any useful intelligence whatsoever. Such a devastating loss is truly rare in the history of the judgment knights. I thought someone as clever as you wouldn't bring it up. Glad slowly raised his head, looking at the young man gazing up at him. You've surprised me a bit, sir fellas. It's precisely because I'm not too stupid that I won't evade the issue. The young man maintained his earnest expression, an expression Anson knew all too well, every muscle, every pore of his body speaking of boundless loyalty and sincerity. The intelligence sent back by Lord Shadowless is enough to prove that Anson Bach is a formidable enemy capable of threatening the Knights of Judgment. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance that such an opponent could see through the distorted domain covering his heart of compassion, this possibility must be reported to the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, Lord Glad Manfred, the well-deserved commander of the Holy War Army of the Ring of Order. An interesting guess, but even just sensing the existence of a distorted domain would require at least a blasphemous mage-level spellcaster. Glad smiled dismissively, but we all know that he's at most just an ordinary 5th-tier spellcaster, and not even a very experienced one at that, let alone a distorted domain. He probably doesn't even understand the concept of a domain in detail, but an ordinary spellcaster can't silently annihilate a squad of 6 Knights of Judgment. The young man remained unfazed. Since he can do that, as the adjutant to the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, I can't rule out even the 1 in 10,000 possibility, 1 in a million. Glad clearly didn't agree with his guess, but his expression showed a hint of doubt. In that case, what advice do you have for the current situation, my loyal adjutant? Now? You should go see those self-proclaimed hosts now, sir, even if there might be a blasphemous mage hiding among them, or even more than one, a 1 in a million chance, sir. The young man rose gracefully, discreetly brushing the dust off his knees, and then bowed again to the figure in the velvet chair. This little danger isn't enough to put the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment in shackles. The merciful Heart airship, which had shocked millions of colonists, landed steadily in front of the dock. The first to emerge from the cabins was a team of exceptionally well-dressed soldiers, wearing red and blue uniforms, gilded breastplates, and silver-plated helmets adorned with the Ring of Order, carrying familiar steam guns, swaggering towards the welcoming crowd in 2 columns. The attitudes of those present were sharply divided. Some were adoring and awestruck, while others scoffed at this ostentatious display of power. For the former, the Knights of Judgment were an object of their admiration. Countless knights and even descendants of noble families dreamed of becoming members of this order, standing at the pinnacle of knighthood as defenders of the Ring of Order. For the latter, this army adorned in gold and silver and wielding advanced weapons was merely a standard honor guard, which, in their minds, was practically synonymous with empty showmanship. Only a very few could sense the power emanating from them, a power unlike that of ordinary blood, and instinctively tensed. These so-called honor guards were all composed of gifted individuals. What a magnificent lineup! Only the Holy See, and perhaps only the Emperor of an empire, could muster such a force. Compared to the enemy's strength, Anson was more interested in the attire of these Knights of Judgment. Their magnificent attire was completely different from the Knights of Judgment who had attacked him that night, yet there were also some similarities. Does each knight have several sets of uniforms to change into depending on the mission, or is this small army, which is said to have a little over 1,000 men, actually fully equipped and with a detailed division of labor? Just as he was still speculating with a wicked sense of humor, Louis Bernard beside him stepped forward first, extending his right hand to the figure surrounded by guards. Grand Master Glad Manfred, of the Order of the Judgment Knights, welcome to Redan Bay. It is my greatest honor to receive your welcome, young Sir Louis Bernard. The Grand Master shook his right hand, not forgetting to smile and bow slightly. I never expected that you would actually recognize me. I don't recognize you. The young knight smiled calmly, but I have heard your name countless times, and most importantly, the power of your bloodline has already revealed your identity the moment you set foot on this land." Revealed. Grad's curiosity was piqued, and he asked in a slightly joking tone, "You don't mean these excellent knights around me, do you?" "Of course not. Anyone of high status or noble character, or who needs to be protected, can potentially gain the squireship of true knights." The young knight shook his head, his eyes sharp, but when all the knights present subconsciously restrained their auras, and only one person remained unrestrained, there can only be two explanations: either his power is impossible to conceal, or he simply doesn't need to, possessing the qualification or status to display his power to outsiders at any time. "I believe it's the latter." This answer made Glad's eyes widen, revealing a very surprised expression. He paused for nearly half a minute before recovering. "Sir Louis Bernard, I must admit that your talent and strength are simply astonishing. Apart from the late Kroger, I have never seen another knight as outstanding and young as you." In contrast, Louis, whom he praised, appeared quite indifferent, merely nodding in gratitude. His bloodline power was enhanced in all aspects, especially his sensitivity to auras and his ability to observe, unless it was an acting skill that could fool even the deceiver himself. Mere superficial praise and insults could not deceive the young knight's heart. "Your praise flatters me greatly, but as the Marshal of the New World Legion, I must ask one more question. What exactly is the purpose of the Holy War Army's negotiations?" As expected of the heir to Idron, always the embodiment of seriousness, the Grand Commander continued his lavish flattery. "It's just a pity you were a little too hasty. Yes, the Holy War Army is here to negotiate, but negotiations are not a one-sided affair, but a process of mutual concessions and compromises." "Then what do you want?" "The Holy War Army has made compromises and concessions for these negotiations. Since you are willing to agree, you should first tell us your reasons for accepting them." "That would be reasonable, wouldn't it?" "The reasons are simple. The Free Confederation is neither a bandit nor a warmonger. As long as we can achieve peace, we will not let any opportunity slip by." "Oh? Then what do you mean by peace?" "The Holy War Army withdraws from the New World, recognizes the Free Confederation's independence, and restores the Confederation's honor." This, Glad suddenly laughed. "Your conditions are not low. To get so much at once, you must at least pay a corresponding price." Louis's expression turned icy. "A price? So in your eyes, even this most basic request requires a price?" "That's right, and frankly, you don't seem to realize this negotiation has already begun." Glad's lips curled slightly. "Compared to you, the forces gathered behind and above me are enough to crush and destroy the entire Redan Bay within a day. If I wanted, at least 4/5 of the lives present wouldn't have a chance to survive. In that case, why should I agree to your request without demanding any price?" As if genuinely curious, Glad blinked, looking at the young knight and the group behind him with a questioning gaze. But his icy tone and undisguised killing intent sent everyone's hearts sinking. Chapter 896 The moment of turning defeat into victory. Although they had anticipated and prepared for the attitude of the Holy War Army and the Knights of Judgment, the sheer frankness of their stance was still a roller coaster of emotions, like falling from heaven to the depths of despair. "Yes, we brought our steam airships and assembled dozens of warships outside Red Hand Bay Harbor to threaten you. If negotiations don't meet the expectations of the papacy and the Holy War Army, these honor guards will be your funeral procession, capable of burying the entire Red Hand Bay alive at any moment." "What, you're not happy? Fine, then show us your strength." If the Free Confederation possessed military power comparable to the Knights of Judgment and the Holy War Legion, we would certainly be willing to negotiate. The question is, do you? If not, shut up and go back to where you belong. Whether it was the Imperial Knights and Storm Legion of Sailing City, or the colonists of the New World, most people, while also finding the papacy ruthless, still maintained some semblance of civility. Therefore, when the other side showed no mercy, the internal discrepancy was at least a turbulent experience. However, the threat and the vast disparity in strength were undeniable, so Louis not only silently endured the threats but also proactively agreed to their terms for negotiations on the ship. His reasoning was that on land, given the current war situation, it would be difficult to find a neutral location acceptable to both sides, a problem not present on a ship. This is why Sir Fellas referred to himself as the messenger. His three-masted sailing ship would anchor in the harbor, and to ensure the Confederate side could negotiate with peace of mind, the entire ship, including the crew, would be handed over to the New World Legion. Furthermore, The Holy War fleet anchored at sea would not approach the harbor until the negotiations concluded. To be fair, the terms were actually quite good. In fact, the Free Confederation could be considered to have the upper hand. Even on land, given the current balance of power, the Confederation wouldn't dare to play any tricks. On the contrary, the papacy could either lure them to their territory and wipe them out, or create an accident, giving them a reason to crush the Confederation outright. But what truly surprised Louis and the Confederation's counselors was just the beginning. What? A truce, on the deck of the three-masted sailing ship, the Morning Star, after hearing Grand Master Gerard Manfred of the Knights of Judgment state the Holy War Army's demands, Marshal Louis of the New World Legion slammed his fist on the table. However, neither the Free Confederation's counselors nor the Holy War Army's commanders showed the slightest contempt or shame for his outburst, for they were equally shocked, their faces etched with the expression of just learned of this. That's right, that's the only demand from the Holy War Army. Seemingly oblivious to the strange looks directed at him, Grand Commander Glad nodded slightly and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "From July 1st to August 1st, a one-month truce will be established within the areas currently controlled by both sides, and neither side may take any military action. However, this is only military action. The Holy War Army will not restrict normal personnel movement, and the Confederation should not obstruct it either. Besides this, you may add any other demands you wish to make. Of course. Please remember to attach your own requests along with your demands. The Holy War Army will agree or reject them according to its needs. Of course, you can also refuse, but the price will be that the airships above you and the fleet of 34 battleships and cruisers anchored on the sea, along with 40,000 Holy War Legion members, will immediately launch an attack on Redan Bay. If you really think you can hold them off, then feel free to try." Having said that, the smiling Grand Commander continued to look at the shocked young knight opposite him, awaiting his next reply. Meanwhile, in the town of Red Hand Bay, Anson, who had returned under the pretext of managing the town's garrison and had not participated in the negotiations, listened intently to the intelligence brought back from Sailing City by Lieutenant Colonel Roman, who had secretly infiltrated the town. He had originally arrived in the New World through irregular means and was nominally supposed to be in the southern fortress managing the legion that Ludwig had left behind on the mainland, the one he had personally created and could truly command with ease. Now that the command headquarters had officially arrived in the New World, Roman, who could no longer conceal the situation, naturally dared not linger in the colonies controlled by the Holy War Army and around Ludwig for long, so he had no choice but to come to Red Hand Bay. Upon arriving in Sailing City, the Holy War Command immediately took over the city's administration and defenses, dissolving the Provisional Council originally composed of locals and replacing it with 30 priests from monasteries. Daily security and patrols were handled by the Fearless Legion, primarily composed of fanatics. They also dispatched special personnel to Black Reef Harbor and Grey Dove Castle to inventory accounts, measure land, and repeatedly inquire about the actual situation of all troops who participated in the battles in these two colonies, ostensibly to lift military control and allocate the land in both locations to all participating officers and soldiers based on their war merits. Furthermore, the logistics work, previously handled by Major General Ludwig Franz, was also taken over by the command, no longer assigned to any legion, but instead assigned to specific units designated by the command. Before I left, this work was given to 4 infantry regiments of the Fernando Legion, which had just retreated from White Whale Harbor. You remain in Sailing City. The newspapers in Black Reef Harbor and Grey Dove Castle, as well as the so-called New World Bank, have been taken over by the command and are resuming operations in the name of the church. Currently, they are responsible for nearly half of the Holy War Army's logistics. The newspapers are also speeding up the printing of the New World's Morning Post. The Holy War Army brought steam printing presses, making it 10 times more efficient than before. Roman's voice was as cold as ever, his precise narration mixed with a hint of sarcasm, making the listener subconsciously feel that the other party was deliberately being sarcastic. Only when facing Ludwig did this coldness become somewhat more respectful. Anson, however, was already used to this. His calm expression softened slightly as he frowned. "You mean the Holy War Command is not only trying to control its troops, but also to establish rule in the New World?" "Quite the opposite," Roman interrupted, his face as cold as ice. "Their goal is to make everyone believe that the papacy is going to establish rule in the New World, but that's impossible, at least not right now. Because with the papacy's current capabilities and the limitations of the Second Council of Public Order, they can only build cathedrals and then set up dioceses to govern. the result will inevitably be the same as in the Old World. The interests of the dioceses will be highly intertwined with the local interests, making it difficult to maintain absolute obedience to the papacy, and because of the distance, the problem will be even more serious. Not to mention anything else, you were a first-hand witness to the 13 councils of Isar. That was a direct conflict between the Imperial Duchy of Valhalla, the Clovis Diocese, the Great Diocese of Hantu, and the papacy, which ended with the deployment of the Knights of Judgment and the destruction of the Isar royal court. With such a precedent, do you think the papacy will continue to try to establish new dioceses? Obviously not. Anson understood what Roman meant. The papacy doesn't want territory in the New World, nor does it want to establish dioceses. What they need is an enemy that can transform the Holy War Army from a temporary entity into a permanent one, even allowing them to constantly blackmail and coerce various countries in the Order world. Roman gave him a deep look, because all actions related to holy war and the slaughter of heretics, whether military or administrative, do not constitute interference in secular affairs, starting with illegitimate holy war, gradually infiltrating various countries, re-strengthening the papacy's control over each diocese, and ultimately achieving absolute control over the secular world. That is the papacy's goal. The war in the New World has now reached a critical juncture. The multi-front offensive is unsuccessful. The Bore Legion has even been annihilated by you, and its commander has been killed. The frustrated Holy War Army may consider a swift victory at any cost, or even a withdrawal. This is not in the papacy's interest. I don't have detailed information about the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, but his thoughts are nothing more than this. In that case, may I assume that your purpose in this negotiation is simply to request a 1-month ceasefire, with no other demands and no expectation that the Free Confederation will refuse or impose any other conditions? Louis Bernard said in a deep voice. From the expressions of everyone present, he could roughly guess that the so-called ceasefire, and even this negotiation itself, was merely the personal idea of the Grand Commander before him, without consulting the other members of the Holy War Army, or even the Legion commanders. If that was the case, then things were clear. The person negotiating with him was not the so-called Holy War Army, but the Church of Order, or more accurately, the papacy. From the Holy War Army to the papacy, the number of real enemies seemed to have decreased, and with luck, they might even be able to use the chaos on the other side to nullify the so-called threat of destroying Red Hand Bay. In reality, the enemy had turned the tables and strengthened their control over the Holy War Army, making the danger even greater than before. Indeed, as expected of Kroger's brother, the heir of the Bernard family. You immediately grasped the crux of this negotiation. Glad continued his flattery, a faint smile radiating a chilling coldness. So if you can agree now, this negotiation can end quickly, and the Free Confederation can have a month to recuperate, or prepare for war, ready to fight to the last soldier, to the last colony. After all, transferring nearly 50,000 troops, a population of around 100,000, and enough supplies to sustain so many people to a remote inland colony like Wintertorch is not something that can be done in a short time. Right, he already knew of Wintertorch's existence. The young knight remained unfazed, exchanging glances with the counselor beside him and several Imperial knights from Sales City, before looking at Glad. This matter is of great importance, and I cannot give you an immediate answer. I need to go back and discuss it seriously with the others in the Confederation. No problem, Glad readily agreed. How long do you need? 1 day, the young knight spoke. At this time tomorrow, I will inform you of the Free Confederation's decision, along with our conditions and the bargaining chips we are willing to offer. This was a decision he had made after careful consideration, since the demand for a ceasefire was merely the personal opinion of the Grand Master of the Judgment Knights. Even if he could force everyone to obey his decision based on his status, unless he was prepared to watch the Holy War Army disintegrate, he would definitely have to find a way to persuade, or at least explain, the reasons to everyone afterward. 1 day was definitely not enough time for the other side to persuade all the important Legion commanders and officers of the Holy War Army, but for the Confederation, 1 day or 7 days made no difference, because they would certainly have to accept it. At least on the surface, regardless of the other side's purpose, a month-long ceasefire was highly beneficial to the Confederation. Not only could they take the opportunity to lick their wounds and recuperate, but they could also shorten the final window of opportunity before winter arrived, reducing the pressure on their defenses. Unless, the other side's so-called ceasefire was just a pretext. You guessed right, it was just a bit late, Roman said coldly. If it were really just for negotiations, there would be no need to use airships, dozens of warships, and over 40,000 holy war legions, and these are the well-organized, unscathed hand-to-holy war army, conquering cities and territories, constantly breaking through the defenses of the Free Confederation, and finally wiping out all the rebels in Winter Torch City. This is not in the interests of the Holy See. The best option would be to wipe out the core of the Confederation and most of its elite forces in the port town of Redan Bay, reducing the entire city to ashes with overwhelming force, even as we are speaking. Major General Ludwig and his Holy War Legion have already crossed Redan Bay and are advancing towards Ice Dragon Fjord, their target, White Whale Harbor. If I remember correctly, your most elite Grenadier Regiment has already followed you to Redan Bay, while the main force is left to rest and reorganize in Grace now. Defending this important colonial town are only a few thousand well-equipped militia from the Keepers of the Faith, plus a ranged corps smaller than an infantry division. They will soon face 20,000 well-equipped, well-supplied, and protected by the Clovis Royal Fleet. The capture of White Whale Harbor is the compensation the Holy War Command gave to Major General Ludwig for seizing Sailing City, and also bait to prevent him from participating in the upcoming Battle of Redan Bay. In that case, isn't Redan Bay already a dead city? Anson narrowed his eyes, his pupils focusing on Roman's perpetually indifferent face. As Major General Ludwig's adjutant, why did you specifically come to a place like this, so you never listened to others? Anson Bach, always putting yourself first. Roman continued mercilessly, I told you, if you can hold out for 6 months without being defeated by the Holy War Army, I'll find a way to help you win this war. Now, it's time to turn the tide. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897 is Enough. At dawn, with a heart full of compassion. Under the deep night sky, the airship hovering in mid-air opened its eyes, emitting a blinding glow, looking down upon the earth hidden in shadow, forming 2 dazzling pillars of light in the night sky. Using this light, the Grand Commander of the Knights of Judgment stood alone on the bridge, his gaze fixed on the city below, the flickering light at the corner of his mouth illuminating his cold, angular face. To confront an apostle, especially one that had existed for over 1,000 years, not one born after the mythical age, was no easy task. As the strongest military force directly under the Holy See, the Knights of Judgment had clashed head-on with countless old god factions and hundreds, even millennia-old, spellcaster families. Their methods and approaches to problem-solving were far more direct and brutal than those of the Inquisitors. They were usually only called upon when things were completely out of control. Besides large armies composed of ordinary spellcasters and cultists, they also had numerous records of fighting against blasphemous mages. For those with only conventional combat power, or even ordinary talents, the power of a blasphemous mage is catastrophic. However, they all have weaknesses and vulnerabilities. With sufficient preparation and a meticulous plan, even a few talented individuals can kill them or temporarily incapacitate them, albeit at a certain cost. But the apostles are different. Their existence transcends the realm of species, reaching a level beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. Even Grand Master Glad Manfred, the Grand Master of the Judgment Knights, only understood them as highly evolved beings, infinitely close to gods. No, not close, they are true gods. The flickering flames and swirling smoke at the corners of his mouth mingled with the Grand Master's low murmur, a fleeting fear in his eyes. They are constantly evolving, already capable of standing on equal footing with this world, gods, and we are the madmen who dare to challenge gods with our flesh and blood. Accompanied by soft footsteps, the young man who silently entered touched the iron ring around his neck and spoke calmly. Madman, isn't it? The young man chuckled and retorted, they just copied the symbols of the old gods, modified them, and then claimed to have received the blessing of the Ring of Order, resorting to any means necessary to strengthen themselves, even at the cost of killing off their own branches. As far as I know, even the conflicts between the old gods over evolution and power seem so gentle compared to the Ring of Order, but what we did was right. Glad spoke as if to himself, yet also as if asking a question. I don't know, maybe. The young man shrugged, his eyes also filled with confusion. In any case, serving a non-existent, false god is better than being served by a bunch of evil gods who treat humans as inferior beings, right? But in any case, we are lucky, because this god is not truly without flaws, without weaknesses, and omnipotent. He still retains past emotions and has principles and bottom lines that he doesn't want to give up. Yes, Glad nodded slightly, the fear in his eyes gradually replaced by a deathly calm. Turning his head, he found the young man looking at him with a very surprised expression. What's wrong? You've changed, sir. The young man shook his head. In the past, you wouldn't have hesitated so much, and what? A bit pessimistic. Pessimistic, Glad savored the word. This is our first time facing an apostle, a true apostle, a life or death struggle. Should I be optimistic? Perhaps you really should be more confident. The young man nodded seriously. Otherwise, if even you have no hope of victory, how can you expect the scheming Holy War Army and the ambitious Knights of Judgment outside to gladly face their deaths and win us this crucial opportunity? We've already stepped into his territory, and we could be wiped off this world at any moment. Perhaps the next second, snap, we'll be turned into unrecognizable mincemeat. He snapped his fingers forcefully. No one needs you to tell them about the risks they're about to face. What they want to hear is a lie that promises ultimate victory, that even those who die will become heroic spirits and enter the heavenly kingdom of the Ring of Order, a lie. Glad paused for a moment, then threw the cigarette butt from his lips on the ground and stomped it out forcefully. Have they all arrived? They've been here all along, almost 3 hours. The young man nodded, a hint of amusement in his expression. Sir Fellas. I mean the real one, he's here too. The Grand Master nodded and turned to walk towards the door the young man had entered through. Wait, unless you receive my signal, do not take any action. Even if we are all wiped out, you must pretend to order the Mercy to evacuate in my name, without considering anyone else. Glad stopped at the door, his back to the young man, and said in a deep voice, I have already applied to the Holy See, and they will lift the surveillance and control over you. There will be no more hiding. You are the real Sir Fellas. If your brother also dies, without giving the wide-eyed Sir Fellas any chance to react, Glad quickly left his spot, pushed open the door, and entered another cabin. The room, far from spacious, was crammed with at least a dozen high-ranking knights and officers, clad in cloaks adorned with various coats of arms and dressed in magnificent attire. They sat in small groups, brows furrowed, exchanging furrowed brows and whispering amongst themselves. Their only common thread was their unfriendly expressions. Even Sir Fellas, representing the papacy. Sensing the figure entering the room, the knights turned, some puzzled, others giving their seemingly composed and smiling Grand Master a cold, disdainful look. A subtle hostility permeated the room like swirling smoke. Lord Gerard Manfred, we need to talk. Before anyone else could speak, Léon François, who was closest to the door, stepped forward first, his expression grim. Regarding the 1-month truce with the Free Confederation, why didn't you discuss it with us beforehand? I didn't discuss it with you all beforehand. That's right, the Grand Master interrupted directly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The reason is simple, it's a lie, a complete and utter lie, a lie. Little Léon, who was about to step forward to question him, paused, frozen in place. Everyone's gaze returned to Gerard, but the initial hostility had turned into confusion. Simply put, from the very beginning, I never expected them to accept our ceasefire demands or conditions, nor did I ever intend to engage in any so-called negotiations with a group of rebels and false believers. Glad exhaled softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. All of this was to gather them in one place, making it easier for the Holy War Army to wipe them out in one fell swoop, to eliminate them completely. That's why I never consulted or even informed you about negotiations or a ceasefire, because there was simply no need to do so. We are the Holy War Army, fighting for the Ring of Order, vowing to eradicate all heretics and cultists. The concept of ceasefire is not part of our existence. His impassioned words echoed in the room, but elicited no empathetic response. This was to be expected. Those present were either legion commanders of tens of thousands of troops or heirs of noble families. The methods used to motivate ordinary Holy War soldiers were naturally meaningless to them. Even the most easily excitable little Leon was no exception. The Crown Prince of Hantu, who was initially just confused, frowned even more deeply after hearing the Grand Commander's explanation. He stared intently at the Grand Commander in front of him without saying a word, as if he were looking at something irretrievable. Such a despicable act, how could it be the work of a righteous Holy War Army? Right, Glad smiled calmly, his obvious emotion not escaping his notice. That's right. This approach is not honorable. Despicable is the most fitting description, but given the current situation, you all should understand without me saying so. At the current pace of the Holy War Army's advance, there is absolutely no possibility of ending this Holy War before winter. The Fernando Legion suffered a defeat at Whale Harbor, Commander Borlevens at Slave Harbor, and the Arthur and Ludwig Legions have been trapped outside the Red Hand Bay defense line for a whole month without making any progress. Our enemy is far stronger and more difficult to deal with than we imagined. It's despicable, I don't deny it, but I didn't actively deceive them. If Louis Bernard had agreed to my demands directly at the negotiating table, I would have accepted the outcome without hesitation. The problem is he didn't, so the Holy War Army has no need for any restrictions and can act without restraint, slaughtering traitors and heretics. Then what do you intend to do? A questioning voice rang out, and everyone turned to make way for Sir Fellas, who walked coldly toward Gerard in the center of the crowd. Right now, there are dozens of warships, an airship, over 1,000 Judgment Knights, and no less than 50,000 Holy War soldiers outside Red Hand Bay. With such strength, destroying the colony before us would indeed be a piece of cake, no more difficult than drinking water. The problem is that, apart from the Judgment Knights, the remaining 50,000 plus Holy War soldiers are completely unprepared for all of this. Without any prior planning, they know who the enemy is, but they have no idea how many there are, or how to deploy them in battle. Sir Fellas said coldly, how can such a bewildered army, as you expect, ensure the complete and foolproof annihilation of the heretics and traitors? This high-ranking knight of the Judgment Knights, nominally one of the 6 commanders of the Holy War, was in a very bad mood, and his words were much sharper than usual. His anger stemmed not from Glad's spur-of-the-moment decision, but from the fact that he himself was completely unaware of such a crucial matter, having received intelligence at the same time as the rest of the Holy War Army. Based on Feller's understanding of the Grand Master, this could only mean one thing: he had been used as a pawn from the very beginning. This was a very dangerous sign. Glad Manfred, the reason he became the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, besides his strength, experience, and long accumulated prestige, was primarily due to his character, a ruthless and unscrupulous character who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He was willing to pay any price, any sacrifice, as long as the mission given by the Holy See could be completed. It was also during his tenure that the frequency of the Knights of Judgment's deployments and the number of casualties increased significantly. Judging from his recent remarks, it seemed he was prepared to sacrifice the entire Holy War Legion. Even the bravest person, once realizing that they were destined to be a dead man, a sandbag to be filled in the trenches, would inevitably feel fear. Commander Fellers, you've raised an excellent question. How do we get the unprepared Holy War soldiers into battle immediately? Glad's lips curled into a smile, a cold glint in his eyes. 50,000 soldiers, 60 warships, using conventional methods, mobilizing them would take at least a full day, not to mention it's nighttime, making it even more difficult than during the day. Hastily sending them into battle, launching an attack on Red Hand Bay in the darkness, would surely cause chaos, wouldn't it? But if we could give them a clear objective from the start and have them enter the battlefield in batches, wouldn't the situation be different? A clear objective. Leno, standing behind little Leon, suddenly spoke up. Forgive my bluntness, but it's already 10 p.m., only a few hours until dawn. Under these circumstances, how do you ensure the warships receive clear instructions and don't encounter any accidents or emergencies at sea? That's simple. Glad's smile remained, and he lightly stamped his right foot. Isn't that what we're standing on? The crowd, who had just been angry, confused, and disdainful, suddenly changed their expressions, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Have the Mercy's Heart airships turn on all their searchlights and fly at low altitude towards Red Hand Bay. This will provide the best coordinates for the fleet's cannons and landing craft. Glad slowly spread his arms. 60 warships, hundreds of cannons, firing simultaneously at Red Hand Bay, plus the firepower from the Mercy's Heart. In an instant, will destroy Red Hand Bay's outer defenses, paralyze over 50% of its defensive structures, damage the city's main transportation routes, and inflict heavy casualties. That's enough. Sorry, so sorry. I'm really sorry for the late update. Chapter 898 Only one. At 2:40 a.m., at the Red Hand Bay Port Watchtower, Joseph, yawning and muttering complaints, climbed the steps one by one, torch in hand, to the top. As the uncle of the Storm Legion's second-in-command, the nominal deputy commander and de facto commander-in-chief of the Marksmanship Corps, he not only had no special privileges but also a mountain of extra work. With absolutely no freedom, he couldn't sleep at night and had to be out checking posts. The day before yesterday it was Chief of Staff Carl, yesterday it was Fabian, and today it was his turn. This was truly no freedom, no privileges. He was making money, that was true, but the price he paid and the risks he took were many times higher than in ordinary work. Joseph truly couldn't understand why his nephew would willingly follow a hopeless rebel leader and continue to serve him diligently. Shouldn't a pragmatic person like Fabian have betrayed him immediately and seized the opportunity to escape from this god-forsaken place? Atop the solitary watchtower, the damp, icy sea wind howled past at midnight. Several sleepy colonial militiamen stood at the foot of the not-so-spacious ramparts, rifles tucked in their arms, looking as if they were about to collapse. An annoyed man slapped one of the nearly asleep sentries awake, snatching his cigarettes and matches from his arms. These had become hard currency since the Holy War. Tobacco, needless to say, was practically worthless in the frigid New World. Even if it could be grown, it would be like weeds. Matches, seemingly simple, were truly incredibly difficult to obtain, and there wasn't a single match factory to be found in the entire New World. Anson had originally considered opening a match factory in Gracenow town. After all, the value and profit of such a necessity were even smaller than that of salt, but the outbreak of the Holy War had forced him to abandon this unrealistic idea. The aroma of the cheap tobacco soothed his throat, and Joseph's gloomy mood finally eased somewhat. He leaned leisurely against the ramparts, gazing at the boundless, surging sea in the darkness. He truly didn't understand. The papacy and the Holy War army had already decided to spare the Free Confederation's life, so what was Louis Bernard, that young master of Adland, hesitating about, that he needed a whole day to think it over? Didn't he know that the longer it dragged on, the more likely something unexpected would happen? Wait? Joseph, who was still inwardly grumbling, suddenly froze. His face, the cigarette dangling from his lips, stiffened, and his eyes stared fixedly at the distant dock. There, in the darkness, that airship floating in mid-air seemed to be slowly moving towards the town. Joseph remained stunned for a long while before recovering, still unable to fully believe his eyes. After all, the night was so dark, even if he had slightly misjudged, or mistook the surrounding clouds for part of the airship, it wasn't entirely impossible. He tried to reassure himself, repeating to himself like a hypnosis, "I misjudged, I just misjudged," as if doing so would turn it into a laughable joke. Unfortunately, it didn't. The airship continued its slow approach to the watchtower, its massive size now fully revealed to him. This is, desperately trying to control the involuntary trembling in his body. Joseph, who had never observed anything so closely before, was completely blank. Oblivious even to the cigarette butt falling from his lips. He subconsciously sensed something ominous, but his body seemed to be controlled by some other force, utterly unable to move, like a hare being watched intently by a lion, forgetting even the instinct to escape. Just then, a beam of light suddenly shone down from the dark dome, its pale golden radiance so dazzling and blinding. Huh? Joseph, jolted awake, his pupils contracted sharply. The compassionate heart hovering above him activated all its searchlights, bathing most of the redoubt bay walls in its radiance, leaving nothing to hide. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively turned and ran. The half-asleep guards around him, seemingly unaware of what was happening or what was about to happen, remained standing there, rubbing their eyes and looking up in astonishment. Almost simultaneously, a terrified Joseph had already run to the bottom of the watchtower, shouting at the top of his lungs as he ran, "Enemy, fire, is attacking!" The heart-wrenching roar awakened the sleeping sea, and a golden-red serpent surged from the dark horizon, splashing up thousands of meteors, tearing through the sky. Accompanied by the whistling sound that tore through the air, a thunderous roar resounded almost continuously in the harbor of Redan Bay. Bursts of flame rose one after another, whipping up scorching waves of heat that ravaged the trembling colony. 18-pounder naval guns, 24-pounder mortars, 38-pounder main guns, 68-pounder cannons, solid shot, shrapnel, explosive shells, chain shot, 60 warships lay arrayed on the sea outside Red Hand Bay Harbor, relentlessly unleashing their most ferocious and complete firepower, guided by the coordinates and directions provided by the airship searchlights. The sea, shrouded in darkness, was illuminated by the warship's fierce barrage, the deafening roars churning the water and creating towering waves. This was a scene that everyone in Red Hand Bay, and indeed the entire New World, would never forget. Flames flowed through the night sky, the sea boiled in the smoke, and magnificent fireworks repeatedly ignited on the earth. then back up to illuminate the night sky. The Milky Way, adorning the dome, descended upon the earth one after another, blooming into countless silver flowers and fiery trees. In this unprecedented bombardment, comparable to a natural disaster, the walls and docks of Redoubt Bay were unsurprisingly reduced to ashes. Not to mention the brick and wood structures and stone walls, even reinforced concrete structures had no chance of survival under such fierce firepower. The colonial militia stationed at the port, the sailing city legion, and the houses near the walls were also wiped out. Except for a very few lucky ones who managed to escape quickly in the first round of bombardment, the rest were all engulfed in flames. Even those few survivors could not escape the almost continuous bombardment that followed. Due to the darkness and the excessively saturated firepower, the Holy War fleet's bombardment quickly expanded beyond the port, reaching closer to the town streets, barracks, residential areas, and commercial districts. The town, hidden in the night, was gradually revealed by clusters of fire. The raging flames boiled over the land, the swirling tongues of fire resembling thousands of demons dancing wickedly. According to the intelligence we have gathered so far, the 2 Redoubt Bay militia regiments stationed on the south city wall and within the positions, the 4 sailing city line infantry battalions, and nearly 1,000 men of the musketeer corps have all lost contact. Some sentries who managed to escape saw the flag of one of the line infantry battalions when passing through the outer city, which basically confirms that they have been completely wiped out. In the council's basement, Fabian, who had rushed back, reported to Louis. In addition, Joseph, the deputy commander of the musketeer corps, happened to be on a watchtower in the outer city while inspecting the sentries, and has temporarily disappeared, his fate unknown. As for the current damage and casualties in the city, I'm sorry, I'm not capable enough to give you an exact number, but you should have already seen the general situation. Yes, I saw it. The expressionless young knight gritted his teeth, his eyes red. I saw it all. In the dark, crowded basement, there was deathly silence. Only the deafening roar of cannons outside could be heard. No one dared to speak. No one knew what to say. Everyone stared intently at the silent Louis, awaiting the New World Legion's marshal's decision. 3 minutes. As if remembering something, after 3 minutes of silence, Fabian suddenly stepped forward and asked in a very calm tone, "By the way, I suggest that everyone not gather in the council's basement. Although it is indeed sturdy, it is still not absolutely safe in the face of 12-pound or 18-pound naval cannons. Moreover, even if it is not penetrated by naval cannons, if the council above completely collapses and blocks the exit, it is still possible that everyone could be buried alive under the rubble. To avoid the complete annihilation of the Free Confederation and the New World Legion's high command in one accident, it is best to disperse, in case." Thump. Without warning, the silent Louis slammed his fist against the wall behind him, interrupting Fabian's speech. 60 warships, plus the papacy's most powerful airships, simultaneously launching an offensive against the tiny white whale harbor. The Holy War Army really thinks highly of us. Suppressing the boundless rage within him, the young knight spoke in a low voice, each word seemingly meant to tear apart the enemy's flesh. "So easily fooled. I'm probably just someone they can easily deceive, someone they can fool at will, right?" As he spoke, veins bulged on his forehead, and an unnatural flush rose to his cheeks. No one dared to speak. This was the first time they had seen Louis so enraged, and no one dared to interrupt or offer words of comfort. Due to the special nature of his bloodline power, Louis rarely allowed his rationality to teeter on the brink of collapse. Even in excitement or sorrow, he maintained extreme restraint. But at this moment, he could no longer bear it, not only because he had been deceived, but also because the very act of being fooled could potentially lead to the complete annihilation and destruction of the entire Free Confederation. Such a grave mistake. What truly enraged Louis was not the enemy, but himself. The elven girl beside him narrowed her eyes slightly, her ruby-like eyes revealing a palpable killing intent. Did you already know?" Struggling to suppress his anger, the young knight looked at Anson, who sat in the corner, smoking a pipe. "You just didn't stop me because you guessed I wouldn't refuse." "Right, of course not." Feeling the gazes directed at him, Anson calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. "I just, like you, deeply doubt the sincerity of the Holy War Army. As for now that the enemy has deployed their fleet and airships before us, we can't rule out the possibility that they'll turn on us and use force to try and annihilate us. From the beginning, we've been at odds with the entire papacy's forces on the Old World. Our previous victories were merely due to internal conflicts within the enemy, which we conveniently exploited. Now they've simply reunited and are attacking us without holding back, that's all. That's right, nothing more. It's nothing serious, Anson nodded slightly. It's just a matter of going all out and being prepared to die. The young knight's expression hardened, and the atmosphere in the basement, filled with the roar of cannons, seemed to subtly shift. Lewis, after a moment of silence, looked up again, his gaze fixed intently on Anson. What's the plan? Nothing special. The enemy destroyed our port area's defenses with artillery fire, creating vast ruins and casualties within the city. This indicates two things. First, the enemy is prepared for a desperate gamble. Second, they may not be truly prepared, a desperate gamble because such concentrated firepower would be wasteful even to destroy the entire city. The reckless, all-out attack, as if everyone could be allocated a shell, proves this is the Holy War Army's final offensive, and this fierce bombardment, without immediately organizing a landing force, even risking the use of airships as signal flares, with a firepower concentrated almost entirely in one direction, signifies that this is not a meticulously planned offensive, but rather a daring and reckless military adventure, devoid of any preparation. Anson, standing up, tapped the table with his pipe and slowly began, I suspect the enemy will organize a landing as soon as possible, but it will be chaotic and rushed. Their objective is unclear. They will only consider occupying Redan Bay as their sole task. And there won't be any well-thought-out or complex operations. In that case, let's just give them what they want. Let the troops and some civilians in the city evacuate quickly, to avoid too many casualties as much as possible. Fabian, yes, sir, you immediately organize the entire Grenadier Regiment and all the ranged units you can find to control the north and west gates of Redan Bay, and make sure the roads at both points are clear. Anyone who tries to block traffic or hinder the operation can be considered a traitor, the Storm Legion's vice commander said in a deep voice. Shoot them to death on the spot. His merciless words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. What about Redan Bay? Lewis continued. Are we just going to hand it over to them, cutting off the New World Legion's rear supply lines? Of course not. We need to leave behind a smaller, more powerful, and more deterrent force to intercept the landing Holy War. A more deterrent force? Who? Only one can accomplish this task. With that, Anson suddenly turned and bowed to the elven girl beside him. That is Her Majesty Queen Freya Moss's Field Advisor. Chapter 899 The Only Wish. Understood. The elven girl nodded slightly, her cold gaze sweeping over Anson. You can do whatever you want, right? You can do whatever you want. Anson nodded solemnly. Of course, it's just a reconnaissance mission. We don't need to annihilate the entire enemy force. Your safety is paramount. You don't need to worry about that. Just ensure the safety of the army and the road, and everyone else. Freya, who had changed her mind at the last minute, snorted coldly, then turned and walked out of the basement towards the council hall amidst the puzzled and confused gazes of the others. Until she left, the elven girl desperately tried to avoid eye contact with Lewis, afraid that some perceptive bastard would notice anything amiss. In the unusually quiet basement, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat strange. Ahem. The New World Legion staff is organizing the evacuation. They've already arranged escort carriages and guards for you gentlemen. Finally, it was Carl Bain, all was adept at smoothing things over, who stepped in to defuse the situation. For those with families in the city, I sent Miss Lisa with a company of guards to take them away 10 minutes ago. They should be out of the city by now, on their way to the northwest positions and Long Lake Town. Hearing this, the counselors breathed a sigh of relief, forgetting what had just happened, and left the basement under Carl's leadership. Anson didn't explain anything, but quickly exchanged a glance with Carl, who was leading the way. The two understood each other perfectly, needing no further explanation. After everyone had left, the young knight, who had remained silent until now, finally raised his head, his expression grave. Are you really going to do this? It has to be this way. Anson nodded. The Merciful Heart airship is now hovering over the town. The fully armed Knights of Judgment will definitely launch the first attack. You should be well aware of their equipment and combat strength. Ordinary soldiers have virtually no advantage in this kind of street fighting. They'll only be slaughtered. The only ones capable of confronting them head-on are the blasphemous mages. Since both sides have reached a point of life and death, there's no point in continuing to hide anything. We might as well go all in and let them see just how much they'll pay if they fight us to the death. Lewis hesitated, his unnatural expression suggesting he realized something, but ultimately chose to accept. All right, then absolutely not. Anson immediately rejected the idea. Your current identity is the Marshal of the New World Legion. Ensuring the Legion remains united and intact is your most important mission. To put it bluntly, Her Majesty Freya is now taking on the task of containing the enemy to buy you time to stabilize the Legion shattered by the Holy War and regroup them into a reliable fighting force. Compared to that, the fighting power of a mere gifted individual is utterly insignificant. Anson interrupted the young knight twice, his expression quite serious. He had already obtained intelligence from the routed soldiers of Roman and the Bulgarian Legion that the Knights of Judgment intended to eliminate Louis directly. Now, if he were to risk his life, the Knights of Judgment wouldn't be as easy to deal with as the Holy War army had been. Of course, sending the elven girl also carried similar risks. Although she was a blasphemous mage. Given the events of the Iser Royal Court incident, the Holy See likely already possessed information about her and her weaknesses. This was another reason why Louis absolutely couldn't be sent. It was hard to say she wouldn't be targeted. However, currently, he and she were the only two blasphemous mages in the entire Redan Bay. Given that Rune was unlikely to intervene, Anson had very few pawns left to use. And what about you? Staring intently into his best friend's eyes, Louis said, enunciating each word clearly. As the commander-in-chief of the Storm Legion, if something were to happen to you, the impact wouldn't be small. Don't worry too much about my situation. There's only one grenadier regiment, one guard company, and 3,000 ranged troops in the entire Redan Bay. The first two are under someone's command, and half of the ranged troops have been wiped out. The rest are under Chief of Staff Karl's command. With him there won't be any problems. With a nonchalant chuckle, Anson pulled a pair of monocles with gold rims from his pocket and casually tossed them to the young knight. This is, Louis hurriedly caught it, and his pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the item. Anonymous glasses. They allow those around you to subconsciously ignore the wearer's presence. It's quite a practical magical item. Anson smiled knowingly. You should be familiar with it. Louis nodded slightly. The reason he lost to him during the Battle of Eaglehorn and was captured a second time was because of these small glasses. With it, even escaping Redan Bay alone won't be too difficult. Of course, don't be too confident, Anson added. This thing is ineffective against spellcasters with inside-type bloodlines or those with very strong talents. Absolute safety doesn't exist. I understand. The young knight understood and walked towards the basement exit, leaving Anson alone in the empty basement, waiting for the Judgment Knights to come knocking. As if making a decision, just as he grasped the doorknob, he suddenly stopped, took a deep breath without turning around. Anson, the person who was still leisurely smoking his pipe looked up, looking quite confused. Of course, I hope it's not just if we can both survive this battle. Louis gritted his teeth, facing the closed door, and said without turning his head, I hope you can attend my wedding with Freya, as my best friend, my best man. Also, if the Ring of Order forgives us and allows us to have a child, whether it's a boy or a girl, I sincerely hope you can be his or her godfather. So, when you and some lady you truly love walk down the aisle someday, I hope you will invite me to your wedding. Whoever it is, I will pray to the Ring of Order to bless you with peace, happiness, and fulfillment. This is my only wish, a wish I will strive to fulfill no matter what. After saying this, the young knight seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, pushed open the door, and left. Even after the footsteps faded into the distance, Anson remained staring blankly at the doorway in the basement, his expression frozen, completely expressionless. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Thud, the pipe slipped from his lips and crashed heavily to the ground. While the Confederacy was in complete chaos, the Jihad, having utterly destroyed the outer defenses of Red Hand Bay, began the second phase of their operation. The Merciful Heart shut down its searchlights and began to descend, approaching the burning town. This tactic carried considerable risk, as the Jihad had not determined the duration or location of the artillery bombardment beforehand, and the probability of being hit by friendly fire while hastily descending was not low. However, considering the Jihad's disarray, making it difficult to immediately commit troops for a landing operation, if they could not quickly eliminate enemy forces, the massive artillery bombardment might ultimately prove to be nothing more than a fireworks display, utterly meaningless. Inside the airship, the fully armed and assembled Judgment Knights, in teams of 12, began to rappel down the hatch in an orderly fashion. The Merciful Heart, moving slowly, monitored the area below while continuously deploying approximately 40 teams, totaling 500 Judgment Knights, into the safe zone. Their mission was to annihilate all resistance forces within the city before the Holy War Army landed, and to deliver a decisive and devastating blow to any enemy forces that maintained a degree of organization and orderly movement. Their enemy numbered at least 7,000, and it was uncertain whether they would also have a five-figure main force of the New World Legion, fully equipped line infantry battalions, skirmishers skilled in guerrilla and urban warfare, a substantial cavalry force, and artillery no less formidable than the Holy War Army. From the Judgment Knights' perspective, this was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. Of course, the Knights were massacring the enemy. Steam-powered flamethrowers capable of firing 60 times per minute, individual grenade launchers for throwing explosive shells, grenades with the power of a 6-pound cannon, breastplates capable of withstanding a direct hit from a 1-pound cannon. To put it bluntly, the firepower of any ordinary Judgment Knight is equivalent to at least half a platoon of an ordinary army, and they are all gifted individuals. This isn't a 1-to-10 ratio, it's 20,000 against 7,000, and 20,000 well-trained, well-equipped professional warriors against 7,000 disorganized, hastily assembled rabble. Not to mention, they also possess the world's most heavily armed steam-powered airship, capable of single-handedly destroying the Iser Royal Court. The combination of these two factors makes it impossible for even the most imaginative person to visualize their defeat. Robert shared this view. Having risen from rookie to captain thanks to his recently awakened but incredibly powerful bloodline, and securing a place within the Knights' Order, Robert had unquestionable trust in the strength of the papacy and the Judgment Knights. He was eager to quickly achieve some victories and solidify his newly acquired position. However, fortunately or unfortunately, the Holy War Army's artillery bombardment seemed too effective. From the moment they set out until they entered the city, their squad hadn't encountered a single living creature, let alone any enemy daring to resist. All they saw were scorching hot ruins, streets riddled with craters, and scattered fragments of rubble and remains. This made Robert, eager for glory, instinctively quicken his pace, wanting to get ahead of the other squads into the deeper parts of the city to hunt down any surviving enemies. Redan Bay wasn't a large city, but it wasn't so small that a dozen people could scout it out in minutes. Even though Robert considered his advance to be fast, he still hadn't encountered the enemy he hoped for. Just when the entire squad was almost ready to give up, a petite figure suddenly appeared at the edge of their line of sight. She had cascading long hair, and ruby-like eyes were set in a porcelain doll-like face. The bright red dress did not detract from the purity in her eyes, instead, it added to the girl's sacred and inviolable majesty. But what was most striking were the girl's pointed, twitching little ears. Primary target spotted, repeat, primary target spotted. Robert's pupils suddenly contracted, his cold and serious face concealing a heart pounding with elation. Everyone, highest alert. The moment the words fell, the 11 Judgment Knights immediately took formation, raising their steam guns and aiming at the target. The aura of their bloodline power flowed through their bodies, ready for battle. No Judgment Knight knew better than them how to fight spellcasters, especially those of the blasphemous mage level, and no one understood better what kind of preparation was needed to confront such a powerful enemy head-on. That was a resolute determination to stop at nothing, to use any means necessary, and to face death without fear. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Robert stood tensely in the center of the squad. The Knights of Judgment already knew of the Elf Queen Iser's abilities. He knew very well that the seemingly delicate girl opposite him could, with a mere wave of her hand, send a 50-meter-high pillar of fire rising from the ground. That was why he stood in the center of the group. His fierce knightly bloodline not only granted him extraordinary vitality and regenerative abilities, but also allowed him to distribute these abilities to his companions, increasing their resistance to damage. Robert named his ability Blood of the Wild Hunt, symbolizing a bond of blood, a shared destiny. Freya Moss's field, halt. Robert, growing increasingly tense as he watched the elven girl approach, roared, "In the name of the Knights of Judgment, I order you to immediately surrender and accept the just judgment of the Ring of Order, otherwise, all those associated with you will pay the price for your treason, executed before God as false believers and heretics." His voice echoed amidst the flames and ruins. Seemingly finally aware of the group before her, the elven girl stopped, raised her head, and slowly raised her hands. Seeing that she truly showed no sign of resistance, Robert's expression froze, seemingly incredulous. Something was wrong. The intelligence clearly stated that this elven Queen of Iser was of an extremely extreme personality, and due to her awakened bloodline, the stronger she became, the more insane she grew. How could she possibly surrender willingly? But soon, he realized that her movements didn't seem like a surrender gesture, but rather a slight forward lean, as if she were calling out to something. The next second, scorching white flames suddenly surged from the ruins on both sides of the road, rising like a tidal wave, rising higher and higher as if they had a life of their own, and then, crashing down. Boom. Chapter 900 Freya's Cold Sneer. Ice Dragon Fjord, White Whale Harbor. While the battle at Red Hand Bay raged on, another battle had already hastily concluded. Because Anson, who had gone to Red Hand Bay for negotiations, had transferred the Grenadier Corps and the remaining trained rangers, and the main force of the Storm Legion was still undergoing repairs in Grey Snow Town, White Whale Harbor was left with only the Keepers of the Faith and a few thousand colonial militiamen garrisoning it. Aside from 2 artillery fortifications on the fjord, they couldn't even muster any decent heavy firepower. Although Ludwig's jihad army was a hodgepodge of cobbled-together scraps from within the country, and William Cecil's royal fleet was utterly demoralized, they were still considered elite against the pitiful defenders of White Whale Harbor. Furthermore, unlike the previous Fernando Legion, Ludwig's jihad army had ample logistical support and a thorough understanding of White Whale Harbor. Before someone officially rebelled, William Cecil, who accompanied them, had even served as commander of the White Whale Harbor fleet for a period. Under Colonel William Cecil's command, the royal fleet easily breached the artillery emplacements on both sides of the strait with mortars. Without crucial fire support and having lost Fabian's command, the White Whale Harbor militia became easy targets, helpless and vulnerable to slaughter. However, Ludwig had no intention of indiscriminate killing. He destroyed the port's resistance and immediately ordered a ceasefire after the troops successfully landed. Even to appease the city's residents, he didn't remove the 13-starred flag symbolizing the Free Confederation after capturing the town. Even the Jihad army fought with Clovis's Crimson Unicorn, not the Jihad army's Ring of Order flag. This area was originally Clovis's colony, and the resistance was never as strong as that of the imperial colonists. Seeing the royal army land, and even having Colonel William Cecil, one of their own, significantly diminished their resistance. Ludwig knew perfectly well that the Holy War Army wanted him and Whale Harbor to fight to the death to prove Clovis's piety. In the past, he probably would have actually done so. But now he had different ideas. Easily taking Whale Harbor would prove his strength, wash away the infamy of his unsuccessful battle at Red Hand Bay, preserve his strength, and make the Holy War Army and the papacy wary of him. As for piety, with the bloody battle of Sailing City and the easy capture of Whale Harbor, Clovis's Holy War Army's contribution was greater than all the other participating legions, so their piety was beyond question. With war merits, strength, popularity among the upper echelons of the Holy War Army, and prestige among the lower ranks, the papacy and the high command would not dare to easily manipulate him, but would instead actively try to win him over and curry favor. With this confidence, he didn't even disband the Keeper of the Faith Alliance and the militia at Whale Harbor, and even the local autonomous council and the New World Company remained unchanged, maintaining everything in the state before the outbreak of war. At this moment, apart from the fleet anchored in the fjord and the Holy War Army occupying the town and the Storm Legion headquarters, Whale Harbor was calm and still, as if nothing had happened. But for many, the fact that nothing had happened meant that much had already happened. Talia August Rune, may I ask your name? Emerald eyes, silky chestnut hair, and a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Ludwig gazed at the girl before him, his voice tinged with unspoken regret. This wasn't his first meeting with this Rune family member. He remembered attending a mysterious banquet hosted by the Rune family when he was very young, and Talia from that time seemed to resemble this girl before him, leaving a deep impression. But despite such a vivid memory, he hadn't noticed her when he saw Lisa. The difference in their auras was so great that two identical girls wouldn't be connected. Thinking about it that way, it means the connection between Anson and the Rune family probably started during the Battle of Thunder Fortress, and it was something Leon intentionally brought about. Talia Rune, that's fine. You don't need to be so reserved. The girl holding the coffee tilted her head, her elegant expression unable to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. At least for now, Anson and I are just engaged. We haven't taken that crucial step yet. Unable to resist tugging at the corners of his mouth, suppressing his anger at being teased, Ludwig had to change his questioning style. I'm sorry, I always thought you valued your investment in Anson Bach very much. Without his betrayal, the Rune family could never have established themselves in the New World so easily. Now it seems his usefulness to you has come to an end. Otherwise, How could the prestigious Rune family still be peacefully staying in Whale Harbor at this time? A mere tool, once discarded, is discarded. What extra value does he have? Right, Ludwig made no attempt to hide his sarcasm. In his eyes, the so-called Rune family, stripped of their old god's aura, were essentially no different from his respected father, coldly and ruthlessly calculating gains and losses, treating everyone as mere pawns, sweet and juicy oranges, to be discarded once the juice was squeezed dry. However, the instant his words fell, a profound and indescribable chill suddenly erupted in the room, engulfing him from his feet to his skull. Forget resistance, the feeling of being unable to resist made Ludwig unable to even blink. Every bone, every inch of flesh felt as if it were being kneaded, torn, and sucked, as if he wasn't a living being, a real, rational human being, but an orange. Boom, a force seemed to explode in his mind, and the chilling fear vanished like a figment of his imagination. In the quiet room, the girl opposite him still smiled, dignified and elegant. "Your Excellency Major General Ludwig, you have misunderstood two things," Talia said slowly. "First, Anson Bach is not a tool used by the Rune family, but a friend. This is a fact acknowledged by my father, Rune himself. Anson Bach will always be a friend of the Rune family. He has the right to address my father by his first name. Second," the girl put down her coffee cup, "the Rune family has not abandoned Anson Bach. The reason I am here is because my presence in Redan Bay would be detrimental to him, and it is also part of his plan. Do you understand?" I understand," Ludwig muttered to himself, his mind blank, as if temporarily incapable of thought. "Your Excellency Ludwig, your coffee, please." Thank you." Ludwig, still somewhat dazed, picked up the cup, subconsciously took a small sip. And a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his stiff face. He vaguely remembered that the girl had poured 2 cups at the same time, and even saw her drink from the other cup just before she spoke. It was scalding hot, with faint steam rising from it. How come his cup was cold? A raging white flame swept through the entire street, advancing straight forward like a flood bursting a dam, burning everything in its path to ashes, the remaining embers scattering everywhere. The icy-faced elven girl slowly opened her arms again, golden red flames blooming at her feet, behind her, in her hands, and in her scarlet eyes. The overwhelming aura even affected the steamship hovering in midair, forcing it to increase its altitude to avoid spontaneous combustion. This was the power of a blasphemous mage. This was the terror of the Iser royal family, the Mosses-Field bloodline. Any enemy who stepped into the girl's domain, if she so desired, could be instantly burned to ashes. But her current objective was to delay the Holy War Army's actions as much as possible, drawing the enemy's attention to herself. At the same time, Freya wasn't fully recovered, and excessive use of her power risked going out of control. These weaknesses were naturally not to be easily overlooked by the Judgment Knights. Bang! Accompanied by a dense hail of bullets, 9 after-images burst forth from the scorching sea of fire. Some rapidly created distance, some drew their weapons and charged quickly, and some moved while frantically firing to cover their comrades, like seasoned hunters deep in the jungle, encountering predators, remaining calm even in the face of unexpected events. "Everyone, wait for my signal. Don't approach," Robert shouted, his face ashen, gripping his sword tightly. Freya's power had exceeded his expectations. Even with the full force of Heart of the Wild Hunt, 2 of his subordinates had perished. Even he himself was still alive because of the life force of those 2 companions. What could be shared could also be taken away, provided the other party didn't actively resist. Because of this special bloodline power, Robert, in a team battle, possesses near infinite vitality. The Wild Hunt Knights are known for their toughness, and usually, unless their heads and vital organs are completely destroyed, even severed limbs have a history of regenerating on their own. Blazing white flames swirled around the elven girl, shifting with her gaze and gestures, constantly deflecting incoming lead bullets. Her nonchalant movements were as if she were merely swatting away annoying flies. Robert's heart tightened, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightened even more. He repeatedly checked the distance between himself and his teammates, ensuring everyone was within the range of Heart of the Wild Hunt. Excellent, as long as there are 2 or more, he is now immortal. With an unspoken confidence, Robert, under the cover of 3 teammates, bypassed the elven girl's line of sight from directly above, attempting to conceal his presence and attack from behind. The blade hissed in the scorching air, masking the cold smile playing on his lips. Boom! Just as the girl was about to be pierced through the throat by a sharp blade, 3 dazzling bursts of flame suddenly exploded in front of her, causing Robert to freeze in shock. Out of the corner of his eye, he only saw 2 of his teammates instantly engulfed in fireballs. And the third was an Earth Knight who tried to raise an earthen wall to block the oncoming heat wave, but flames burst from his body, exploding the earthen wall he created into ashes. This bizarre scene immediately made Robert abandon his attack. The intelligence obtained by the Vatican only mentioned that Freya Mossesfield could manipulate the temperature within the area covered by her domain and create flames out of thin air, but it never mentioned that she could directly cause her target to burn. Most importantly, having lost the cover of his 3 teammates, Robert, who was left alone, only had one chance to survive. According to the intelligence, this was definitely not enough for him to escape from her flames. Change formation, switch to close-range encirclement. Scouts, disengage immediately, report the situation to the rest of the squads, and request reinforcements. 5 of the 12 Judgment Knights had fallen. In a normal battle, this would be enough to declare their squad temporarily incapacitated and order an immediate retreat. But against a blasphemous mage, even the most cowardly and incompetent understood that attack might offer a glimmer of hope, while escape meant certain death. As the words fell, one of the Judgment Knights, who had been firing, immediately threw down his weapon and turned to run. Beside him, his fellow Wind Knight pulled a battle flag from behind and slammed it into the ground, unleashing a howling hurricane that blocked his path. Amidst a fierce wind, 4 Judgment Knights simultaneously encircled the elven girl from the left, right, front, and top. To ensure absolute safety, Robert directly linked his life force with that of his 4 teammates, while simultaneously distancing himself from Freya and using a steam-powered spray gun for cover. This way, if any teammate was injured, he, with his life force intact, could immediately heal them. Even though he had already prepared a backup plan, he still felt a sense of unease, as if something contradicted the intelligence he possessed, some inexplicable sense of misalignment. Suppressing his unease, Robert pulled the trigger, unleashing the strongest shot from his steam gun, a fire comparable to a 3-pounder cannon, filling the final gap in the encirclement. At that instant, Freya suddenly turned her head, meeting his gaze behind her, a disdainful sneer flashing in her crimson eyes. Robert's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered, the power of the Iser elves was linked to their emotions, growing stronger in extreme situations, yet the elven girl before him remained remarkably calm, but her aura and the power she displayed were already at the level of an unparalleled blasphemous mage. That could only mean one thing: here, within this burning Redan Bay, there was another blasphemous mage. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.